Well, hello there. So we must necessarily start this session in this way, as Charles Soludo applies the death knell on the Peter Obi presidential ambition. So it was fun while it lasted. It was fun whilst it lasted, but RIP. So we must necessarily start the session this way. So the Peter Obi presidential ambition, RIP. And there it is. If I had a, this is me doffing my hat to the departed. So somber funeral tracks for the departed Peter Obi presidential ambition. So RIP, as guys, I bring you this. Igbos won't produce Nigeria's president through unzobu politics. So this is not the first time you've heard that phrase, but oftentimes you hear that phrase from your good friend, one man went to Mo. I often regularly say that is unzobu politics, but in this instance, it is not me saying it. It is somebody more senior, more experienced within the Nigerian political space that is telling us this. So he echoes what we chant almost on a daily basis on this platform. Charles Soludo, Igbos won't produce Nigeria's president through unzobu politics, a headline attributed to the eminent professor from the Southeast, Charles Soludo. Still within that space, Justin, why Peter Obi can't win in 2023? Still Charles Soludo holding court. There's only really one news coming through today. Still that space, Peter Obi can't win, just making Tinubu's victory easier. Charles Soludo still holding court. Charles Soludo still holding court. Uh, History beckons, and I will not be silent. Charles Chukwuemeka Charles Soludo, CFR. So this is a long and detailed essay that Charles Soludo has posted. I will endeavor to try and read as much of it. Looks so daunting to read. It's just endless paragraphs of it. But this is an essay that Charles Soludo has published on his verified Facebook page. So there is no equivocation where this is coming from. History beckons and I will not be silent. Part 1, Chukwuemeka Charles Soludo, CFR. So there it is right there. But then, of course, the one thing we know, if we do know anything, is that in instances, our brothers from the Southeast, they're very instinctual and visceral in their response. So they respond on instinct, and we usually know where that instinct goes. And Charles Soludo are not no exemption from repercussions. So swift and fast, the repercussions come. Attacks. My family being punished over comments on Peter Obi's investment. Charles Soludo cries out. So, I mean, if there's any space predictable on this planet, it is certainly that space. And even if we do get a compliment of people coming to comment on this, almost verbatim, we can already tell what they will have to say. Saludo is a sabo. He did this and the other. He is a failure as a governor. The people hate him. Is it because? Is it because? But this guy is just speaking to the facts as he knows them. Attacks. My family being punished over comments on Peter Obi's investment. Soludo cries out. So there it is right there. So certainly we'll be spending a lot of time in the Southeast if we do get a session. So we'll be spending a lot of time in the Southeast. So from that, let's move on to another talking. And I don't want to do. Hold on. Yes, let's come to this one. I've got so many talking points, almost certainly we'll have to abandon some. Tinubu article meets PDP's call for APC presidential candidates to step down. So the calls for Tinubu to step down, quite why he has to step down, I think we'll find that out just in the shortest possible time. So we'll find that out shortly. And still staying with Tinubu and his criminal fraudulent ways, United States company Deloitte denies ever employing APC presidential candidate Tinubu. So this is one of the CVs that he vaunts all over the place, that he's worked for Shell, he's worked for Deloitte, he's worked for Arthur Andersen, he's worked for uh, even God Almighty himself in some instances. But very quickly, the United States are one of the leading financial houses in the world, even beyond the United States. They've come out to distance themselves from the looter from Lagos. United States company Deloitte denies ever employing APC presidential candidate Tinubu. So there it is right there. So Tinubu at it again. Some things never change, and that certainly will never change. Still in the throes of drug dealing ways, now caught out in a lie on a CV. And then they'll go back to his primary school certificate and we loop that cycle again. Our Court of Appeal sacks Akpabio as APC senatorial candidate. So this is the thing now. This above the law mentality. I hope this cycle now will cleanse the Nigerian space of that mindset, because this seems to be the form now that these people, they seem to be, because you recall, of course, that Godswill Akpabio, he ran as a presidential candidate, and then as a double dipping, as a shorty and side bet, took a senatorial ticket as well. And that senatorial ticket, very, very contentious the way he came about it, an unverified process by INEC landed him an APC presidential ticket, a senatorial ticket rather, but it looks as though the law would not have it. Court of Appeal sacks Akpabio as APC senatorial candidate. So will that hold firm though, is the question. Oh, all right. Let me see. All right, let me bring you this one as well. Tinubu article or Peter Obi, 7 pastors release prophecies, predict winner of 2023 presidential election. So we are in that season again, the seasons of prophecies and predictions. The one thing that always springs to mind anytime we land in that space was when TB Joshua told us that a woman would win the American presidency in the Donald Trump cycle, only for Trump to win. And then he said, he said a wool man, a man with woolly hair. So there it is. We're back in the woman territory again. The pastors again at it. Tinubu article or Peter Obi, 7 pastors release prophecies, predict winner of 2023 election. So who the winner is, we'll find out shortly, according to. But then, of course, you remember that the pastor already told us who was going to win the Nigerian presidency. Tunde Bakari, he told us that God told him that he was going to be the 16th president of Nigeria, but we've not had an election yet, so maybe that prophecy may well still come to pass with our president, what was it called, Bakari, being sworn in March 2023. All right. Let me. This is a story. Okay, let me just bring you it because it's pertinent and relevant and contemporaneous to the Nigerian. Nigerian military unveils identity of wanted suspected terrorist, places 5 million naira bounty. So there's a rogue list now. No surprises for guessing where they are. Just a Fulani bunch. So they know, but then of course, I'm not quite sure why they are declaring these guys wanted when they are being gifted chieftaincy titles all over the north. But a list of rogue 12, I think there are about 12 of them. So, is that the meaning of progress? Who are they? All of that we'll find out shortly. So plenty to go through. Lean back, kick back, pardon me. Lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, click on the like button as you're coming in. You must necessarily do that. As soon as you log onto the platform, the first thing that you should be doing is to be clicking on the like button. Haven't done that, check that you are check that the subscribe button is not showing red on your screen. If the subscribe button is showing red on your screen, then you've not yet fulfilled. This is the thing I'm going to have to contend with. I'm having to cobble together some spotlight because of my so You see this happening quite a few times. So if the subscribe button is showing red on your screen, or what I was saying, then you've not yet fulfilled all righteousness is what I'm trying to say. So you've not yet fulfilled all righteousness yet. So fulfill all righteousness by making sure that the subscribe button on your screen is showing gray. So click on like and subscribe. So those are mandatory things. Those are things that you must do to be a full member of this platform. You must necessarily do that. Click on like and subscribe. So the next set of clickings, these are discretionary. This is at your will. If you want to come and join us on the screen to engage in any of these talking points, to take them on in a conversation with myself, click on this hyperlink that says StreamYard. So if you clicked on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, it brings you into a studio space. Soon as I finish reading out the body of the talking points, I'll let you onto the screens, and the conversation ensues. It's nothing more complex than that. It's an open microphone session, and the open invitation is the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So click on that. So that's discretionary. The other discretionary click is the buy the coffee function. So this is at your discretion too, but we're especially inviting people to partake in this. We are estimating that a minimum of 3 per session should be doing that by the coffee thing. So be part of those select 3. So click on that. But if you do click on it, don't go there and be derisory. Go there and go wild. So click on that hyperlink that says buy your host a coffee, and then go through the process. It's a 3-step process. So go through the processes and go wild. So like, subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come and join me on the studio, and click on the hyperlink that says buy your host cups of coffee if you want to donate towards the platform. So as we set about all that, let me provide you with a little bit of a musical backdrop. In light of what has happened, the stabbing in the back by Soludo of the stabbing of Peter Obi in the back by Soludo, it is only appropriate then that we come in via the southeast. Osundi, Owindi. And there it is. So now, guys, friends, there's always been somewhat of a tacit sense of intolerance towards Peter Obi by Charles Soludo. There's always been an undercurrent of intolerance of Peter Obi by Charles Soludo. You had the sense that he can really barely stomach the guy, and just really to keep the natives restive, he just tolerates it. So now it only needed a little bit of a prodding for Soludo now to launch at Peter Obi, and launch he has done. Guys, I bring you this. Igbos won't produce Nigeria's president through Nzobu politics. Charles Soludo. Anambra Governor Chukwuemeka Soludo on Monday said the Igbos need to learn Nigerian politics, as frenzied Nzobu politics won't favor the Southeast. Igbos, in their frenzied Nzobu politics, have sadly found themselves in a political cul-de-sac. Tragic indeed. When will my people smell the morning coffee? When will Indigbo understand and learn politics, especially in Nigeria? Mr. Soludo said. The Anambra governor made this statement on his Facebook page, stating that the Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi was not a sure route to Igbo presidency. Mr. Soludo was responding to criticisms that greeted his comments during an interview where he described Mr. Obi's investment for Anambra to be next to nothing, urging for the Igbos to align with his All Progressive Grand Alliance Party. Mr. Soludo cited, under Tinubu, the Southwest strategically organized under a different political party, the ANC, and went into a formidable alliance that kicked out a sitting president. Mr. Soludo's statement comes amidst clamor for a president of Southeast extraction. Dominated by Igbos, the Southeast is amongst the geopolitical zones yet to produce a Nigerian president since the country returned to democratic rule in 1999. So Nzobu politics. So almost verbatim, in fact, literally verbatim, what we say on this platform. Nzobu politics, just this mass euphoria that has now turned into a mass hysteria is not going to lead you anywhere other than Yaba West. It's just a nonsense, and this is what. Don't take my word for it. Call me a tribalized Yoruba man, but how tribalized is Charles Soludo? Call me an idiot, but is Charles Soludo an idiot? It's just in plain glare what is playing out. In plain glare, what is playing out. We still stay with that space, and we take it from a different inflection. Justin, why Peter Obi can't win 2023? Soludo. Governor Charles Soludo of Anambra State restated that the presidential candidate of the Labour Party LP, Peter Obi, cannot win in the 2023 general elections. Soludo stated this in an article titled History Beckons and I Will Not Be Silent Part 1, released on Monday. He stated, let's be clear, Peter Obi knows that he can't and won't win. He knows the game he is playing. and we know too, and he knows that we know. The article reads in part, the game he is playing is the main reason he didn't return to Apgar. The brutal truth, and some will say, God forbid, is that there are two persons slash parties seriously contesting for president. The rest is exciting drama. That many Americans may not like the fact that Joe Biden 79 and Donald Trump 76 are both front runners for president in their parties does not remove the fact that if both of them emerge as candidates, definitely one of them will be president in 2024. So this is the reality of politics. As my brother, I wish him well and even pray for him. I told him during, pardon me, I beg your pardon. As my brother, I wish him well and even pray for him. I told him during his courtesy call that my prayer is that himself or Professor Umuadi of Abga would win. Why not? That is from my heart. But I also told him that my head and facts on the ground lead me to know that its probability that leads me to know that its probability is next to zero. What I cannot say before you, I will not say behind you. So I already told him my opinion. Indeed, there is no credible pathway for him near the first two positions. And if care is not taken, he won't even near the third position. So now, what's the permutation? I think he may well be rating Showore above what's it called? Peter Obi. Just because who comes? Maybe Kwakwanso. Yeah, more likely Kwakwanso. I think he may well be speaking to Kwakwanso. So again, 2023, Peter Obi can't win, just making Tinubu's victory easier. Charles Soludo, and we said this endlessly. So these are the words of a senior, satiated, marinated, died in the world, long-standing Nigerian politician of the southeastern extraction. So it doesn't serve him in any way other than if it serves truth for him to say this. You certainly cannot accuse him of tribalism. 2023, Peter Obi can't. Peter Obi can't win, just making Tinubu's victory easier. Soludo. So let's take this, see what this has to offer. The governor of Anambra State, Professor Charles Soludo, on Monday said that the presidential candidate of the Labour Party and former governor of the state, Peter Obi, cannot win the forthcoming 2023 presidential election. In an article titled History Beckons and I Will Not Be Silent, Part 1, Soludo said Obi is only making the 2023 presidential election an easy win for Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, presidential candidate of the All Progressive Congress APC, adding that even the Labour Party candidate knows he is going nowhere as far as the 2023 presidency is concerned. He said, let's be clear, Peter Obi knows that he can't and won't win. He knows the game he is playing, and we know too, and he knows we know. The game he is playing is the main reason he can't return to Apgar. The brutal truth, and some will say God forbid. So I think this may well be okay. Yeah, let's see. I'll just read it through because there's one more to come, two more to come in that space. Well, I'll give you all of it, but I'm daunting the next one because it's a long essay. But I'll soldier through. Just make sure I'm getting plenty of coffee. He said, let's be clear, Peter Obi knows he can't and won't win. He knows the game he is playing, and we know too. And he knows we know. The game he is playing is the main reason he can't return to Apgar. The brutal truth, and some will say God forbid, is that there are two persons / parties seriously contesting for president. The rest is just exciting drama. That many Americans may not like the fact that Joe Biden 79 and Donald Trump 76 are two front runners for president in their parties does not remove the fact that if both of them emerge as candidates, definitely one of them will be president in 2024. As my brother, I wish him well and even pray for him. Indeed, there is no credible pathway for him near the first two positions, and if care is not taken, he won't even be near the third position. Analysts tell him you don't need structure to win. Fantasy. Of course, Labour Party won governorship elections in Ekiti and Osun State on social media and via phantom polls, whilst getting barely 2,000 votes on the ground, creating a credible third force for the presidential election in Nigeria requires a totally different strategy and extremely hard work. Of course, Peter Obi will get some votes and may probably win in Anambra State as homeboy. Oh, I think this guy listens to us because this is now using our colloquialisms. We refer him to, it's just word for word, but then, of course, it doesn't necessarily have to listen to us. Anybody will have a brain already knows these permutations. But Anambra is not Nigeria. If he likes, I can even campaign for him, but that won't change much. From internal state by state polling available to me, he was on course to get 25% in 5 states as of August this year. So 25% in 5 states, that guarantees him the Aso Rock seat. So brace yourself. So now we get to this long essay that he wrote. I will try and labor through because necessarily we must get the fullness of it. So I want to be saying that the coffees are piling up by the time I check. So this is the essay that Charles Soludo published on his Facebook page that started off, that kicked off the whole kerfuffle. So 14th of November 2022, history beckons and I will not be silent. Part 1. Chukwuma Charles Soludo, CFR. My attention has been drawn to some of the tirades on social media following my frank response during an interview on Channels Television regarding the investments, and that investment is in quotation marks, Mr. Peter Obi claims to have made with Anambra State revenue. Sadly, several of the comments left the issue of the interview to probe or suggest motives inferred from my response on the investment, that I am opposed to Peter Obi's ambition and therefore committed a crime for which the punishment is internecine abuse and harassment, even to my family. Some people even suggest that the gunmen who went to attack a checkpoint at my hometown on Saturday, 12th of November, but were gunned down was part of the mob reaction. I used to think that for decent people, certain conducts are off limit and that in Anambra, politics is not warfare. Of course, as a Christian, I know that telling the truth can be very costly, even suicidal. Our Lord and Savior was crucified simply for telling the truth the people did not want to hear. I promised that I won't be the usual politician and will not knowingly lie to the people. I am not an angel, but rather than knowingly repeat the same deceitful character that politicians are known for, I would leave public office. It is a vow I made to my God and to my family. Only God knows how many days I will be on this seat, but whether I am on it or not, I will always say it as it is, knowing fully the suicidal consequences of telling the truth in a political arena, especially in a country where lying and deceit by politicians have become culture and celebrated as being smart. Ideally, I should just have laughed off the infantile exuberances as many friends advised. I am used to this, having been in the arena for a while. So hold on. All right. Ideally, I should just have laughed off the infantile exuberances as many friends advised. I am used to this, haven't been in the arena for a while. I always reread the quote, "The Man in the Arena" by President Theodore Roosevelt 2010 to remind myself of the burden of public office. Several well-meaning Nigerians and Indigo called to advise that I should just ignore them. Pardon me. Pardon me. All right, let me take that paragraph again. Ideally, I should just have laughed off the infantile exuberances as many friends advised. I am used to this, haven't been in the arena for a while. I always reread the quote, "The Man in the Arena" by President Theodore Roosevelt to remind myself of the burden of public office. Several well-meaning Nigerians and Indigo called to advise that I should just ignore them. A respected Igbo elder statesman who called advised that I should just ignore what he described as Peter Obi and his social media mob. According to him, everyone knows that he's going nowhere, but they are looking for who to blame. After some 20 minutes of discussion, he advised that I should personally offer a response just for the records. Everyone knows that I don't follow the wind, nor want to succumb to bullies, nor shy away from a good fight, especially when weighty matters of principles and future of the people are involved. One lesson I learned from my former boss and mentor, President Obasanjo, is never to be on the fence. I learned that one must always take a stand, for better, for worse. I do so with every sense of humility and leave history to judge. Most people have commended me for tactfully avoiding being drawn into the Peter Obi issue until now. Since I am now being forced into the arena on this matter, I have a duty and a right of reply, if only for the records, and to also give the social media mob something substantive to rant upon and rain their abuse for weeks. In this preliminary response, there are some things I will refrain from saying here. In the end, February/March 2023 will come and go, and life will continue. At the outset, let me state that this exhibition of desperation, intolerance, and attempt to bully everyone who expresses the slightest of dissent is reprehensible. This is Hitler in the making. When the revered Archbishop Chukwuma stated that in Enugu State that they were not obedient, he was ferociously bullied on social media. Any dissent is tagged a saboteur, or in my case, it could be that I want to contest for president after office, or that I am envious of Peter Obi. Soludo envious of Obi? Question mark. Totally laughable. But this is the same person I was asking to return to Abga in March 2022 and contest for president, and yet envious or does not want him to be president. This is madness. Sorry, let me. This is madness. Seriously speaking, the obdurate, seriously speaking, the obdurate attempt to muscle the Republican Igbo to maintain the silence of the graveyard is anathemical to everything Igbo. It is not who we are. Insulting other ethnic groups and religions or denigrating others is certainly not the path to Aso Rock. If this is not checked, it may indeed endanger the future political and economic interest of the Igbos. In his time, Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe was the undisputed all-time leader of the Igbos, but he had his arch rivals and even independent candidates who won landslide elections against his party, NCNC, in Igbo land. Obafemi Awolowo had stiff opposition amongst the Yorubas, whilst Ahmedu Bello had his share of opponents in the northern region. Today, no one has accused Afenifere or other strong presidential candidates from the southwest of being anti-Yoruba because Tinubu is a frontrunner, nor has anyone accused Kwankwanso and several other northern candidates of being anti-North for not supporting Atiku. As a full-blooded Republican, Igbo man and Democrat, I reject this despotic intolerance. Yes, I fully understand the anger of some urban and diaspora youths and some Nigerians who are dissatisfied with the trajectory of the country or with the candidate of the major parties and wished other options. Not knowing much about others, some see Peter Obi as the contrast they wished. I get the point. But this is a democracy. The minority will have their say, but the majority will have their way. Translating anger and social media agitation into political outcomes requires humongous work. For full disclosure, let me state that Peter Obi and I are not just friends, we call ourselves brothers, but we have political differences. He left APGA for PDP after his tenure as governor, whilst I have remained in APGA since 2013. During the last two governorship elections in Anambra in 2017 and 21, he led the PDP campaign, but APGA won landslide in both elections. By the way, in 2016, he visited and proposed that I defected to PDP and contest the 2017 elections against the incumbent Willie Obi'S, but I declined. After my victory in November 2021, he called to congratulate me as I did to him in 2010. That is the Anambra way. We fight fiercely during campaigns, but share drinks at the next social event. After all, it was the great Zeke of Africa who taught us that in politics, after all, it was the After all, it was the great Zeke of Africa who taught us that in politics, there are no permanent friends or permanent enemies, only permanent interests. We sat next to each other during the Emeka Anyako lecture at Nnamdi Azikiwe University on the 8th of March 2022, and I made an offer for him to return to APGA and contest as its presidential candidate. Yes, I did. In my mind, it was time for Igbos to organize their regions politically before stepping out to bargain power with other organized coalitions. On his part, he tried to convince me that he expected APC to unravel, whilst PDP would be the only one standing. We debated and he proposed we could meet later to discuss further. He attended my inauguration on March the 17th. A few weeks later, he requested and I obliged him to use the Anambra State Government House facility to launch his presidential bid under PDP. I was surprised to read in the news later that he had defected to Labour Party, a party with literally zero structure, thereby attempting to weaken the same PDP he saw as the savior a few weeks earlier. He paid me a courtesy call as the presidential candidate of Labour Party, and we had frank discussions. During our meeting, I reminded him of my proposal to him to come and contest under APGA. More importantly, I told him, possibly to his surprise, that I did not make the proposal in the belief that he would win in 2023, but that it would give us the opportunity to get our people organized as a bargaining force, with him leading the effort, since I was busy as a governor. My immediate predecessor, Willie Obi'S, had indicated to me that he was not disposed to contest an election. We noted that we were in opposing political parties, and in response to my direct question as to how I can help him, he requested that I should just ensure a level playing field and let the people decide. In fidelity, my government has provided the atmosphere for him and his supporters to operate freely in Anambra without molestation, compared with treatments to Labour Party even in other southwest states, and allowed him his billboards, which are in many places wrongly placed almost on the road. As a person, I have several shortcomings, but being petty is not one of them. We have shown him tremendous goodwill, which he did not extend to the same Labour Party when he was governor. Senator Ifeanyi Ubah, as Labour Party governorship candidate in 2013, was denied the use of Ekweme Square for his rallies. Someone reminded me that a mob has no head and hence cannot reason. The same Peter Obi was the one who told Indigo that APGA was the vehicle through which Igbo would organize to engage the rest of Nigeria politically. He was said to have sworn to Ojukwu and publicly that he would quit politics the day he leaves APGA. The rest is history. When he was the vice presidential candidate under the PDP in 2019, the emotive train then dubbed the ticket the Igbo Project. As then chairman of Planning and Strategy Committee of Ohaneze Indigo Worldwide, I cautioned for a more pragmatic approach, but the emotive blaze of the time held sway. We were vindicated afterwards. By the way, APGA is Nigeria's third largest political party today after APC and PDP. It is the only other party with a state governor and third largest presence at the National Assembly. And some people have the temerity to suggest that APGA's candidate should step down for Peter Obi as the Igbo candidate. I wonder when Igbos met to choose a candidate. They even argue that after all, APGA suggested President Jonathan and did not field a candidate then. Well, the fact, as I was told, was that no candidate showed interest under APGA then. Besides, APGA's unwritten rule then was to support the party at the center, which, if we apply this time, should actually be APC. But we have our own candidate. Recall that all political parties had their primaries during the same period. Once Peter Obi realized that he won't get the presidential or vice presidential ticket of PDP, he ran to Labour Party, a political party known as a transit camp for aspirants who lost primaries in APC, PDP, and APGA. And the chorus by the vociferous minority now is that Labour Party has become the Igbo Project, and the APGA candidate who emerged the same time as Peter Obi should step down. Ridiculous. Now, I truly understand that a mob cannot reason. So a mob, he's the one using those words. So those are not my words, but there's still plenty to come. I did warn you that it's a long essay, When will Indigbo understand and learn politics, especially of Nigeria? When Bola Ahmed Tinubu defied the political wind of the time and stood out as the only man standing in AD and later AC before ANC against the sitting president of Yoruba descent, no one accused him of being anti-Yoruba. Indeed, everyone recalls that both Tinubu and President Obasanjo disagreed politically and probably still disagree. but none is being accused of being anti-Yoruba. Under Tinubu, the Southwest under Tinubu, the Southwest strategically organized under a different political party, the ANC, and went into a formidable alliance that kicked out a sitting president in Africa, and that alliance is not broken yet. Igbos, in their frenzied Nzobu politics, have sadly found themselves in a political cul-de-sac. Tragic indeed. When will my people smell? When will my people smell the early morning coffee? Let me now address the substance of my response during the interview, and I stand by what I said. On record, I doubt that any governor in Nigeria has paid as much tribute to his predecessors as I have done during the campaigns and in office. I always said that all of them did well and to the best of their ability. Yes, Peter Obi was governor for 8 years, 2006 to 14, during a period of unprecedented oil boom and prosperity in Nigeria. Nigerian economy was growing at average 6 to 8% per annum, and oil price was highest during this time. I have seen all kinds of funny comments and interpretations regarding what I said about the value of his investments. Some referred to Sab Miller and Brandy. Some referred to Sab Miller and bandied all kinds of figures as to how the investment of $12 million is now worth less than $3 million. Of course, there is room for legitimate debate about the logic or quality of the investments. For example, people might differ as to the prosperity. For example, people might differ as to the propriety of using taxpayers' money to promote a company in which one is a shareholder in the name of investment, or even whether so-called savings are warranted when there were dozens of schools without roofs or classrooms, or local government without access roads, or hospitals without doctors and nurses. A bishop recently publicly advised that I should please try and construct the Ngige type of quality road, stating that the ones done by his successor, that is Peter Obi, had washed off whilst Ngige remained. I promised, and we are delivering quality roads that Anambra has not seen before. For sure, prudence in public resource management is desirable, and we are opening new frontiers in that area. People will, however, differ as to whether saving money in the bank is a KPI, key performance indicator, for a government where poverty is escalating, except where its institutions for absorption are weak, or where government has no robust slash big agenda for transformation. This guy certainly has listened to us, because it was word for word. Everything we've argued on this platform is what he has put in an essay form. Government exists to save lives, not to save money. We can debate and differ on this. By the way, I know when slash how it is appropriate to save, as I built Nigeria's foreign reserves from 10 billion I inherited to an all-time 63 billion. And even after paying 12 billion to pay off Nigeria's external debts and going through unprecedented global financial crisis, I still left behind about $45 billion. Go and verify. Funny, in the rabid frenzy to grab every in the rabid frenzy to grab every straw, they caught a clip during our governorship debate where I was stating vital statistics, and they claimed that I was praising Obi then whilst committing a crime by now. Let's take that again. Funny, In the rabid frenzy to grab at every straw, they caught a clip during our governorship debate where I was stating vital statistics, and they claimed that I was praising Peter Obi then, whilst committing a crime now by criticizing him. Ha ha ha. Well, it is true that I said during the debate that according to National Bureau of Statistics, poverty in Anambra actually grew from less than 25% in 2005 to 53% under Peter Obi in 2010-2011, but fell under Willie Obiano to 14.78% in 2020. Yes, poverty more than doubled under Peter Obi, and more than 50% of Indi Anambra were in poverty under him. Go and verify. I am governor and sitting on privileged information which I would not want to use against a presidential which I would not want to use against a political opponent. But on matters of fact, I will always state same as is. As the saying goes, you can fool some people some of the time, but never all people all the time. Enough said for now. Where do we go from here? I listened to my friend Governor El Rufai on TV explaining why the northern governors decided that power should shift to the south. According to him, they asked themselves what would their founding fathers, Ahmedu Bello, Tafawa Balewa, Aminu Kano, have done in the circumstances. Today, I ask my people in Digbo, that's my light going off again. Right. So where were we? Today, I ask my people in Digbo, do we ask what Azikwe or MI or Para or Akano Ibiam would do in the present circumstances? I worry that in Digbo, as Nigeria's foremost itinerant tribe, and with the greatest stake in the Nigerian project, does not yet have a strategy to engage Nigeria politically. Every 4 years, we resurface with an emotive unzobo political dance. It is our turn, but without organizing or strategy, and fizzle out afterwards whilst others work 24/7 strategizing and organizing. Let's be clear, Peter Obi knows he can't and won't win. He knows the game he is playing, and we know too, and he knows we know. The game he is playing is the main reason he did not return to Apgar. The brutal truth, and some will say God forbid, is that there are two persons/parties seriously contesting for president. The rest is exciting drama. That many Americans may not like the fact that Joe Biden 79 and Donald Trump 76 are the two front runners for president in their parties. Let me take that again. There's still plenty of it to come, by the way. It's just an essay. But let me go at it maybe with greater speed. Let me be clear. Peter Obi knows that he can't and won't win. He knows the game he's playing, and we know too, and he knows we know. The game he is playing is the main reason he did not return to Apgar. The brutal truth, and some will say God forbid, is that there are two persons/parties seriously contesting for president. The rest is exciting drama. That many Americans may not like the fact that Joe Biden 79 and Donald Trump 76 are two frontrunners for president in their parties does not remove the fact that if both of them emerge as candidates, definitely one of them will be president in 2024. As my brother, I wish him well and even pray for him. I told him during his courtesy call that my prayers is that himself or Professor Umeadi of Apgar would win. Why not? That is from my heart. But I also told him that my head and facts on the ground lead me to know that its probability is next to zero. What I cannot say before you, I won't say behind you. So I already told him my opinion. Indeed, there is no credible pathway for him near the first two positions. And if care is not taken, he won't even near the third position. Analysts tell him, you don't need structure to win. Fantasy. Of course, Labour Party won governorship election, and this is sarcasm, by the way. So the next line is sarcasm. So fantasy, of course. Labour Party won governorship election in Ekiti and Osun State on social media and via phantom polls, whilst getting less than 2,000 votes on the ground, creating a credible third first for presidential election in Nigeria requires a totally different strategy and extreme hard work. Of course, Peter Obi will get some votes and may probably win Anambra as homeboy. But Anambra is not Nigeria. If he likes, I can even campaign for him, but that won't change much. From internal state by state polling available to me, he was on course to get 25% in 5 states as at August this year. So if he's on course to get 25% in 5 states, then that will tell you those are the five southeastern states. The latest polling shows that it is down to 4 states and declining. Not, pardon me, the latest polling shows that it is down to 4 states and declining. Not even in Lagos State, supposed headquarters of urban youths, where Labour Party could not find candidates to contest for House of Reps or Senate. The polls also show that he is taking votes away mostly from PDP. Indeed, if I were Asiwaju Tinubu, I would even give Peter Obi money as someone heading one of the departments of his campaign, because Obi is making Tinubu's pathway to victory much easier by indirectly pulling down PDP. It is what it is. The current fleeting frenzy, if not checked, will cost Indigo dearly for years. The Southeast has the lowest number of votes of any region, but it is also the only region where the presidential race might be a four-horse race. It is two-way race in other 5 regions, thereby ensuring that our votes won't count in the making of the next president of Nigeria. So who will be that fourth horse? So Tinubu, Atiku, of course, Peter Obi, but who's the fourth? Afterwards, we will start complaining that we don't get what we deserve and start crying marginalization. So that I think this guy must be listening to us, because we did say, even as early as yesterday or 2 days ago, that as soon as the elections are over and Peter Obi, of course, cast in the bin, they will immediately run back to the Nnamdi Kanu space, whoever is championing that space at that time. During the 2019 presidential election, the 5 Southeast states were united for PDP, but contributed only 1.6 million votes to PDP, which was about the vote that Kano State gave to Buhari. The emotions might run to heavens, but politics dash power is about cold calculations, organizations, and building alliances for power. In a democracy, it is a game of numbers. So far, I don't see any of these, and 2023 might again be a wasted opportunity for Indigos. What is our plan B when Obi loses in February? Some people prefer that we should play the ostrich whilst Obi toys with the collective destiny of over 60 million Igbos. Yes, you pray that he wins, but what if he fails, as he is certain to? The Bible says that my people perish for lack of knowledge. As the saying goes, only those who plan can control the future. Indigo, wake up and smell the coffee. Would Ojukwu, not Ojukwu, would Zik of Africa or MI Opara do? What would Zik of Africa or MI Opara do in these circumstances? Our founding fathers understood that in politics, you don't get what you deserve, but what you bargain/negotiate. And you negotiate with your organization and vote, not social media militancy or bullying, where over 90% of actual voters are not on social media. Our fathers built alliances with other major political parties in other regions, not with social cultural groups that don't command any vote. And Indigo were in the reckoning in the First and Second Republic. After the elections, we will see how many votes any of the leaders of the social cultural group will get for Peter Obi from their words. Sometimes I even sense a conspiracy to nudge us on the path to nowhere, thereby further pushing us into irrelevance. And I pray that I am wrong. Just my 2 cents. It is not too late for Ohaneze Indigo and progressive Igbo leaders to preemptively start charting a pragmatic future for Indigo in Nigeria after the elections. Armchair social media analysts can have the luxury of fantasizing with wild speculations. Right or wrong, they earn their pay and with no consequences. For us as leaders, the lives of tens of millions of people are at stake. We have a historical duty to act, and being silent or politically correct is not an option. For starters, Ohaneze should study the report of my committee, Planning and Strategy in 2019. It may still be relevant today. Second, Indigo should seriously study the MOU signed at the Yadua Center in 2010. The leader of Igbo Political Association, Chief Simon Okeke, and our members are still there. Thirdly, and for me, Indigo should strategize and bargain, especially with the two candidates likely to be president, on at least 4 central issues. A, pardon me, we're getting towards the end now, you'll be glad to know. Or number one, lasting peace and security in the Southeast, including the release and engagement with Nnamdi Kanu. B, Southeast Economic Transformation Agenda and the federal government's Marshall Plan for the Southeast, as promised since the end of the Civil War, the post-war reconciliation. We appreciate the second Niger Bridge and recent contract for MTN to reconstruct the Onitsha Enugu Expressway, but the rail lines to the five state capitals, speedy access to sea, highway linking southeast to north and south-south, expressing our existential threat as gully erosion's capital of Africa, free trade and export processing zones, etc. Number 4C, reconstructing agenda for Nigeria that devolves power/resources to the subnational entities and in which it will no longer matter where the president comes from. And number 4, leveling the playing field for the unleashing of the private sector and full participation of Indigo in economic and governance spaces, etc. To conclude, let me once again wish our brother Peter Obi good luck. He should have fun and enjoy the fleeting frenzy of the moment, but he must moderate the desperation as exhibited by his social media mob. There is a limit to propaganda. A mob action often reflects the character of its leader. No one has a monopoly of social media violence, and no one should play God. Life won't end by February/March 2023. I hope that after February 2023, Peter Obi will return to ABGA, the party that made him everything he is politically, as I offered him on the 8th of March 2022, and begin the hard work. if he truly wants to be president of Nigeria, it won't happen by desperately jumping from one party to another or by unleashing a social media mob on everyone who slightly disagrees with you. I decided to pen my views personally. Again, for the records, on this, I don't mind being one man minority. As history beckons, my conscience and sense of duty to my people dictate that I should never be silent. I will happily accept the judgment of history for standing by the truth. So there it is right there. An epic essay. So I think, and that was just part one. So we only in trepidation can wait to see if there's a part two. But it's a declaration of war. It is a declaration of war. It is a declaration of war, and war ensues in the south. It is a declaration of war. There is no equivocation about that. It is a declaration of war. So that is it, a declaration of war by Charles Soludo, and that war is already afoot. Attacks. My family are being punished over comments on Peter Obi's investment, Soludo cries out. Governor Charles Soludo of Anambra State has raised the alarm that his family members are being harassed over his comment on Peter Obi's investment in the state. Correspondents recall that the former central bank governor had, during an interview, declared that the investment the Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi claimed he made with Anambra State revenues were next to nothing. Pardon me. There had been a series of backlashes from supporters of Obi, particularly on social media following Soludo's comment. In an article published on his Facebook page on Monday, the Anambra governor alleged that some persons angered by his comments had launched attacks on him and his family. According to him, there were suggestions that recent attacks on security persons at Asofia community of Aguata local government area of the state, where he hails from, were carried out by those provoked by his comments. According to him, sadly, several of the comments left the issues of the interview to probe or suggest motives inferred from my response on investment that I am opposed to Obi's ambition and therefore committed a crime for which the punishment is internecines, abuse, and harassment even to my family. Some people even suggest that the gunmen who went to attack a checkpoint at my hometown on Saturday, the 12th of November, were gunned down was part of the mob reaction. I used to think that for decent people, certain conducts are off limit, and that in Anambra, politics is not warfare. So the backlash. So that's the backlash. Okay, so let me just skim through the read. That was quite a lengthy read, the Soludo essay. Tinubu article meets amidst PDP's call for APC's presidential candidate to step down. The All Progressive Congress APC presidential candidate Bola Tinubu and flag bearer of the People's Democratic Party PDP Atiku Abubakar on Monday met briefly at Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport in Abuja. Correspondents gathered that the presidential candidates exchanged pleasantries in the presence of their party chieftains. The national chairman of APC, Abdullahi Adamu, and a presidential aspirant under PDP, Mohammed Hayatuddin, were at the airport when Tinubu met Atiku. Their meeting is coming a few hours after the main opposition party called on Tinubu to withdraw from the 2023 election. PDP had asked the former governor of Lagos State to withdraw from the 2023 race following the report that he forfeited funds to the United States government. The PDP National Publicity Secretary, Debo Ologunagba, stated this while speaking at a media briefing in Abuja. He was reacting to the release of certified true copies of a settlement order issued by a United States court domiciled in the Northern District of Illinois regarding forfeiture of funds in some bank accounts to the tune of $460,000 linked to the former Lagos State governor. Ologunagba said the forfeiture of funds by Tinubu to the United States government shows that he committed infractions that disqualifies him from running to be president. The PDP spokesman, however, called on the APC presidential candidate to apologize to Nigerians for the issue and withdraw from the presidential race immediately. So there it is right there. So that's game over for Tinubu. He's been caught red-handed. He has been caught red-handed, and certainly with this next one. United States company Deloitte denies ever employing APC presidential candidate Tinubu. United States company Deloitte has stated that the presidential candidate of the All Progressive Congress APC, Bola Tinubu, never worked with the firm at any time, let alone pay him $1.8 million as salary and bonuses. Deloitte's response was contained in a response to a subpoena ordering it to make available Tinubu's bonus history with the organization. The comment becoming the latest controversy on Tinubu's link with drug trafficking and court cases in the United States of America in the 90s. The company's response, quoted in a report by investigative journalist David Hundeyin and published in West African Weekly, was signed by Tish Negron, senior legal specialist. Bola Ahmed Tinubu has claimed that he made $1.8 million from salary and bonuses whilst working a consultancy job at Deloitte USA. So we subpoenaed Deloitte USA to provide evidence of Tinubu's employment and staff payment records, and this is what came back, Hundeyin posted on Monday. The letter from Deloitte, dated September the 20th, 2022, partly reads, Dear Mr. Kowals, we received a subpoena the 16th of September 2022 seeking employment records for Bola Tinubu SSN. Please be advised that we have no record of Bola Tinubu in our systems, and as such have no employment records for them. And by the way, that's made up. I'm sure you do know that, because of course, Bola is a shortened form of it's a bit like saying they're requesting something for Mike Smith. So a formal legal document would not say Mike Smith, it would say Michael Smith. So them saying Bola Tinubu rather than Bola Ahmed Tinubu in that official document, that tells you that it's one of those ones that again is like that that table list that they gave us of the money that Peter Obi left for Willie Obiano. Is one of those cooked up things that we get from that space. The letter from Deloitte dated September the 20th, 2022, partly reads, I think we've read this. Dear Mr. Kamals, we received a subpoena 16th of September 2022 seeking employment records for Bola Tinubu. And by the way, the subpoena even is not detailing his full name, SSN. Please be advised that we have no record of Bola Tinubu in our systems, and as such have no employment records for them. So for them rather than for him. So it's just these little things that are the giveaway. Correspondents last week reported how certified judgment documents released by the Chicago U.S. court indicted Tinubu of drug dealings and money laundering in 1993. The certified U.S. court. Okay, so let me just go to the end, see if this offers anything new, because uh, pardon me, I'm just skimming through because sometimes a lot of these things are somewhat repetitive. Reacting, so this bit that I'm skipping is just the released court documents around the drug narrative. Reacting to the circulation of the documents, the spokesperson for the APC presidential campaign, Bayo Ononuga, had, however, described the documents in circulation as campaign of calumny, adding that mock rakers are back in business. Tinubu's health has also been shrouded in controversy, with several reports done by correspondents exposing the health battles of the APC candidate. It was reported in October that Tinubu returned to Nigeria after a 12-day trip to the United Kingdom. Correspondents have reported that the former Lagos State governor left the country, and then it goes on to give us just a documentation of all of the things that they are throwing at Tinubu. So there it is right there. Deloitte denies any knowledge of Tinubu. Court of Appeal sacks Akpabio as APC senatorial candidate. The Abuja division of the Court of Appeal has set aside the judgment of the Federal High Court Abuja, removing Godswill Akpabio as the All Progressive Congress APC candidate for Akwa Ibom Northwest Senatorial District. A three-member panel of justices, led by Justice Danlami Senchi, on Monday, held that Akpabio failed to file proof of argument within the time provided by the rules. The panel further ruled that Akpabio, being a presidential aspirant of APC, could not participate in the valid primary of the party held on May the 27th and monitored by the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC), which produced Udom Epodom as candidate. A federal high court in Abuja had on September the 22nd asked INEC to reinstate Senator Akpabio as APC candidate, being the candidate nominated by the party in the second primary of June the 9th. The lower court had directed that INEC accept that the former minister of Niger Delta as the APC flag bearer. The court also ordered that INEC publish Akpabio's name as APC senatorial candidate for Akwa Ibom Northwest Senatorial District in 2023, stating that the commission acted illegally by refusing to accept and publish the former governor's name when it was submitted to it by the APC as its candidate. Justice Emeka Nwiti, who delivered the judgment, held that Akpabio was validly nominated as the Akwa Ibom Northwest Senatorial District candidate of the APC from the primary conducted by the party on June the 9th, 2022. The trial judge faulted INEC for electing to monitor the May 27 primary conducted by an illegal faction of the party led by Austin Akanem as against the June 9 primary authorized conducted by APC NWC. So never mind the legality of who conducted what. The fact that he was already on a presidential train, on a presidential journey, on a presidential candidate negates him then being able to run for senator. Otherwise, everybody will just buy all the tickets available to them and do it as potluck. So I'll make this the last readout because I'm starting to tire of it somewhat. So this next one, Tinubu article or Peter Obi, 7 pastors release prophecies, predict winner of the 2023 presidential election. In Nigeria's elections, religious leaders play a front line role. Politicians revere them not just because of their spiritual powers, but because of the enormous influence they wield over millions of followers. Also, as think tank organizations, both local and international, release election forecasts using different parameters. Religious clerics, usually pastors, also religious clerics, usually pastors, also release prophecies on who will win. So let's get to it. The 2023 general election is no different. Many pastors in the country have predicted who will win ahead of the poll. So number one, uh, 2023, Tinubu will win. Prophecies. 2023, Tinubu will win. Prophesies Pastor Sunday Adelaja. Sunday Adelaja, a Nigerian pastor based in the Ukraine, recently declared the All Progressive Congress APC candidate Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu will be elected in 2023. In a lengthy piece titled Nigeria, Behold Your Next President, and posted on his verified Facebook page, the former founder of the Embassy of the Blessed Kingdom of God for All Nations, Kyiv, Ukraine, said the former Lagos State governor would win because of 10 reasons he listed. He goes on to give us the 10 reasons, but we're not going to go through it. Number two, Pastor Alamu David releases prophecy on 2023 presidential election. Pastor David said Tinubu's similarly, Pastor Alamu David of the Christ Apostolic Church CAC Abule Egba, Lagos, in June 2022, prophesied Tinubu would win the 2023 presidential election. Pastor David said Tinubu's future emergence as Nigeria's president was revealed to him in a vision back in 2008. Number three, Reverend Dr. David Oyediran prophesies Tinubu's victory. Reverend Dr. David Oyediran also in March declared that Tinubu will rule Nigeria constitutionally. Reverend Oyediran, the General Superintendent of Glorious Vision World Outreach Ministry Lagos, said Tinubu is one of the few people who can restore hope and transform the nation as president. Prophet Emmanuel Chukwudi says God told him Atiku would win in 2023. Unlike Reverend Oyediran and others previously listed, Prophet Emmanuel Chukwudi of King of Kings Deliverance Ministry in Ebonyi State said the 2023 presidency belongs to no other person than Atiku Abubakar, the candidate of the opposition party, People's Democratic Party, PDP. Number five, Pastor Adewale Giwa predicts winner of 2023 presidency. Similarly, Pastor Adewale Giwa prophesied that the presidential candidate of the PDP, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, will win the 2023 general election. Pastor Giwa, the senior pastor of the Awaiting the Second Coming of Jesus Christ Ministry, Akure, Ondo State, said Tinubu was the only candidate who could give Atiku a bit of a hiccup in his aspiration to lead the country. So, number six, 2023 presidency, what God told me. Primate Oyedele reveals. Primate Elijah Babatunde Oyedele, the man of God in charge of INRI Evangelical Spiritual Church, in his prediction for the 2023 presidential election, said the contest would be a straight battle between the candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, and Atiku. He, however, tipped Atiku to emerge victorious. The cleric ruled out the candidate of the APC, Tinubu, from the contest because of the Muslim ticket. So that wasn't really God told me. That's a political Because if he's ruling him out because of Muslim, then that's not God told me. That's just him taking a political stance. Reverend Shalom Kelvin Akimbo says Peter Obi will win. Reverend Shalom Kelvin Akimbo, the head pastor of Duas Nation International Church in Akure, the Ondo State capital, prophesied that Peter Obi, the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, was revealed to him as the successor to President Buhari in 2023. The cleric, however, warned that there must be intense prayers to avert confusion in the land. Who will win the 2023 presidency? Pastor Adeboye says God is yet to speak to him. So I think the only person people listen to in that space, of course, is Pastor Adeboye. Meanwhile, correspondents earlier reported that Pastor Enoch Adejare Adeboye of the Redeemed Christian Church of God RCCG opened up on the likely winner of the 2023 presidential election. The general overseer of the RCCG revealed that God has yet to speak to him about who will emerge victorious at the 2023 presidential polls. He stated this on Friday, November the 4th, at the Redemption Camp whilst ministering to the congregation at the latest edition of the Holy Ghost Service program. So there it is right there. So God has spoken to all the so-called leading preacher men, and they've told them, or he has told them that Peter Obi, Tinubu, Atiku would win the presidential election. So that is to tell you that they know next to nothing. They know just about as much as you and I know. So we leave it there to now see what the panel made of it. DOG, I see you. Babati, I see you. Man of Prestige, I see you. Des, I'm pretty certain you are in the truck again. I see you. And the mighty Ajan Lekoko, I see you. So good to have you all, gentlemen. Good to have you all. A real delight. So let's kick it off straight into it. Let's go straight and immediately to Babati to see if he's ready to go. Babati, are you ready to go? BT. My goodness me. Has it taken me so long to read it that everybody has fallen asleep? Babati.
Babati ti lọ jẹun.
It will be saying all right, let's kick it off with you then, Ajan Lekoko. So, I mean, there's only one story now. The knife was sharp, the cut was deep. Soludo, he sticks the knife very deeply and very firmly into the back of Peter Obi. So, what are you then making? Open warfare in Igbo land. Ajan Lekoko, your thoughts.
Thank you, one man. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Please click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. One man. This guy is talking too much. Soludo is talking too much. He's putting more energy in character assassination of Peter Obi instead of him to use that same energy in promoting the presidential candidate of his party. He is talking too much because he should have, as a governor and as a leader, sometimes it is not required of you to talk. You have to watch the situation, watch your surrounding. The situation and your surroundings should be able to dictate to you when to talk and not to talk. This time around, I think it's not the time for him to be talking or saying what he's saying, because Southeast is charged up politically. What I mean by charge up is that those that are supporting Obi are supporting him wholeheartedly with strong passion that it is their time to get that number one position in the country, and Obi is the man that can do it for them. On the other side, we have those that do not believe in Nigerian nation. The agitator for Biafran state. Those one too, some of them are these people that are called on no government. They don't want any Nigerian structure. They don't believe in this election and political process. So you found yourself in the midst of a charge up space, place that is rabbled with insecurity problem, particularly your state. He should devote more time in seeing how he can secure his state, bring security, insecurity in that state under control. And if he's talking politics, he should talk more about promoting his party, APGA, a presidential candidate, and all the candidates they have now, because his voice is strong in the East. People respect him being an technocrat that is heading, as the governor of Anambra State. This is the time for him to position himself in reference to what he said, that APGA is the best alternative for Igbo political leaders to use as a negotiation tool or a party to connect with other parts of Nigeria politically. So he should have taken that step into that shoe, promote APGA better, and prepare his political future so that he can lead APGA into a political party that can, form alliance, just as Tinubu did. He should use that party and its position to get APGA to make it a very strong and stronger party against PCP, get it well grounded across the East, and then use it to form alliance.
Ajale Koko, his essay was invited, but just by the volume of abuse that he was getting from the Obi'S space, they left him no space to move. And you know what they are like. You've seen them in action. So they've gone after him, hammer and thong. He couldn't move just for they even threatening him physical violence. He's even making the attribution, the violence that took place in his own hometown to that commentary. So he had to come out and address it frontally. And he said he's taking inspiration from the leadership that Obasanjo provided him, that you don't bury your head, you confront it frontally. So frontally, he has done.
I think he's just shooting himself in the foot. He's not handling it well. If you want to compare Obasanjo or want to act the way Obasanjo acted in the past, I think he's gotten it wrong. Obasanjo was commander-in-chief of armed forces, and Obasanjo, controlled the security apparatuses in Nigeria from A to Z. He doesn't have the control of any security structure or anything whatsoever. Where's the power?
No, it's not. That wasn't what he was saying. He was saying that the sort of leader, some of the things that he learned from Obasanjo was not to shy away from issues or not to sit on the fence on important matters. That in important matters, especially when it comes to you frontally, you have to take it on and take a stand.
Yeah, sometimes you have to apply common sense before you take on issue and, you know, come out frontally against it. I mean, come out frontally on any issue. You have to apply common sense because Yoruba, let me sing you this Obi song. Ohun ojú rí ayé ẹnu, kò gbọ́dọ̀ sọ ẹnu,
Look at
kò
that.
gbọ́dọ̀ sọ ẹnu, kò gbọ́dọ̀ sọ. You see, sometimes it is not everything that you see that you have to talk about, that you have to you have to say something. Sometimes you have to keep your mouth shut. Keeping your mouth shut doesn't mean that you don't have what to say or you don't have nothing in your head to use your mouth to say. You just have to let the situation calm down before you can talk. He is the one that invited this problem to his talk. I mean, to himself because of his reckless talk. This East, you have seen this obedient. You've seen your people strongly in support of one of them. And then this is the man you are going against. Surely. And you have seen everything they have done. But it's not applying common sense at all. I thought it's better than this, but it just showed that number one, is not a politician. Is not acting like a politician. A politician will not get his head into something that can invite serious problem or hatred or antagonistic posture from his people. Politician will not do that. But he is doing that. He thought that is the way. I think it's gotten it wrong. The strategy is applying is wrong. And somebody to just sit him down and said, this is not the way. You don't know politics. You are a technocrat, but the game of politics, there's a way to play.
He was actually advised to write that essay by a senior functionary in the East to document it.
What did you say?
It was advised to stay steady. I'm going to take that topic round. So before I come back to Adana Coco, so stay steady. I'll take everybody's sampling. But I was saying that he was actually advised to pen that essay by a senior elder statesman in the Southeast that he has to document in his response in written form for posterity's sake.
So you didn't mention that elder statesman.
He didn't mention by name, of course.
He didn't mention by name. Look, look, I think the strategy is wrong as far as I'm concerned. Politicians will not go or do anything against the interests of their people. Obi is the interest of Igbo people today when it comes to the position of president. This, presidential race, whether you like it or not, we might have some people that doesn't want him on the basis of the party that they belong to. But the fact is there. Obi is the man of the people as of today in the Southeast. Anybody that go against Obi is going against the interests of the people. That is the way it is. So him as a leader should be able to observe his people, if you're able to know what is going on in his environment, and that is what should guide him and dictate to him when to act and what to say and whatsoever. So he is getting it wrong. It's not applying common sense at all. Somebody to advise him, don't say anything against Obi now. Let Obi play his politics. Whether he's playing it rightly or wrongly, Time will tell. Don't say anything, because saying anything against Obi, you are saying it against the people. The place is charged up. So it's inviting problem for himself now. And it's just whatever he says now, and shall be used against him in the future. Whenever he's coming up with anything, people will use his statement now, and every action is taken now against him in the future. It should know that for sure, because Obi is the man of the people in the Southeast. He's the man of the people. He should act rightly.
All right, thank you, Ajale Koko. You still have the floor, so stay there. But it's such a big topic. I want to sample everybody's opinion on it. So I want to sweep that particular talking point round the panel. We'll kick it off with Alexander Gomez, of course, who joins us. As you know, when Alexander turns up, then he goes to the front of the queue. But before we go to Alexander Gomez, let's yield to Jafar, who interjects the conversation with a super chart. He says that this essay is a strategic blunder, politically speaking. Any man that stabs his brother in the back cannot be trusted. So I wouldn't say it's well, those are your thoughts, but not one that I agree with. But let me keep my thoughts for a moment and hear the thoughts of Alexander Gomez. So Alexander, are you there?
Yes, I am. How are you?
All right, Bidan. Good to have you, Alexander. But a real bombshell dropped by Charles Soludo. Ajale Koko, of course, feels that an error on his part. I somewhat disagree, because I feel that he should go and attack it frontally, especially when his credibility and now even his well-being and the well-being of his family are being threatened. So I mean, this Soludo move. And it's all fact-based, by the way. You invest $12 million to land on $3 million, and you go around boasting that you are going to repeat the same thing, and you are boasting about it as an achievement. And he said poverty was at its highest under Peter Obi during his administration. He said he's had conversations with Peter Obi to acknowledge that he stands no chance in what he's doing. And by all of the forensic pollings that he has access to in his privileged position, Peter Obi was estimated 25% in 5 states, and that seems to be somewhat diminishing to 4 states. So he's speaking on facts as he has them. Alexander.
Well, everyone on this platform, if they've heard me speak before, they know that Soludo is someone I have a lot of respect for. I'm not going to challenge or query this man's genius. He's the #1 economist in Nigeria. He's the former governor of the central bank. So he comes with a lot of expertise and experience. So if he says that, I would not query his intellectual capacity. So I totally and absolutely, without reservation, go word for word with what Soludo has said. Divine Chief is someone who is a very smart person on the chat section, and 9 times out of 10 I follow this person. I don't know whether that person is a woman or man, so I don't want to use a gender.
I speculate that you will say woman, because you don't want a man to be called divine, do you really?
Yes, but you know, so
yeah.
Soludo, is he arrogant? Yes, he's arrogant, very, very arrogant. But most geniuses
has he earned the right to be arrogant?
Yeah, but most geniuses are very arrogant, because yes, 9 times out of 10 they always come out right when they say things. The bottom line is this: look, I understand that Jelly Coco, as a seasoned politician, has his way of looking at aspects like this. But from a layman's perspective, a non-politician, and a very educated one at that, I know Peter Obi doesn't have a chance of winning the 2023 election. I have said it so many times on this platform, and he himself knows he can't win this election. And that's what is staggering about what Soludo said, because I've also said that on this platform. So look, Peter Obi knows he can't win the 2023 elections. He knows that. So is it the right thing to do? if you know the southeastern state, you understand that no Igbo man wants to step down for another Igbo man. I also have said this on this platform. You're seeing gigantics, giants of that space having loggerheads. It happens all the time. It's happened between, look at what they did to Okorocha, look at what they did to or Hakim v. Ararume. I can go on and on and on about the Igbo space. And that's the reason why, you know, that's for me, from my perspective, that's the main reason why they are marginalized politically, because no one is willing to step down for another person. And it's playing out right now. Jafar has.
Alexander, one other thing that Soludo said that struck, I was just really, I won't say I was luxuriating in that piece somewhat by Soludo, but I was only really, you know, I was feeling a sense of deja vu as I was reading it, because almost with every paragraph, he echoes what we speak about endlessly on this platform. He was saying that and he said unzobu politics, which is a term that we use here. He was saying that unzobu politics is never going to win through, because as soon as the politics is over, they will go back into hibernation, only to wait for the next electoral cycle and then to chant the same mantra again.
Yeah, so, but I think that's where he got it wrong, actually, because right. I don't think it's going to be as easy as that, where this unzobu, for lack of better word or expression, would be the order of the day, where they go back to the backbenches and re-strategize. I don't think this time around it's going to be that easy. I think these people will push back. If for any reason at all, I've said it so many times and I keep on saying it, if for any reason at all, as far as the average southeastern person is concerned right now, and a lot of Edo people are in that category too, Peter Obi has already won the general elections 2023. So for some weird reasons, if he doesn't win the presidential election, it's because someone has rigged or the power that be has kicked him out. I don't want him to take over the mandate of the people. And that's going to cause kata. It's going to happen. It's as easy as ABC.
Is that one of the reasons do you suspect that Charles Soludo is penning this piece to?
Yes, I think so. Yeah, I never thought about it. Never thought about it. Thought about it. What am I speaking American for? I never thought about it.
Now.
I never thought about it until you said it right now. It might be a way, a mechanism of letting the obedience know that look, just know that there's a huge likelihood this guy's not going to be the president of Nigeria when you have to live with that. It scares me. It's something that gets me worried when I go to bed, because I can see this playing out. So, but he said he's an expert. I can't challenge his words. This man is a brilliant economist and he's world-renowned. So he knows what he's saying. He's seen the numbers, and as a governor, he has the statistics in front of him. It's elementary economics for him to do an analysis on it, and whatever he says is true. People might not want to say it, might not want to agree with what he's saying, but he's speaking from a position of facts, and unfortunately, we have to live with it. On the Peter Obi thing, it's a shame. He's done his best. He's shaken up the political landscape. I think what's going to play out essentially when this happens would be that he might want to go back to PDP and go play a bigger role.
He's certain to bail out of Labour Party. I mean, we know his antecedents, so we can use that to project. He's going to bail out of.
But the bottom line is that Soludo was absolutely right. I know, Ajay thinks he's speaking too much. Soludo is very arrogant. He really is very, very arrogant. That's very true. But
sorry, Alexander. One of the reasons that may well have propelled him is what he's saying are personal attacks against him and his family. So the attribution that the shoot up at his hometown is directly attributable to his commentaries that are.
And I also think that there's a clash in personality between Soludo on one hand and Peter Obi on the other hand.
Yes.
Because
who is going to be the alpha one in Igbo land is
but Soludo is a national figure. What's his name? Obi is the most popular politician in Nigeria. But like you said, what's his name? Donald Trump and Biden are in their 80s. And there are only two major parties in Nigeria, and whoever's going to win is going to come from a major party. I believe he said that too. So that's the way I see that. So go ahead.
Sorry, did you want to?
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say I'm going to go to that space that you just entered, but on a pathway to that space, one of the things that I suspect may have pushed him to penning that essay. Is the attacks that he has gotten off the back of and by the way, he didn't go to Channels Television to attack Peter Obi. The interviewer prodded him and then he opened up that space. But the attacks that he has been getting since, we all heard, of course, the shoot up in his hometown, but he was saying in that essay that his friends and family, they are being threatened. And let me show you an example. Even his child, they are hunting his son down on Twitter. Do you have a screen in front of you, Alexander?
I do, but I'm on my cell phone. I believe that because guess what?
All right. I wanted to share the screen with yeah, go on.
Okay, go ahead.
No, I'm actually sharing a screen with you, which is from Soludo's son that is being harangued and bullied on Twitter just so heavily to the point that he has come out to distance himself.
Look. Let me conclude like this. I have a friend who just came in from London, staying with me, and is going back to London tomorrow. He's from Delta State. He's an honorable man. He's my closest friend. And for the very first time, I've known him for 40 years. For the very first time, there's someone at my door. For the very first time, he attacked me as being a Yoruba bigot today, because I said to him that Peter Obi is not going to win, and that Tinubu is going to be the next president of Nigeria. Yeah, I'm on the phone.
You have a good evening, sir.
Yeah, and he said that the only reason why I'm supporting Tinubu is because Tinubu is a Yoruba man. But I sat him down, and I also had a lot of Igbo people in my office, because I have a lot of Igbo people around me, because my wife is an Igbo woman. And they jumped on my case too, that how can I talk like this? Or got me, you're too educated to be wanted. It's not about him being a Yoruba man. I need people to understand that. It's about what we see him playing out right now. Well, some of us are extremely educated. We can add 2 and 2 to make 4. If you're telling me in the final analysis that 2 and 2 is 24, I am Alexander Adi Gomez. I'm not going to agree with you, because it's just not adding up. There's no way, based on what we see right now in front of us, that Peter Obi can be president of Nigeria. So his followers are very, 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 very pro Peter Obi. And if you see anything again, including my staff, they attacked me today because they thought I was being anti-Peter Obi. So I can understand people attacking Soludo's family and all that, because that's the way that space is. But at the end of the day, the man, he said this, he's written his piece, and I subscribe to it. And I think that Peter Obi has done a wonderful job. I like him as a human being. He makes me want to be a better person. You know,
well, what about the accusation that Soludo is being disloyal to the tribe?
Well, I don't subscribe to that, because that's typical of that space. I don't subscribe to that. You know, like I said when I started out on this conversation, one big man, no big Igbo man will not bow down to. They're not that kind of people. They don't do that. Igbo people don't cow to another person. They don't bow to another person. They are there's something Alpha male. Yeah, that's that's National Mind's one of his favorite expressions. They're alpha males. They dominant people, so they can't see themselves. Not like Yoruba people who would say, "Okay, let's come together." They don't do that. That's not who they are. So I'm not surprised this is playing out. It's just typical of that space. So that's the way I see it. And I know that space very well because I've been in it for almost 30 years. And I know the Igbo culture, and I know how the mindset of the average Igbo person is. So I'm not surprised about what's playing out. Is he ruining Peter Obi's chances of being the president of Nigeria? I don't know whether he's popular enough to do that, Soludo. I don't think he's popular in the East enough to kill his political career, i.e., Peter Obi. I don't think so. But he's just stating the fact. And the fact might be hard to take, but in my opinion, I think that's the way it is. He can't win this election. And he knows it himself, Peter Obi. So, Woman, please go to the next person. Yes?
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Alexander. Thank you, Alexander. So let me go on to Des, who cannot contain himself. So Des, let me come to you then straight away. So straight to it then. We say it's in Zobo politics here all the time. We say that Peter Obi has zero chance. We say that his candidature is only there for the purposes of entertainment, and he has provided a lot of content for this platform. But you can accuse us of being tribalistic. What accusation are you levying against Soludo? Is it a sabo? Is this what it is? Is it sabo?
Oh man, I don't want to call Soludo. Anambra people can take care of Soludo. He's basically, if I mean, I think what I'm seeing that he's not very smart. I thought he was smart, but
Soludo is not very smart.
Yeah, let me get through, because now you made a simple comment, a very simple one, and you had this revolting, repercussion, and now you're making more comment, which is more than what you even made. Can't you think through what is gonna happen? You saying that you're gonna face it up front. It's not being smart. You don't. Anambra people are such people that are very sentimental, and that if you're like a betrayal, don't be surprised that tomorrow you're gonna hear that they've burnt government's house. That is how Anambra people is, and he's not being smart. And with all the word he was saying, and I feel like he was basically confiding Peter Obi as like an Igbo project, which is totally not true. You see Yorubas supporting this man. You see Edo supporting this man. You see Hausa supporting this man. But your comment is basically like it's just Igbos that are supporting him, which is a political. All this thing he was saying is basically political. But my anger is that he was saying too much. You can be political and talk less. Do you get? But the way he was saying it, it was so much that tomorrow, whatever, how many days it takes, Anambra people are gonna face him, and which is sad. It's sad to say, because I don't want politics to be like that. People that all the social media, I can't really say is obedience, because we don't know who is attacking who. I can come here
I think we can say their obedience.
No, I can. One man, I can come here and claim, and we've seen a lot of liars. I can come here and claim I'm this person and just pretend and do and say whatever I want to say and make the other person look bad. Is the fact. And now when Alexander come and say Peter Obi is not gonna win, that he simply doesn't have the numbers, that Tinubu is going to win. I really want to know. I keep saying it. What base are you even saying this? Tinubu has never run an election before. Do you get? I don't know what base you say what you say, and you can't even tell me the reason. You just come and say you've seen it and you checked it. How did you check it? What are your facts? We don't know. We just say you check it. Bring out the facts. Bring out the facts. There is no facts to what you're saying except Fetcher, whatever they call, brought out a poll saying that Tinubu was gonna win, and didn't even there's no even instances to it. Those are the facts on ground. We are looking at facts on ground, not words saying and sentiment on how you see it. How you see it is not what is on the ground. How you see it is because you're in the United States, you're not in Nigeria, and you're not even seeing it. You're
But
in the United States.
you are equally in the United States.
One man.
So what?
I'm going to Nigeria next week. So next
Yeah,
week
no,
when I
yeah,
get
okay,
to Nigeria,
yes.
um,
We already know your politics now. We are going to Nigeria only to go and enhance your already preconceived position.
oh,
But
oh man,
what, so who's that?
LB.
All right. Did you want to interject?
Yes, I just want to ask Dex a question.
Go on.
yeah.
Yeah, Dex, please, do you know how many senatorial seats Labour Party has for this coming election?
I don't
And how many
listen
zero.
up.
It's
No,
zero.
hold on.
Listen
Can I ask
up.
a question? Can I ask a
Yeah.
question, please? Okay, please. Oh, so if you can tell me how many senatorial seats and state representative that Labour Party has that is going to Abuja compared to the total, give me a percentage of what Labour Party has in the country.
I
How
don't
many
know.
do they
So
have
what is your
and the total
I
number?
don't know what are you driving to? Are we running senatorial election? I don't know what you're driving to. Where are you going to with the question?
Take him where you want him to be so he can address it.
I don't know.
Okay, so where I'm taking you to is what Soludo is telling you. So in terms of permutation, and when they talk about structure, when he says he has looked at it, he's talking about Labour Party in terms of every other factor that would drive to presidency in terms of local senatorial representative, all those other things that will help propel the presidency. It's not there for LP. So when he says he has looked at
Okay.
it, he's telling you politically
Okay. Listen up.
in terms of all
Listen
the
up.
elements.
Please listen up. Now, Apoga won their first election during Peter Obi's time. During that time, they had never had anything at all. And you can come here and say and have this this reason that you just brought up now. Apoga doesn't have that. They're not gonna win, but they eventually won. So don't base your stuff because of senatorial or whatever. That is not the fact is that stuff you just brought up.
Are you saying Afghan
That
won
stuff
in Nigeria or in the East?
in the East is still an electoral process. Listen up. The fact is that what you just brought up has been basically defeated in the East. But anyway, let me continue with what I'm saying.
Yeah,
so now we are saying that the Igbos are basically don't know how to play politics. So I'm trying to say, what are the facts? So now the fact is, yeah, Soludo has come out and betrayed his brother, fine and good. And he said,
is that how you are saying it, as treachery?
No, I'm not saying it. It's plain politics. That's the way I see it. I'm saying that Anambra people are gonna see it as a betrayal, and it's gonna have a serious repercussion. But anyway, now they're saying that Anambra people, or sorry, Igbos don't know how to play politics. So who knows how to play politics? Let's go to the north. Kwankwaso is not stepping down for Tinubu, for Atiku. He's not stepping down for him. Does that mean Northern doesn't know how to play politics? Omore Shirwe is not stepping down for Tinubu. The SDP guy is not stepping down for Tinubu. Does that mean the Southwest doesn't know how to play politics? No. This is basically an interest. Politics is just interest. Whatever, if I think I can do it, I can do it. It's just the fact. Let's not come here and say that Igbos are this, Igbos. It's just how politics is. Do you get me, one man? So I just want to state all my words with facts, and these are the facts on ground. Please, let's say something with facts. Not come and say sentimental something because this person doesn't have senatorial whatever. The fact is that Tinubu has never won election.
What do you mean Tinubu has never won
Tinubu
an
has never
election?
won presidential election, so we don't know how many numbers he have based on the number. If this is his second term running, he was like, okay, first time he had like 40 million votes. We know what he has, so we don't know anybody. We don't know what we actually know what Atiku has as the number, but we don't know what Peter Obi has as a number in the presidential seat. We don't know what Tinubu has. We don't know what SDP guy has. We even know what Showe has as a number. So which he has, like, I don't know, is it 50 something thousand, the last one. So we know he has that number. These are the facts on ground. So let's keep it with the facts and not being sentimental. As for Soludo, I know that Anambra people are gonna deal with him. I wish it's not the politics we are in right now, but tomorrow we're gonna come out here and hear that the government house in Anambra, because Anambra people don't take shit. It's just the fact. Thank you, one man.
Are you threatening the governor with violence?
No, I'm just saying he's not smart. It's just being smart. One man,
Professor Charles Soludo is not smart.
one man. If you take my pencil and I slap you, you know, will you go and steal my money? That means I'll kill you. It's just common sense. Do you get?
I don't get it, but there it is. You see, in Yoruba land, they say, one kwe lole ongomere ojo. I don't know if you understand Yoruba. One kwe lole ongomere ojo. In Yoruba, it's so nuanced, it doesn't translate. It uses, but what that means is you stand accused and you are holding the evidence of what they accuse you of in your hands. You stand accused. So one kwe lole ongomere ojo. So they are saying the Obi space is too violent and whatnot. And here you are now threatening the governor with repercussions. So there it is right there.
Not threatening him. I said Anambra people don't take shit. I'm not the one threatening.
All right. Let's take the conversation to DOG. So DOG, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, brilliant. I'm sure you've been monitoring the space all day. The bombshell by Soludo, it was just fact and detailed, as you'd expect of a man of numbers and science. And he chats a narrative that sadly, and that was why I started the session with a funeral music. He chatted a narrative that sadly puts the final death nail in the Peter Obi Palongo dancing. So what are you making of Soludo's bombshell, the reasons he stated, and the backlash that is coming his way?
Yeah, everything Soludo said is stated the fact, and if anybody will come out here and said Soludo is not a smart man, I doubt you are a smart person yourself, because if you look at the antecedent of that man, his background and what he has achieved, you won't call him not smart. And you can't threaten that man, because it just shows us how the Obingos, because I call them Obingos, because they just shout for nothing, with no idea, with nothing in their heads. You can't just come out and threaten the man and say, oh, why would Anambra people go and burn his house? Why would they go and burn the state house? You think it's easy to just go to the state house and start burning it down? A lot of people will go down for it. So for me, it stated the fact, and that's the problem I say, and I keep saying it on this platform. I think I wish everybody has the right to support who they want to support. If I have somebody I'm supporting, if somebody comes to me and says, oh, what about this person? You listen to the person. If you have a proof, but what I've realized with obedient supporters are they don't really even have any fact or any information that really makes sense. From yesterday's section, if you even look at it, Saki was just going back and forth with no point. They don't have any good point. If you throw this at them, they don't have any substantial thing to say to it. They just use every platform that obedient people are. They just say the same thing. This man has come out to tell us this. If you people really want the country to move forward, why not think about what the person is saying and let's scrutinize this thing. Let's look for the fact ourselves. But no, they will throw it away. Every platform that supports Obi today has been on fire since this guy drops that write-up on social media and everywhere. And
Let me guess. They've been shouting Sabo, 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 Abi. Sabo.
they
They
be
say
saying
Sabo
all
to her, Sabo,
you know,
Sabo.
and I just look at them and I think, okay, like we have somebody like Kulata on this platform. Kulata will come and bring some fact, and you can't even argue, because if you go and check, you can say, oh, this guy is talking sense and this is the fact. Why can't for once Obedient think, okay, this guy said this guy said this, and Soludo is just in that space where he has all the information. Whatever Obi has said that was not the fact, he has the right information to prove to you. He doesn't have to come out and publish it. He can say few things. Even the last time it was Shane Wakimbale that was putting fingers in his throat to make him, he didn't want to really even comment about Obi, but he just said few words about Obi. That's it. He's in trouble, threatening here and there. Imagine his son. So are you telling me people don't have the right to speak the fact? And the problem now is,
Have you seen the attack on his son on Twitter?
yeah, when you showed this now, I went to check and I saw it. I went to check
Yeah,
my Twitter.
let me show you for the benefit of the people that are so they've been slaughtering his son. As you know how the obedience operates, they've been slaughtering Soludo's son on Twitter, to the point that the son had to come out just to protect his own well-being, to distance himself from his father. He says, and this is Soludo's son. He says, I would appreciate not being dragged into this. I am not an extension of anybody. I have my own opinion and have always said I think Obi is the best candidate. All this has nothing to do with me. So that's Soludo's son now are trying to rescue his life from the attacks from Obedience on Twitter.
You know, so for me, you people can come out and say a lot of trash about other people, but people can't come out and pinpoint and say things they think about your own candidate. It's just bizarre and it's crazy to me. And it's so annoying that is why the movement is not even going beyond where he is. It's just stagnant in a position that they just have some certain people that are obedient, and they are so obstinate and stupid that they will argue and abuse you and curse you and do all sorts of stupid things. And I'm thinking, everybody can curse anybody can. And the way politics is, this guy is an Abga. It feels okay. You guys have been attacking him because they've said a little, and it feels the need to say more things for you to know that, okay, this and this and this and this are why I'm saying what I've said. And I did not like I'm trying to be, and people are, oh, he's betrayed his brother. So should we be playing the politics of sentiment? That's what you want us to be doing. Because I'm Yoruba, if Tinubu is doing something wrong, I should support Tinubu. If Showore is doing something wrong, I should support Showore. How many times have you crucified Showore on this platform? Is it not Yoruba? Should we not start saying, oh, because he's Yoruba, I will support him, whether he's wrong or not? It's crazy. We need to understand this. If we want the country to move forward, we must be ready to listen to facts, ready to do research, scrutinize everybody. You can't just put emotion and sentiment because people are suffering. So if people are suffering, we should close our eyes and be blind to the truth and not, okay, people might have done things that are wrong. You might have said things that are not the fact. It doesn't still disqualify them as being maybe the right person to be in the position that if you feel so, but allow people to express themselves. Don't let your emotion take up your decision and start abusing people, cursing people. I feel for the guy because I just look at it. He said his family, that his son, his friends. Only God knows what else they've said or what else they've done that he didn't say out. So you can't be attacking people because somebody says something, you go to attack their son, attack the wife, said this to the son, throw stone at the friend. It's unfair because these people have the right to support whoever they want to support. And this guy is not even coming out to say, oh, I'm behind Tinubu. He's not even coming out to say, oh, supporting the Abga person. He's just stating what you know, and he's in the position to say all these things about Obi because he's in the position where what Obi is using as, oh, I'm the capable person, is the one in that position, and he can see all these things. And he's letting us know that most of these things this guy is saying, they are all lies. Wake up, people. Think about these things before you do it.
All right. Thank you, DOG. Stay with us. So let's take the conversation in the direction of Saki Fada. So Saki Fada, I'm sure you've read probably more than once the delivery essay by Charles Soludo. We always say on this platform that Peter Obi was a categorical failure as the governor of Anambra State. Kulata came on screen to back that up with the IJR report for the both the preceding and succeeding governments to show that he failed categorically and not being able to generate internally revenues from that space. But Charles Soludo has also come out to tell us now that poverty in Anambra State, as measured by all of the data spaces, under Peter Obi was the worst in under this dispensation, this Fourth Republic. So the essay by Charles Soludo, Saki Father, is just fact led, as you'd expect from somebody of that education and that experience. But then the attack, of course, also predictable, the obedience and their violence. Saki Father.
Yeah, anyway, let me start by telling the last speaker, DOG. I was not here yesterday. I think you said I was talking yesterday and I was not making sense. Please, I was not here yesterday. I wasn't on this platform yesterday, so I don't know.
Sorry, I didn't miss. It's not Saki. What is that guy? The other guy. Oh, is his name Obi'S? Sorry, Saki. Sorry. He's just Sorry about that.
All right. Carry on, Saki.
Yeah, let me begin by touching that poverty figure he presented, Soludo.
It's made up, Abby. He made it up.
No, I'm not saying it's made up. I don't know. But I want you to go back to 2015, read the article he wrote beyond 2014. The article was beyond 2014, Jonathan versus Buhari. Let the debate continue. Let the debate begin. So he quoted a lot of statistics. He even said a lot of things against Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, and even said that under Jonathan, poverty in the nation, rose so much under Jonathan. That was also when Peter Obi was in power. So even if that statistics is being spewed out, it is something that is generic. Anyway, but I also read Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala's reply to him. I think you should, anytime you can go back to those articles and read. So he's still bringing those things here. So let me start by looking at what he wrote. I read that very article he published today. Will I say article or just a mere essay? So I read it like about 3 pages, and I read it not once, not twice. You see, people might be right at times. People might be doing the right things at times, but they might be doing the right things wrongly. Let me use that word. So I feel that in this case, Soludo might be doing the right thing, but he's doing it wrongly. So I would say he's rather being efficient, but not effective, because efficiency is doing the right things, and effectiveness is efficiency is doing the wrong things, doing things wrongly, doing the right things wrongly. But effectiveness is about doing the right things. So I read that very article. Whatever presentation he made in that very article, even if some of them are he has basis to present those things. But I will want to fault what he wrote, some of them, on the basis of the use of language. The use of language, the way he used language, is not what is quite expected of someone in his caliber, knowing the sensitivity of that very space. For instance, he went to the extent of calling obedience Nazi. That is Nazism.
Is that not fair comment, seeing the way they conduct themselves? The way they conduct themselves, like hooligans.
No. Then he also went to describe Peter Obi as a Hitler in making. If you read that article, you will see. He said, this is another Hitler in making. And I remember Adolf Hitler. Do you understand? So I think those language are quite condensed. Those language might trigger a lot of reactions, you know. And if Soludo was quite mature, I believe he should be, but I don't know whether he's being intellectually arrogant.
He didn't call Peter Obi Hitler, by the way. He called the
Oh no,
followers, his
no.
followership Hitler
No, read
like it.
it. Read it. He said
Yeah, let me give it to you.
he
It's
said
just
this
one.
is a Hitler in making.
I've got the sentence. It says, at the outset, let me state that this exhibition of desperation, intolerance, and attempt to bully everyone who expresses the slightest of dissent is reprehensible. This is Hitler in the making. So it's referencing the conduct of the obedience.
Oh no, Hitler is a person now. He's trying to say that obedience are trying to make a Hitler out of somebody.
No, it's no. That's not the interpretation. It say it's Hitler-like conduct.
Okay. So he also called the obedience Nazi. Then another point I want to make in that very presentation is that he also went further to speculate that an attack was lynched physically in his hometown about Saturday, maybe Saturday, 2 days.
The day after his interview, yes,
They
went to shoot up his hometown, yes.
So 2 days ago, so he tried to. I saw like the way he was writing. He tried to, link that very physical attack as emanating from this obedient. What do we call it? Obedient environment, sort of. You understand? So, and he also made a lot of claims, but then there are things that makes me to read. Yeah,
Saki, sorry, my apologies. It was Emmanuel Uka. Sorry, my apologies, brother.
Okay.
All right, carry on.
So he went further again to another point he raised in that very article. He was saying that he told Peter Obi to join APOGA. The fact is that even if Peter Obi had joined APOGA, people will still criticize him. People will see the APOGA because people have always seen APOGA as a southeastern party, as a Juku party. So people will have basis to blow the trumpet of regional candidates. So even if he has chosen APOGA, even some of us here will be saying, no, APOGA is a regional candidate.
But Peter Obi is a regional candidate.
His party to the east, to the eastern part. So Peter Obi maybe in trying to make choices, he was thinking about a party that might not be described as a regional party. He might be thinking about a party that might be more nationalistic, from the surface. So that was why maybe he decided to join the party. Then Soludo's argument is still unfounded and baseless in the sense that even if Peter Obi had joined APOGA, he wouldn't make him a president. So even if he had joined APOGA, his speculations that Peter Obi is not going to win this election, it will still stand. APOGA will not be an enough party to make him president.
Do you not see the argument that he's making, Saki?
So the argument he was making, he was saying that he asked Peter Obi to join APOGA and let's build a party so that at the end of the day, even if we don't win, we can be able to negotiate with other, like we can, like what Tinubu did in Lagos. That is what he's trying to. That is what he's trying to say. Then at the end of the day, again.
Do you find that incoherent? Do you find that incoherent? Do you find that the idea? Do you find it incoherent? Does it not stand to logic?
Yeah, it might stand to logic. It might stand to logic, but my argument is that the way people have treated things from the southeast, might not make that very party grow the way he thought about the one of Tinubu in Lagos. You can't compare the two. You can't just compare the two. So Peter Obi is just trying his luck. He left PDP and decided to join Labour Party. So what I expected from him, Soludo was the one that even attracted these arguments. That first interview he had with Sheung, Shehu asked you a question. You said you don't want to say anything about Peter Obi. You want to focus on Soludo's issue. Then you went further again and started talking about Peter Obi to the extent of saying that what he did is worth to nothing.
No, he only made a passing comment. It wasn't talking about him. He only made a passing comment, just
he said even
just
the
a
investment.
quiff. Yeah.
No, he said that he read somewhere that he don't know about, and he started by saying he don't know about any investment, but he read somewhere that one investment was made or two, but even that investment is worth nothing. So if you say you don't know about any investment, and at the same time you went further to say it is worth nothing, are you not contradicting yourself?
Well, what he's saying is that because he expanded on that in his essay, that I'm really, because Peter Obi's main selling point is to go and check his antecedents. This is what he talks about all the time. And he talks about investments and the money that he left behind. A lot of it has been debunked. But what Charles Soludo first queried, and as we said, the corruption, investing in Sabmila, a company that he owns, state money. Soludo said that, but that was one thing. But he also went to that space that he was saying that his investment is worth nothing. He said $12 million was invested, and it is worth barely $3 million now. So that is hardly something to crow and boast about.
No. My argument is that is Soludo saying that he didn't leave money? Did he say it in that essay? No.
He said it's worth next to nothing.
No, I'm not talking about investment. You're talking about the money he left.
No, Soludo is not his successor now.
Peter Obi said he left some 5 billion, right? And still
that was already been debunked by Obi'S, as you know. We played it several times here.
But Saki, I mean, Soludo should be. He took over from Obi'S.
Yes.
So he should be attacking Obi'S on those investments and not
everybody is saying.
This guy have no sense
he
at
did
all.
not make the investment. Now Obi made the investment.
No, it's the state.
How did the
it's a state-owned investment. It's not Obi'S.
Yes, but he cannot
investment.
He cannot go after Obi'S, can he? Obi'S did not make the investment.
But somebody managed it after Obi left.
Oh no, it's
the name of the
forces
state
now. It's market forces. It's not within the influence of the state. It's investment in Sabmila. It's not within the influence of the state. It's market forces.
Well, the investment, if it's not doing good, it can be reinvested. What is why is it going after Obi? He did took over from Obi now. By the time Obi left office, this investment was in good shape.
It wasn't, though. It was rapidly depreciating.
Well, we don't have no fact to that effect.
Well,
Baba,
we don't have no fact to that effect.
Why are they associating Atiku with the power generation $16 billion? You know, when you are talking about government, we understand the fact that government is continuum. Right? But there's always a separation of where you start and where you continue from. The fact of the matter is Soludo is the incumbent governor in Anambra State. He's privy to a lot of things, information. He was even very cautious. He's not trying to say a lot, but you could see the journalist was doing his job. And Soludo tacitly was basically trying to even avoid the question at first, but eventually he had to give them something and he moved on. So when you are looking at those facts and specifics, you have to go back to what obedience calls for themselves. Because at the end of the day, the monopoly of rascality is not restricted to only them alone. They do not have the exclusive preserve of being idiots. Everybody can be idiots. So when they give it back to them, they should take it. There are things personally I can take. I don't care if you're my blood brother. When you cross to my family, I'm gonna take the glove off for you. Why are they attacking Soludo's son? Why are they attacking his kids, his family? That is beyond reprehensible. It's not normal. How many of Undibo's illustrious sons do they want to cancel because of Peter Obi that he's not going to win an election? They've cancelled Ihedioa. They've cancelled almost everybody. Peter Soludo that we are all looking out for maybe in the next 4 years or in the next 8 years, that is a shining light from the Southeast. They are canceling him because of this dollar over here. How many of Igbo people do they want to cancel because of Peter Obi? They need to be careful, because when in 4 years, when Peter Obi is finished and they want to bring Soludo to the political arena,
they may have caused him irreparable damage.
And then when they use it against them, they will say they're marginalizing them, and it's actually telling them the fact and specific. There's nothing he has done wrong specifically. They just need to calm down.
To those of you that are not from the Southeast, you might say that they have not done anything wrong, but to the Southeasterner who are looking at Obi as a possible chance of bringing home presidency, whoever that is tries to stop Obi from, going further, whoever that is trying to do anything to destroy him, is the enemy of the Southeast. You have to look at it from that perspective as well.
But should they respond to that person violently, though, Ajanle Koko?
Well, look, we have said it. That place is very toxic, and you can't fight two enemies at the same time. You want to fight those that in support of me, who is Grandy, who supporter are strongly grounded there now. At the same time, you want to fight the Biafran people. How many enemies do you want to fight at the same time? And that's why I said this guy have no brain as a leader. A political leader doesn't act and doesn't talk the way he's talking. Some people might be saying he's smart. It could be smart by book. It could be smart as an economist.
He did not do anything wrong. He has brain. He hasn't done anything wrong.
Because it does not. Atiku
and Buhari, they ran the same.
It doesn't cross your own. It doesn't cross your political interest.
You can't say what you can't talk for us.
Because it does not cross.
Voicing his own opinion.
Because it does not cross. Because it does not cross your own political interest. So it doesn't do anything wrong.
Kill Atiku. The Northerners did not try to kill Ribadu. They are not trying to kill Kwakwanso now, because it's running the same race with the same man from the north. Why is it only the Igbos? And at the end of the day, when they burn their houses down, then they will start pointing accusing fingers to other regions for marginalization. This is what this guy is telling them. Shimaroke Naman is saying the same thing, but they are here trying to cancel all their songs just because of Peter Obi. And we know Peter Obi is not going to win this election.
Let me finish up.
So what is the plan B?
All right, back to you, Saki Father. Back to Saki. I'll come to you next, Enigmatic. But continue with your thoughts, Saki Father.
Enigmatic, remember that when you were trying to make your position, you actually described Peter Obi just now as a dullard. You understand?
Yeah, that's his subjective view now.
No. Using such words, for people who have soft, what do we call it, side for Peter Obi, you are actually inviting them to reply you in a way you might not want to. So when those people reply you that way, you begin to say obedience are violent. Do you understand? So there are certain words that we shouldn't be using, no matter when we are voicing out our opinion, to avoid, trying to call up some other responses.
Well, Saki Father, is it right they've gone after his son? Do you know what the psychological state of that guy now?
Let me tell you. This is what people are now telling Soludo. The Anambra people, specifically on Twitter, are telling Soludo that they know how they stood up for him during his Guba election. That they know how they stood up and everybody was abusing APC candidates. They knew what they did for him to win this election. And now he's getting back at them, calling them Nazi. Do you understand what I mean?
Is he calling Igbos Nazi?
That is what he used.
Hold on, Enigmatic. Well, I've got the
The
article on
article.
my screen, by the way. I think you may be quoting him out of context, Saki
Read the
Fadua.
article. You see that word Nazi. Read it now. He used that word Nazi. Read it. Read the article.
All right. Oh, I've got it on my screen here. I can't find the word Nazi, but
I will show you this page.
I saw it. I did not see where he specifically
I
called
will
Igbos,
bring
Indigos, that they
it.
are Nazis.
No,
No.
I'm talking about he's calling obedience Nazi.
Okay, if he
That is
calls
what I'm trying
obedient
to say.
Nazis, then they
Yes.
should call
is that
they should call his presidential candidate something. But because they act like
hold
Nazis
on.
too.
Hold on, enigmatic. Hold on, enigmatic and Saki. Does their conduct not invite that sort of commentary, Saki?
No. It's somebody of his nature, somebody at that position. You know, there are certain things you will see. Let me tell you, most of these obedience on Twitter, they are likely people of maybe 16, 17, 18, 20 something years. These are generations that have not been voting in the past. So many of them are doing things they are doing out of emotions. Let me accept that it might be exaggerated expression of simple human conditions. Maybe things they have seen in Nigeria, they are being too emotional about it in their support. So I don't expect Soludo. I see Soludo as somebody who just belittled himself to be making back and forth with obedience on Twitter. Even Peter Obi 2 days ago, even if Soludo is embittered about obedience, why couldn't he use because of what Peter Obi wrote on his Twitter page 2 days ago when he was begging obedience, pleading with them, let's stop anybody that is doing name
But
calling.
that's about the 10th time he's having the cause to do that. He's
No.
always
But for
telling. He was always trying to.
but
He
if
whips
you
them up. You see, there's
but if you
disingenuity. There's a disingenuity. Somewhat being disingenuous when Peter Obi, because he whips them up into a frenzy, and then when they are at the peak of it, and then they are
how do you mean that?
launching,
What has
and
Peter Obi done? What has Peter Obi done to suggest that he's the one that is encouraging them to be
well, we saw that in
to
famous
respond?
Twitter message when he tried to launch them after the Yorubas.
Forget that one.
Remember the Twitter text message that I tried to use
Those
to
things you
launch
are
them
talking
again.
about, they have passed. Those things you are talking about, they have passed. Forget that one. Even this Chimaroke you are talking about. Chimaroke was the first person.
Do you know what a
No,
dog whistle is?
wait. Chimaroke you are talking about. He was the first person that came on Twitter and started shouting at obedience, calling them obidiots. He was the first person that did it. He called them obidiots, and then they started reacting to the name he gave them.
But is he wrong?
You know? Why will you call them obidiot? For what? Because they are
Because
supporting somebody.
no,
You are calling them obidiots.
they are basically everything that they call obedience or be obedience, in a despicable manner. They've been manifesting that. They've been doing
So
that.
if you call obedience obedience, does it suggest that I, Saki, I am obedient for
Then
supporting
there
No,
are three categories,
not
right?
a, hold on, yes, exactly. It's not a sweeping statement, but even you, Saki, I'm sure you would not completely distance from the fact that there are a lot of behaviors on becoming from that space, even given the politics, everything, all factors considered, there's too much of unbecoming behavior from that space. The Renomokri, Tinubu, the Ghanaian press, they go after everybody. It's too much of it. Too much of it.
Do you know what?
And moreover, sorry,
Yeah.
Saki, moreover, the politics of Nigeria, they get at each other like that when a campaign and all that. There is a way they get at each other indirectly and all that. These guys that everybody is supporting, Obi will meet Tinubu at the airport. They will greet each other and say hello to each other. But you are not an Obingo. We know the Obingos. That's why I'm saying I'm not saying people should not support who they want to support, but some people act in a manner that you think. So are you not in your right senses the way you are talking to people because they have who they are supporting? You have the right to support you support. So not everybody is Obingo, not everybody is Obidja that are supporting Obi, but some people act it and they prove it. That's the point.
All right, thank you. So carry on with your thoughts, Saki.
Yeah, like I said, you saw somebody like what do we call him? Chris Ngige, when he was interviewed on national TV. You saw how he maturely handled that very question. You know, you saw how he handled that very question. That is what I expected Soludo to do when he was being interviewed by Shehu. So now the way Soludo is doing, I'm just seeing him as somebody who is very intelligent, super intelligent, and he doesn't believe that any other person might be more intelligent than he is.
Do,
So
do
the
you think
way,
he's jealous? Do you think he's
no,
jealous
I'm not talking about
because he addressed that?
no, I'm not talking about being jealous or not being jealous, you know. So I don't want to talk about that very space. But what I see him as somebody who is very intelligent, but he still have some level of pride in that intelligence. He's not the only one that is
Is it arrogant then? Is that what? Is it
no, no.
arrogant?
I'll give you an example. Did you watch the debate he had with the APC candidate during the gubernatorial debate? The one he had with Valentine Ozuibo and Dan Dioba. Did you see that very debate?
Charles Soludo has earned the right to talk down on
No.
anybody.
Let
He
me
has
tell you.
achievements. He has earned the right to
Let me
talk
tell
down on anybody.
No. Let me tell you. Charles Soludo is not more intelligent than somebody like Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. But Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, no. I'm trying to give you an example.
Yeah.
But Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala might not come publicly to like belittle anybody because of the level he has attained in life. The way he even talked to that very APC candidate on the day of that very goodbye interview, I was like, hey, Soludo is really intelligent, but I think he's showing some level of pride here. You understand what I mean? So we know you are intelligent. We know you have achieved a lot, but don't allow it to enter.
Is it pride or confidence? Are you conflating confidence with pride?
No, it's not about. It's not about. There are things you do. People will think that that these qualifications you've got, it seems it is entering your head. Something like that. That is where I interpreted that Guba debate they had that very day. The way he belittled that guy, I picked it for him. The way he even to the extent,
Father, can I ask a question from you?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think maybe in the nearest future, very near one, that Soludo has a significant chance of being a president from the southeast?
Well, if he had kept quiet, you know,
No, forget about the variables. Just is a yes or no. Does this look like somebody that you think the whole regions will rally around, or does he have that capacity and that political stature to actually stand and win an election as an Igbo man in Nigeria in the national level?
Of course, I see him as somebody that is national.
Okay.
That has national spread. I see him.
Okay.
You know?
So why are you guys?
So
why are you guys now, for nothing that he has actually done wrong, why are you guys now trying to counsel him? Is that the way you guys want to continue playing your politics?
No. If he knew, if he's very certain that Peter Obi is not going to win this election, why don't you keep quiet? Let him lose. After losing to 2031, you must have been done with your governorship of Anambra State. You can contest as Soludo by 2031. Since you are certain that Peter Obi will lose, why don't you keep quiet? Why will you come publicly to announce it that he's going to lose?
All right.
So
Thank you for that.
Let me tell you what you don't understand. Two things I will tell you. Remember, mark this thing I'm telling you today. Soludo has made an attempt to go and visit Nnamdi Kanu. You know, we saw it.
Did you not actually visit him? I thought he visited him.
Yeah, he visited him and took pictures with him.
Yes.
You know, right? He did this with genuine intention. But watch, anytime Soludo comes out of the public space to become president, you will see some other side bringing that picture, trying to paint him as a hypobian, that he will snap picture with Nnamdi Kanu, that this guy is supporting IPOB. He's an hypobian. You can see it. They will use it as propaganda against him. But what he did it out of genuine intentions. Just trying to do.
All right, Saki Father, for time, take us to what you've concluded from Soludo's essay. What conclusions did you read?
What I concluded is, one, you know, the way he reacted from last week shows that he's actually surprised that Peter Obi is able to pull this weight. One. Then two, he was expecting that. You know, I said it here before, he's likely going to be that very first Igbo man, you know. If there is any Igbo man that is going to break the record of becoming the president of Nigeria, is likely going to be him. That is what I think. I might be wrong, but that's my thoughts. You know.
All right,
Can I take up one man?
yes, I agree with that. By the way, I think if there's any the best chance of a southeastern president
And that is why he wants to demarcate Obi now. That's what I think. Because if Obi is able to break that,
I don't agree with.
If Obi is able to break that record, then Soludo will not have that chance.
No, all right, thank you. But those are your thoughts. But I agree with the first phase of your thought, but not where you landed it. I agree that the best chance of a southeastern president in Nigeria is Charles Soludo. He has that appeal. Even I will be campaigning if he ever declares.
I
don't think he's trying to demarcate Obi.
And I'm telling you
because he knows for a fact that Peter Obi is not going to be president. So Peter Obi is no threat to Soludo becoming this. Peter Obi himself knows he's not going to be president. So
if he knows that,
it's universally considered.
If he knows that, why did he?
Yeah, because he was opened up by an astute journalist, an experienced journalist, and then just a little, just a snapshot comment that he made, just to say that forget this investment is just a scam, and then that's taken on. And you know anything critical of Obi, of course, it always goes in mushrooms and balloons, and then he's now feeling the need to defend himself. Well, I think. Rational Mind wanted to come in there. Rational Mind, yeah, you wanted to.
You see, for me, the thing I see about the Soludo matter is that if he is criticizing a governor who ran under the ticket of APGA, you should remember that Obi ran under APGA, and it was the legacy of that APGA that brought what Obi did that got Obi'S elected. The same legacy that Obi'S left, perhaps, was what he flaunted before during the debate that got him elected. Maybe the other things, but that is what he ran on. That is what Obi'S did. Obi'S ran on what this guy did. Now, my point is this. If Soludo is now talking the way he's talking, is he not indicting his party? Which
also,
yeah, he is indicting his party. That his party is a party of failure. Because if he said what he said with regard to Obi and all the things he said, he never even mentioned what his predecessor, which is Obi'S did wrong. That's to tell you that this guy is just
but Obi'S was not up for discussion now.
Well, of course, it's not up for discussion. But I mean, for that was not. I think the question Shegun Kibaloye asked him was specifically to Obi.
Yes.
But for me, that's not a wise thing to say, because it's your party man. It was once your party man.
It's not his party man now.
It was once, I said.
Right.
Now, let's just even leave that. Now, the question that the Enigmatic asked this guy, for me, I don't see him, because this is just a guy who is just running on. He was I don't know why you one man, and some other people say this guy is a presidential material. We've only seen him run CBN. What will determine if he's going to do? Well, you can say successfully. Well, that is still debatable among some people.
Who's debating that?
Yeah, I will debate it with you.
Right.
Okay. Yeah. So, but then I know he did well, but not absolutely. I mean, well, let's just leave that. So my point is this: I don't see the way he's going about this. His success with how he governs Anambra is what will determine if he's be able to run successfully or run to become a president from an Igbo side, come to 2031 or whatever. So for me, what I would advise him is just keep quiet, do your job, and build up that political empire for yourself, that pedigree for yourself. This side talk about Obi not Obi, because for me, Obi was once your APGA man. That was what your predecessor ran on. Which, if he had not run on that, I'm sure he would not. At least he has tried to be a governor for Anambra State many times, but never got there. So
I think
we should.
I think the legacy of Abgar is an Ojoko story.
I know we can spin it that way too.
Well, what do you mean spin it that way?
We
That's
can
the
spin it that,
birthing
but
of
then that was not
that's
what
the
he
birthing of
used.
it.
One man.
No, hold on. Because we only yesterday or the day before we were showing on the screen the Peter Obi campaign poster when he was campaigning, especially for a second term, when it was head bows and Budoduku's picture looming large, saying 4 more years. So this narrative of Abga is an Ojuku narrative. So it's not really Peter Obi that it's an Ojuku narrative now.
Well, that could be in the mix too. But Obi'S became the governor when he was during his campaign.
Right.
He ran on what this guy did, Obi did. That was what he ran on. The achievements of Obi, which we know some of us will still debate it here. So if the Anambrians do not consider those achievements by then that Obi had, how could they have even voted him in? So
they would have voted him in because it's Abga. It's a legacy party. It's a legacy party.
Well, you can say it's a legacy party. But what I know is every election cycle, people run on the achievements of, okay, we're talking about Tinubu now and everything. He's not running on, he's not saying what they've done as APC.
I have to check the records, but I'm not sure that under the Fourth Republic, they've ever had any other party outside of Abga in, I stand to be corrected, in Anambra State.
They've had PDP. PDP has been there.
Who?
PDP has been there before them.
You mean Ngige?
Ngige, yeah. PDP was there. Right. Yeah, so the point I'm trying to make in a broader sense is that this guy should keep quiet and do his job. He has a lot on his plate in Anambra State. If he has had that question and maybe he has gaffed or goofed, just move on. Just don't even entertain anybody trying to clickbait you on Twitter. So all these things he's just doing for me, I just feel is demarketing even Abga itself. It was like Obi ran on Abga. It was a legacy that brought his predecessor and brought him too. So just keep quiet, do your job because you have a lot on your plate.
I'm not sure that it's Obi's legacy. Is just what I'm querying.
I think you can say that, but then that's what
it's the Ojuku narrative.
That's what
really
I mean. The last time I checked,
they always roll out Bianca at every
man. The last time I checked, Ojuku was never a governor in
but Anambra is Ojuku's party.
Well, you can say that.
Anambra, they are Ojuku people.
You can say that, but every election. The campaign. If they know Ojuku could just
do they roll out Bianca in every electoral cycle.
I know, woman. Yes. Let's not true that. If Ojuku was in the mix, why do they have to campaign then? They just have to go, don't campaign anything. Don't say you're going to do anything.
Why would they not campaign?
Ojuku is our man. No, vote for us because of Ojuku. They'll just so you don't say that. I won't accept what you're saying. That is why they have to table before the people of Anambra. This is what we're going to do for you. This is what we're going to do for you.
Of course, they have to do that. But
so what's the
backdrop of Ojuku?
No, forget that. I won't agree with you on that. So for me, Soludo, you should keep quiet. If he wants to contest, do your job, prove yourself right that okay, your achievement in CBN, you can replicate it in Anambra and just stop this side talk of trying to demarket somebody or not.
All right, brilliant. Let's take the conversation in the direction of enigmatic. So enigmatic. Always a controversial space anytime Peter Obi comes into play. I am surprised that we've not yet heard the word Sabo. It will come, of course, because anything critical of the Obi space is considered an act of sabotage. But is it sabotaging this essay by Charles Soludo, telling us that, look, if we look at the books, Peter Obi is really not anything to celebrate.
Okay, thank you, Woman. First, my profound regards to everyone speaking tonight and those on the comment section. So what I would just say is that first, the Igbos from the southeast of Nigeria needs to be very careful with the way they do their politics. And this is what their leaders, I believe, they are leaders who are pragmatic enough and who are gallant enough in their mind is trying to let them understand. You cannot try to play the national politics by insulating yourself with, through all this kind of shenanigan. Soludo, to the best of my knowledge, is not a saboteur, and he hasn't done anything absolutely wrong. This situation actually happened, it started from last week, and they started going after him and his family by provoking, insulting, threatening, and cyberbullying the governor, that's Soludo, and his family. That pushed him to the wall, and then he took off the glove and stripped Obi naked. And he was even actually being respectful with why he was stripping him naked. When you start to unpick the fact and the specifics of actually everything that he actually presented in that expose, then you will be hypocritical to defend the defenseless. Because he brought the issue of the poverty rate in the state while while a governor was there, and that when Obi was there, and when Obi left his predecessor and stuff like that. And at the end of the day, he was still trying to be very conventional with his words and being conservative. But they wouldn't want to hear that. Once you cross that Obi line, you are either a saboteur, you are either the hater of the Igbo person, or you are this or that. They always attack the messenger. They are not looking at the message. They they need to start focusing on that message and leave the messenger alone for once. Because, like he did say, 2023 will come and go. Then what next? And remember one man, if you could probably vividly, May 27th, I made some statements and I was asking almost everybody on the platform, the obedient, that what next? What is the plan B? Because it's a fact that we all know, at least people can reason beyond emotions and beyond some primordial sentiments, that Obi is going nowhere. And that is a fact that Prof. Soludo actually elaborated. It's leading them to a project of cul-de-sac. Cul-de-sac, when you understand what it means a journey to nowhere. That's what he's doing. And then he's actually speaking, I can tell you categorically that he's probably basically speaking the minds and the language of the Igbo elites.
Can I ask you a question,
Okay.
enigmatic?
Yes, Baba, go ahead.
Can I ask you? Okay. So, Obi is not the road to nowhere.
Okay.
It's the road to nowhere. So, who is the road that is in the contest now? Who is the road? Where should Igbo people go? Who should they align with?
He said it categorically, they should either align, if they want to play the right politics, right? And we've always said it over here, they should either align with APC or PDP. We know naturally
No. What did he mention anywhere to align with specifically, or what did he mention anything like that?
Yeah, he did.
Where did he mention? Where did he say they should go?
Maybe one man will read it to you. He said categorically, if I'm just paraphrasing, don't quote me on that. That's of course, and that I believe we've said it over here. And Mr. Baba Gomez today always reiterate that the two candidates in this election, these two serious candidates, are the candidates of the legacy parties of APC and PDP.
No, we know, enigmatic, but
okay. Yes, and he did actually say they should link up. Either I'm paraphrasing it now, and that is what I believe, right? That is what I believe, that
if he is not specific on where to go or where they should align with, that means it's a confusionist. He doesn't know what he's doing as well.
It's not a confusion. He's told them they are going on a journey of nowhere with Peter.
Okay, I agree that Obi is a journey to nowhere. Okay. Who else is a journey to the Aso Rock?
The journey to the Aso Rock is
go with. Yeah.
Are you speaking of Igbo or just the
Igbo? Yes, the Easterner.
What he said about the Igbo is the plan B for them. So after this, what next? It means after this election, when inevitably, eventually Peter Obi, right, fails.
No. What I'm saying, at the moment, he is telling us that Obi is a road to nowhere. So where is the road?
Ajale
He
Koko,
is not in a position.
hold on. Ajale Koko, he said in that piece that it is very difficult for anybody outside, and he cited the American example as well, that it's very difficult for anybody outside the two big parties to win this cycle. But what he was inviting was that the Southeast has to strategize to form a real political mass to negotiate in themselves into power. So he's already cancelled out this cycle, and he also hinted that Obi, his politics is essentially going to gift the Nigerian space a Tinubu presidency. So he said all that.
Okay.
And then
Okay.
Omar, remember, he actually made an example too. Baba, let me say this real quick. He made an example of how, and I believe I've made this position in the past. How Obi, could probably go back to Abga, then he can build Abga from scratch, and then maybe they can make it a southeast regional political party, and then they can use that, as a negotiation tool with the two legacy parties, and then they can actually have a leg to stand on. And then he actually said that in this expose too. I'm paraphrasing it, not quoting him. So those are the things that he gave. He brought out solutions to. He brought out solutions in that expose, and that's why they should focus on the message instead of running after the guy, trying to cancel him, it doesn't make any sense. You can have political ideologies that does not align with other folks. For God's sake, this guy is an Abga man.
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Now, if Soludo could say all those things he said, I mean, I know Abga, the last time I checked, Abga had a presidential candidate.
Mm-hmm.
Why is he not trying to sell his candidates? Could it not be that this guy is just a chameleon? That is
He's not a chameleon.
Hold on. Let me finish my question, please. He is a PDP guy who saw an opportunity and cross-carpet into Abga. And now he's talking the way he's talking. So, and then his party has a candidate, and he's not even promoting his candidate. He's not even giving that. That was what Ajale Koko is asking you. So what other option is he giving us? Even though we know he did not say that in his piece, as Woman said. So why is he not promoting his own candidate?
Okay, in this piece, right, he did actually mention or stated something about his candidate, but this is just a man that is being candid and being factual with the realities of Nigeria's political space. We understand the fact that most of us, we have some guys that we actually align with their principles, with their ideologies. Like Shiorena, I like his ideologies and his principles, but that does not mean that he's gonna ride himself or this principle will ride him to Aso Rock. That's a given. But when you actually want to play a politics as a region, the guy actually said, he mentioned Professor Omiadi, who was a judge, I guess, and then he mentioned Peter Obi, right? And he said he wished them luck from his heart. He mentioned that. Then he gave them he made further explanation as to why they have to find a way to align with the national politics. Because at the end of the day, you cannot make a president. And then he actually gave some mathematical and graphical, data of how it's absolutely going to be impossible for this guy to even cross his base. Even his base is electioneering stature is actually even shrinking now in that base by the recent data that probably he's privy to. So he made a lot of arguments in favor of Igbos, but they are jettisoning that because of that primordial sentiments in their mind, because of the fact that they already have it in mind that you either go our way or the highway, which is not going to lead them to anywhere.
Enigmatic, can I interject? Can I say something? Yes.
Come in, Tiger. Come in.
Yeah. Enigmatic, I think you are very wrong with your assertion. You're talking about data. Soludo has no data. There's no data out there. Even a woman will tell you he doesn't trust Nigerian data. So as of this moment, there's no data out there. Let me say something. Soludo was an APC man a few years ago, and he was one of those people that supported Buhari and praised Buhari to high heaven. Now, the reason why Soludo was able to jump join ABGA was because the other guy, which is Ifeanyi, one of Ifeanyi Uba of APC, right? They took Ifeanyi Uba to Buhari, and they accepted that this is the guy to represent APC in that state, given his popularity there. So Soludo only came to ABGA because he has no other option. So that's why he came to ABGA. And when you live in a glass house, they say do not throw stone in a glass house when you live there, because like one man said, Soludo time might come, like you guys have been insinuating here, he's destroying his own foundation as well. You don't buy the finger that feeds you, you don't do that. That's why some people are not attacking Tinubu, in policy. You don't see people like, okay, let's say the vice president. He lost to Tinubu. He hasn't come out to attack him openly because he rides to the vice presidency seat on account of Tinubu. He became a minister on account of Tinubu. So Soludo's now he's demarketing himself, because let me tell you something. This is what MKO did, and they say Baba will swear that MKO will never do anything like for become president, and he came to light. The same thing Okadigbo did to Azikiwe. And what happened? Okadigbo contested with Buhari. What happened? No one voted for him. So for Southeast people, this is the best chance they have. So all these things he's claiming that, he wants to build ABGA. ABGA was built by a guy called Chima Chekwas. Please check it out.
I know Chekwas very well.
Yeah, he was the one who built ABGA. Then they push him aside, They push him aside.
Tiger, let's have this conversation real quick, right?
Yeah,
so what I would say now is, what in specific terms, what has Soludo done wrong? That's what I need to know.
Okay,
what has he done wrong?
I think Saki Father put it succinctly. See, in Igbo land, they say you don't go and fight a madman in the marketplace, because people would think both of you are mad people, right? Soludo is a matured man, right? Those on social media, Twitter, they are young people. Why muddle the water with them? Why going back and forth with them? Oh, they said this. See, waiting. Tinubu is, I respect Tinubu in one way. He's mature. See, when people say he was sick in London, what did he do? All he did was he just brought a video where he was riding bicycle. And that put a stop. So he answered people without even speaking any word. You do not respond to people all the time. See, that's where...
Arvid.
No, it's Tiger.
Tiger. To support what you just said, that point you are making about Tinubu, that action he did by posting that video is what Yoruba says so you don't have to talk too much.
Yes, sometimes
silent. And that is what that guy is
doing. Is he adage now? I think you used it wrongly, sir. I'm sorry, sir.
That's what I'm trying to
do. Why?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Why? Okay.
That's easy. You're saying the senior person. I tell you, you young people of nowadays.
No. What about that's like warning. That is the warning. That they use.
So enigmatic. So what we are saying here is this, right? You don't go back and forth with people on Twitter. We know people who are on Twitter, right, or social media. So he should be here. He's a matured man and he's a statesman, right? And he's a governor. It's not as if he's contesting. If he's contesting or he's supporting ABGA guy against Obi, then we could understand. But what he's doing is too childish for me. It's too childish. It doesn't make sense at all. But one thing I can take out of this is he's jealous of Obi because hold on. No. Let me land. I will tell you why. I will tell you why. See, where Obi is at this point, no one 1 year ago could phantom it. Could have phantomed it that Obi would be this popular in that space. So no way. And Obi is coming from nothing special. No one gave him this opportunity to have this space he has now. So that's where it's coming from. It's coming from a place of, that's why I say it's jealousy in a way. It's a place of jealousy. No one gave him that opportunity, just like no one gives some people, for example, who would I say? Person like Goodluck, person like Jonathan Goodluck. No one gave him opportunity wherever. They just brought him from this to that, from that to this, from this to that. So that's how the story of Obi. But if you say Obi hasn't got his own space, Obi actually has his own space. So if, let's say, this election goes to a runoff, let's say it goes to a runoff, yeah, then Obi with his, if Obi has his base in, let's say, southeast, south or some area, they can go into alliance with any political party. It may not be one party win it all. It might be they have to go to rerun. And if you're going to rerun, you have.
Let me make this clear. If this election, right, if it does go to a runoff, you will be surprised. This Soludo right here that you guys are killing now will be the first governor in the southeast. Right?
To do what?
Will be the first governor in southeast to start canvassing for Peter Obi, because at that time they see a route.
Yeah, but he has destroyed. But
no,
he has
listen, hold on. Because at that point they've seen a route. But now I accept, maybe I don't know how people are thinking through this. Maybe I'm just thinking differently, but I know people who can put 1 + 1 together and see that it makes 2. We understand the fact that Peter Obi is not going to win. He will not win. And they can see these guys are politicians. They have facts. They are private to a lot of things. And they don't know the fact that this is Nigeria. This is not a certain European country or a Western nation.
We understand.
All of it like a deja vu,
We understand. We understand the permutation in this space. We do understand that. Every reasonable person do understand. And if you follow Nigerian politics, yes, I understand what one man, you guys, Mr. Gomez, when you people go through that line, I understand what you are saying. But you see, in this election, if you check it, in the north, it's Kwakwanso and Atiku. Let's be realistic. If you say the election is going to be more of tribal leaning. So if you say tribal leaning, I'm not saying Tinubu might not win some areas in the north, but majority of it in the north will be won by Atiku and Kwakwanso, right? Then in the west, it will fully be won by Tinubu, no doubt about it. But the percentage, how much is going to win, I can't determine that because I haven't got data to back up my claim. In the southeast, Peter Obi will win it. In the south, Tinubu will share some, Obi will share some, maybe Atiku might even share some.
Let me give you a paragraph. Because I'm not sure that let me look for it. 25%. So because what Soludo is saying is that he's not actually giving. He's not actually giving Peter Obi more than
4 states.
Okay, yeah. Let me give you this paragraph. It says, of course, Peter Obi will get some votes and may probably win in Anambra as homeboy. But Anambra is not Nigeria. If he likes, I can even campaign for him, but that won't change much. From internal state-by-state polling available to me, so now he's quoting from just raw data. From internal state-by-state polling available to me, he's on course to get 25% in 5 states as at August this year. So August, September, October, November, so about 3 months ago. The latest polling shows that it is down to 4 states and declining. Not even Lagos State, supposed headquarters of urban youth, where Labour Party could not find candidates to contest for House of Reps or Senate. The polls also show that he is taking votes away mostly from PDP. Indeed, if I were, so he goes on to say he's favoring Tinubu, but Soludo, quoting raw data, is estimating, and in fact, is informing that it can only really see some movement for Peter Obi in 5 states for him to get even 25%. And of course, it's no leap to conclude what those 5 states are. He concedes Anambra to him, and is saying his fortunes are dwindling at that faster rate that those 5 states now even fall.
Okay, if I may ask one man,
One man, can I ask you a
One
question?
where did he
man,
get his data
man.
from? Where did he get his data from? Where did he get his data from?
Is a sitting governor.
No,
He has
he's just saying
he,
it.
he has
One man,
been
can I
he's
just
been
He has no
privy.
data.
Hold on, that Tiger. He's privy to more information than you and I.
But where is that? Why don't he publish the data? Where did he get the data from?
He didn't need to publish
The one he published,
Hold
the
on.
one he just published now, you guys are killing him. Then he will come and publish.
But then let's ask
No.
this question.
guys
One man.
Hold on, rational mind. And by the way, you know that there's a we see that sometimes we don't give ourselves credits that the Nigerian elections we see it as rudimentary. There's real science behind these elections. You know, they are all the parties, the electoral spaces, INEC, everybody. They are polling just with regular frequency, and they are polling, raw polling, factual polling, not for the cameras polling. So they have constant information that tells you the movement of that space, and you see that in the language of the politicking. So I don't think we can query where Soludo is getting data. So
one
Soludo
man.
is a man
Can
of
I say something real quick?
The only thing that I've seen that Soludo has done to actually, cause problem for himself with these folks is because he's just too honest, too frank, too sincere, and too pragmatic for them to handle. Because they want you to
This honesty you're
No.
talking about. Hold on.
No.
Let me answer this guy and then one man. Let me answer enigmatic and one man a question.
Yeah.
Now, you see, let us trace the genesis of this whole thing. He gave a TV interview, and he gave something. He said something about his predecessor. I mean, not his direct predecessor. Obi said Obi did this and a bad investment, and then his people came after him. So he knew he have all these facts, like you reeled out, one man. He has all this thing already bottled up inside of him. What does that tell you? Because it tells you that.
What do you mean bottled up? No, that's a wrong. That's a leading choice of word.
Okay,
right
if you say it's a
up.
leading, well, I'll answer my question. If you don't want to answer my question,
Go on.
My point is this: that this guy he knows he was baiting Obi'S people. He knows it's like he knew that this is going to happen because he had all this thing bottled up inside of him. Like you said, these facts, so-called facts, you said he has. The only simple question, the only thing they came after.
Is that bottled up that I'm not, because when you use words like bottled up, then you are saying
look at the lengthy writings that you said you just read to us. All the things he said in that writing.
Yes.
Over what? Over because they told you that, why are you coming after this guy? Why are you saying that he made a bad choice? He made a bad investment. Why don't you tackle that issue?
No, over his hometown being shut up and his son being threatened.
I mean, if your son is being asked to shut up and being threatened, then you face them on that. Tell them.
Rational mind.
Hold on. I will let you talk. Why don't you face them?
Are you not seeing this expose as like more or less like a wake up call?
Hold on.
We've seen people who were threatened. Officials who were threatened, their wives were threatened or their lives were threatened. But they face them or they talk to their principal. Please talk to your dogs or whatever he calls them.
How many times have they?
Hold on.
How many times has already gone quitter to try and tame
the issue here is not because he wants to. The issue is that he has some bias against this guy.
No, that's where you were going all the while.
That is what it
that's
is.
where the bottled up came from.
That's a lazy.
When he said bottled up, we already knew where you were going. So sorry. Let Tiger land his thought, and then you take the floor back. Enigmatic Tiger, you were saying.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Woman, for giving me the floor back. Like I was saying here, Soludo has no data. He's just saying it for the same sake, because we can see here the gross of Soludo with Obi is that he did inform Obi, let's come back to ABGA, let's build from the base, from the Southeast, which I've always said. I think the Southeast, they should play regional politics, because now if Southeast, I agree that they should play regional politics, because if they play regional politics and have those 5 states, right, and be strong there, then people who are looking for more state, they could come and negotiate with you. They could say, okay, you can tell them this is what we need, this is what we need from our side, this is what we need to provide. Just meet those targets, then we will do voting for you during the general election. and that's how it's been done. But ABGA, people have always used ABGA as a stepping stone. Watch, Rocha Sokorocha, all of them use ABGA. All of them use ABGA to climb what they call the ladder of politics and move to national space. All of them have done it. So ABGA, for me, ABGA is not irrelevant. They are not as strong. The only place they are strong is in the Anambra State. After Anambra,
Is that not the
I don't
same
think.
thing Rush one man was saying earlier on about Abga when somebody was arguing with him like Abga in that space? And it's funny when you said a sitting governor has no data, has no facts.
Yes, it has no data. What data has it
Somebody
got?
said it's not popular.
No,
It's not that
no, no.
popular in Anambra.
Tell me. You
The
answer that
governor of
question. What
Anambra is not
data?
that popular in his
Tiger,
own
let me
state.
ask you, instead of asking that question,
Hold
let me
on.
ask you this.
You said, oh, hold on. Tiger, you said what data? He published the data. He's
Yes.
giving
We
us the
got
data.
from where did he get his data? From the
Can you imagine?
we know. Hold on. The data you've always used here, right? Is the one they do polling, the one they ask people who you're going to vote for, and we've seen two polling something they did, one by one American company and by the second one they said Tinubu win. Those are the polling data we find that we can trust. They've asked people here. So we just saying it for saying sake. He just want to present a point. Hold on. He just want to present a point and value so that people can validate his point. Like I said here, okay, if you actually want to build a party, which Anambra, ABGA is only in Anambra. How can you tell Peter Obi not to go to the national to come and build ABGA? Which ABGA? Peter Obi had problem with ABGA, with the former chairman Ume in ABGA. As far as I know, there's problem in ABGA. The problem with Anambra is this: there are too many gladiators, politicians in Anambra, and most of them are billionaires. The only place you have instability in terms of politics is Anambra. For example, if you can come to Abia State, you can get like maybe 2 billionaires trying to contest to become governor, or not even billionaires.
He also made the point, Tiger and Enigmatic. He pointed out that the totality of the value of the votes in those 5 states, about 1.6 million, to compete with the 1 point something million just from Kano State.
Yes. Okay, go on. Is it for me or for Enigmatic?
For both of you. But you go first, Tiger. Yeah.
Okay, this is what we are saying. This election, there's going to be second voting or second round.
That is what you are. That is your speculation.
But it's not about my speculation. Tinubu is not gonna clear most places in the north. This is what we are saying.
No. What the real election is telling us is a clear path to victory for Tinubu.
No, it's not true, because you can say there's no. Where's the data? Where's the data? No, that's what they're saying.
We've gone through it so many times.
Where's your own data, Tiger, that says
where's your data?
Second round?
Hold on.
No. My data is this. Yeah. Okay. I don't have data, but you can see. See, I'm giving you. I'm laying out something, a graphic for you here. Well, what I'm trying to say, I've told you that Tinubu will clear western part of Nigeria. You clear all the state, but by how many percentage, I don't know, but I know he will win outrightly. Then, if you come to north, there are 2 gladiators in the north, Pampaso and Atiku. Both of them will share the north. So if you come to southeast and maybe a little bit of south, maybe Tinubu will get south, Atiku will get south.
No, but that's
hold on, one man. Hold on. Let me
hold on, because you're not saying anything that we've not heard 10,000 times here already.
Yeah.
You know. So but what Soludo is saying is that, and this is what all the permutation, all the really serious in the space are saying, that Tinubu, unwittingly, Peter Obi is essentially an agent for Tinubu, because the voter that he takes out of we have data already about the voting patterns in Nigeria, and we know that the margin of voting is roughly about 1 million thereabout differential between the 2 main parties. So the votes that Peter Obi is going to take away from the PDP, who historically I've always held the Southeast, is going to have it, because Tinubu will never get votes. If Peter Obi was not in play, then they'll vote Atiku. So that vote then comes away from Atiku. But we already have the PDP and the APC voting data going at least how many electoral cycles? At least 2 electoral cycles. And if we look at the legacy parties, even longer. So we have the voting patterns. So the votes that Peter Obi takes away from him, and then the votes that Kwakwanso will also take away from Atiku in the north, it just continues to unfurl a pathway.
Yeah,
Do
but
you not,
one
do
man.
you not see it?
But one man, listen. Let it not surprise you. If Kwankwaso, there is an underground plan between them towards the later stage of the election, right?
All right.
It's true. You can see if they speak to Kwankwaso and say, okay, we will do something or we'll give you some position for your party. Let Atiku vote for Atiku. Fine, he can win it. So you never know. So we can't make that projection.
Even if Kwakwanso goes with Atiku, which is highly unlikely, it's not going to counter. You're not going to be sufficient enough to counterweight what Peter Obi takes away from the PDP.
I'm not saying. You see, that's what I'm saying. That when it comes to second round, so this would be. See,
it's
when
not
it
going
comes
to a second round. Why do you keep saying there's no nobody sees a second round in this election apart from the wishful thinking.
Okay, one man. You live in UK here. You live in Kent, right?
Well, I don't know. I live in Oyo Alaafin. I don't know.
I know. Okay,
we both. Sergeant Rob Diaz.
One man. One man. No fear. No. It has come out from your mouth here, not me. I didn't try to snoop on you.
I was only joking, Karen.
Yeah, I know you are joking. We bet 10 pounds. At least we can afford that.
Yeah.
Shall me and you that it will go to second round.
Even go to a second round now.
Yeah, okay. Let's go. Let's me and you vote.
Alozie, let me ask one man a question. Yeah, so what's the pathway for Tinubu somebody winning that election, the first election, the first round? Because you have 4 major candidates, 4 heavyweights there, maybe 2 are more heavyweights than the other 2. But then my point is, with Obi in the mix now, what pathway does any of them have to win at the first round? What are you basing your data on, one man? That Tinubu or Atiku is going to win it outrightly in the first round.
All right.
Someone, can I say something?
It's a question. Allow one man to answer that question. Please allow one man to answer that question. That question is for one man. Allow one man to answer it.
No, I can answer that question, but it's only because that question is going to hold the session up endlessly. But I'm happy to do that because really it's still part of the conversation. But for me to answer that question, I have to bring up some data. So let me bring up some data. Hold on. Okay. If I share screens with you, so these are the pollings from 2019. So these are the pollings from 2019. And when you're saying we know Atiku's votes, we don't know Atiku votes, we know PDP's votes, because a lot of those people they voted against. So of course that's APC PDP, and then we see the margin of victory for PDP, for APC right here is round about what are we saying? That's about 3 million thereabouts approximately. So that's in 2019. So if we remove that and we go to 2015, so we go to 2015, which curiously is also a victory for the APC. So if we go to 2015 and we look at the data from 2015, which was also a victory for, and you said Buhari was a factor and all of that, and so we concede all of that. So we don't want to do the Buhari space, but just the raw data from the party and the elections. So if you look at that, 15 million thereabout for APC, about approximately 13 million for PDP. So the margin of victory within the Nigerian political space is roughly around about 2-3 million. So if we hold the data that we have, removing the personality, and you say the personality influences the vote somewhat, but we concede that, but we hold the data as belonging to the party. If the data holds and then you remove additionally what the Southeast gives to Atiku, not to Atiku, but to the PDP. If you remove what the Southeast gives to the PDP and pack it in a third space, and then you remove what Kwakwanso takes away from the North, if we are saying there's going to be a Northern bias, it just reads like a Tinubu victory. It just from what obtains already.
One man, those votes are for Buhari. You cannot attribute
You've not really said
all
anything.
right.
You've not
Yeah,
really said anything, one man.
Tinubu.
But what is
Yeah.
All right. All right. Let's get back to enigmatic. But that is my permutation anyway. It's subjective, of course. But enigmatic, back to you. But still on permutations. But begin to bring your thoughts on. But still on permutations. One of the curious things that Soludo said in that piece that struck me, he already completely removed the first two positions from Soludo, from Peter Obi rather. He completely removes the first two positions from Peter Obi, and I don't think anybody is really querying. Nobody is thinking Peter Obi will be in the top two, but is saying that Peter Obi will even struggle to come third. So, do you think that is there logic to that, or is that just a Tano is querying if Peter Obi can even come third in that election? Do you see why he would say that?
There's absolute logic to that, absolutely. Because when you even go by the 25% constitutional requirement first, you first see the spread. How far can he go from? He did it first, the mathematical experiment that he had like 5 from what they had in the previous maybe their previous examination of the political space. He was having probably like 5 states already in his kitty with 25% already, but now he's shrinking. But when you go by that, Kwakwanso, I believe, is factoring Kwakwanso in the race, because in the north, like this guy said now, of course, Kwakwanso will shake the ground in the north, but that does not mean he's going to move mountain, to actually win significantly, leading to Aso Rock. Because at the end of the day, when you look at this, Peter Obi you can say, is an agent for APC, because he's gonna be eating deep into the coffers of Atiku in South and Southeast, the two political home of PDP generally. And then when you look at the North now, Kwakwanso moved from PDP to NMPP, and then that will take some votes from Atiku at the end of the day. And then Kwakwanso has his own base, the Kwakwasiya movement. So if Kwakwasiya movement, if they are able to pull enough votes in their stronghold of Kano, and I think Bauchi or Adamawa State, I think they hold 2 states there. So if they're able to pull those 2 states, when you come back to compare what that will come out, the calculation of that is that, let's assume Peter Obi makes 4 states in the Southeast. When you compare the numbers of those 4 states in the Southeast with those maybe 2 states in the North, that Kwakwanso will actually win. Then you can compare the numbers and you will see the probability of Obi struggling to be the third. So this is very simple math. We can eliminate the two candidates who has the probability and the possibility of not winning, Obi and Kwakwanso, out of the race. That's where you have Atiku and Tinubu. Then you can start the mathematics of 25%. What is their spread? How can they go in the Northwest? And then when you look at the power of the incumbency and you look at the governors, if underline that, they can work, with Tinubu for APC, and then they can deliver on their promises in the North. Of course, Tinubu is going to clear the whole of Southwest. That's a fact. They are not thinking of Southeast at all, because they never get votes in Southeast. Southeast is basically their natural political parties, PDP. And then that's why you are seeing the frenzy of Obi now, because PDP disappointed them, and then they have to shift to Labour Party. And then in the South, Obi is not going to have a run. He's not going to have a coast home in South, as they are thinking. Of course, except probably in in Edo State, and that does not mean he's going to win Edo State. Obi's not going to win Edo State. Edo State is still between APC and PDP, but he'll probably have his largest votes in South from Edo State. I see more than maybe if he makes maybe 40%, that would be a very big chunk for him. But when you are talking of Akwa Ibom State, Rivers State, Bayelsa, it's not going to make much in those states. It's probably going to make the accurate maybe 25% or 20% if he does that. So that is where this permutation will come from. So now when Soludo is making this statement, Soludo is not making this out of illogical fallacies, making it from the profundity of the data and then what they have on ground. In American election over here, we just finished our midterm election. Election is going to be holding in February. If you are a political watcher, if you are keen with politics, you'll be drawing your maps, you'll be doing your data maps, you'll be doing your calculation. By now, the candidate that is probably or possibility of winning are the ones who will not win. You'll be doing your eliminating, you'll be doing your suppression and attraction now. So now you can tell Obi, he has done his best. He has done a very good race. But the problem that he will have is still the problem of this structure that they don't want to hear about, that they believe people are the structure. People can never be your structure in the Nigerian political space because you need those people when you are talking of people. Atiku, no matter how bad it is for Atiku, you have governors in PDP, you have senators in PDP, you have House of Rep members, you have local government chairmen. To the list of offices, PDP, they have representatives, they have representation on ground. They have men, they have boots on the ground. That is what Obi is going to suffer. Kwakwaso does that. There are senators from NMPP, they have House of Rep members, and they have all those kind of connection to the grassroots. Obi does not have that. And you can see Obi's governor. Obi's governor is the one that is shellacking Obi now. Each of these candidates, look at their state governors. I believe Atiku's governor is behind him, solidly behind him. He can hold his state. He can beat his chest that he's going to hold his state and win.
No, Peter Obi will hold his state. I'm pretty certain of that. I mean, if he doesn't even get Anambra, then,
and that's what you guys said. The homeboy factor will probably work for him. But look at what we are saying, one man, right? In your region, the picture they should be looking, the optics now is Soludo is telling them something that they are not seeing. Instead of look at the message, Soludo is speaking the voice of the elites, of the political leaders in the Southeast. The same thing that Dan Ulasi said, the same thing that Shimaroke Unamani said, the same thing that most of these guys are saying. That are you even a conspirator that you are trying to, take us to nowhere? And at the end of the day, we find ourselves in a dry land once again, because there is no strong political figure in Southeast that is behind this guy. Why? Why? No matter why are they not behind him? Tell me only one that is behind him. Tell me.
Enigmatic.
People are behind him. People are behind Obi.
Enigmatic. Why do you want political figures to be behind him?
Baba,
when he left, hold on. I mean, when we talk like this, sometimes who are the big politicians? He left big parties, the big party rather, to a party that is not known. And that is why and those big politicians you are talking about already invested in those two big parties. They can't leave. They cannot follow him. This guy is just doing his own thing, is pursuing his ambition, and everybody have the right to pursue their ambition. Why should that be a problem to them? To others saying, oh, he's not playing his politics. This is what he have conviction in what he's doing and is pursuing it. You see, so
and he has followers as well.
And he have followers, he have the people. The political big weight doesn't represent, sometimes they don't represent the interest of the people. He have the young people from the East following him. Those are the...
But the big weights move the political space, Ajan Lekoko. The big weights move the political space.
When it comes to, tribal politics, if the big weight does not support the interest, the tribal interest of the people, they'll be swept away by the wind of change. And that is what might happen to a lot of them over there. It's a matter of time. They might be swept away by the wind of change.
So, Baba, I believe you are very conversant with Nigeria politics, right? What I'm trying to tell you in this is, regardless of Atiku's politics in the north, regardless of Kwakwaso's politics in the north, Kwakwaso is in NNPC now. At least you can see some political figures in NNPC that moved when he moved. Shekarau moved with him, and you can tell, the structure of Shekarau and the kind of politics he has behind him. Of course, I know they had some issues and he had to move back, but you can count some 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people in the north that are behind Shekarau. Okay, Shekarau, Kwakwaso is in NNPC just like a party, a fringe party as well. But this guy right here, regardless of what they are trying to make us believe, is in ABGA. He had issues with ABGA. Nobody in ABGA is associating, aligning with him. He was in PDP, Anambra State. The delegates did not even want to vote for him during the primaries. They are not with him. The Shidokas, all of them. Ihediola came out the other time and made a certain statement.
Enigmatic.
So why is it like that?
Enigmatic.
Yes, sir.
When what's the name of that guy from Labour that won? Was the governor of Ondo State?
Mimiko
defeated the big parties there. It came from Labour Party.
You know the factor that worked for
Hold
Mimiko.
on. The same thing. What's the name of that guy in Edo State?
But you are not seeing the factor.
So
you are not seeing the factor that worked for Mimiko when he defeated Agagu. I know this because I have families who were in the cabinet as SSG, as everything. I know the politics very well, sir. So we cannot compare the factor with Obi'S factor. People moved from PDP when Agagu moved from PDP as SSG to when Mimiko moved as SSG. It was the SSG. He was a 5-time commissioner. He was SSG.
You don't. We are still in the. I mean, we are still in the game. You don't know who. But you don't know those that are going to move tomorrow.
Yes, hold on. But when he moved, right? Don't forget Tinubu bankrolled Mimiko's election in Ondo State against PDP then, against Agagu. That was when Tinubu was recruiting all political parties against PDP when he was having issues. So when you bring all this kind of conversation to the table, you talk about the variables and the metrics. It's very different from what Obi is bringing to the table. The only people you see from with Obi now, you are seeing Okupe, who is his pen.
You don't know those that will still move with Obi to tomorrow.
Let's see. Okay, let's wait.
We don't know.
Enigmatic, can I make the last contribution? Maybe I'll step aside and so our people can also contribute as well. Enigmatic. So the dynamics of politics in the Southeast has changed because of Peter Obi. Now, it used to be this elite you talk about. They hold sway, politically. Now, the reason why they are attacking Obi is because they don't have that control over the people anymore. So people have decided who they're going to vote for. They might try to bribe some, but how many people can you bribe? They don't have that money to bribe everybody. And
this
the
is Tiger,
youths now,
right?
It's me, And the youths now,
I'll
the youths
ask
in
you
that
question, maybe 2 questions.
Okay, hold on. The youths in that area now have determined to vote for Peter Obi, come rain, come sunshine. No matter what Obi did, whether he did well in Anambra or he doesn't do well, or they've made up their mind to vote. And all these political allies, they don't like it because they are being put out of their comfort zone. And that's why they are attacking Obi. You see, that's why they don't hold sway anymore among the people, because the people has been liberated. They fed. But, politicians, they like to keep people under. So I don't think what they are saying about Obi will make sense. People don't buy into it anymore. Trust me. I have people in the Southeast, right? I'm not saying some people will not. See, someone did mention Alex Oti, right? Do you know Alex Oti? He's supposed to be the governor.
It was APC. He contested under APC in Abia State.
Yeah. Before APC, he did contest under ABGA in Abia State against this current governor. Do you know that they threatened his life? The guy had to hide for 2 weeks. They sent people to go and kill him.
Obedience again. The obedience
No.
again. No.
I'm saying this governor, this current Abia State governor, when Otis contested the first time against him, Otis was very popular. This man sent people to go and assassinate Otis. Otis escaped with Sherlock and God's help. He did escape assassination.
And that's what. So that's politics.
All right.
Yeah, of course. So I'm telling. Oh yeah, ask me the question, enigmatic. So I can.
All right, ask that question, but I want you to start bringing in your thoughts, so I can go into the
My question, right, Tiger, first is to let you understand the fact that we understand, right, that this election, Obi is the presidential candidate of the Southeast people. Nobody, and that's why we are speaking to the fact that every vote that goes to Obi, right, is a deficit on the part of Atiku. So take that. Then what I'm trying to tell you now is in each of these states in the Southeast, does it mean that Ikpeazu that is going for Senate, does it mean is he not going to win his vote? Does it mean he's not going to win his election? Or all these guys who are contesting for one political office or the other in Southeast, does it mean they're not going to win their elections? So that does not mean that they are supporting Peter Obi. We know Peter Obi is the presidential candidate for the East. So that's what we are talking about.
Okay, I will answer this. So when you are not talking about senatorial or state legislative election or national legislative election, that I don't understand. What people do is this: they reach out saying, okay, under legislative, blah, 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 vote for me, but you guys can vote for you, be on presidency. They do that. They come into alliance. They have to beg the people, because if they know the people want to vote for Obi people, that's where they come in and say, okay, please, I don't mind people voting for Obi. Have you had Ikpeazu coming to attack Obi? Because he know that Obi has a lot of supporters in there. So he wouldn't come out and attack Obi. So those who are attacking Obi are those ones who's not going to contest under this dispensation, who are not contesting for political posts there. They are the one attacking Obi.
Sorry. Wrap it up in a couple more sentences, enigmatic, and then I want to go on to Joel of Nashville for reasons of time.
Okay. So, in my final analysis in this, I would say the evil people should be very careful how they counsel their own. They should be very careful to play their politics in a more civil and then understanding manner. Understanding the fact that people have divergent opinions. They have political parties, they have their own ambition, and they have their own mindset and their opinion to actually say what they want and to portray, their political ideologies. They shouldn't do this, because when you do this, the Northerners are there, the Yorubas are there. Yorubas will not cancel themselves onto the point that they will come to the fact and they want to contest in the next 4 years and they will use it against them. You guys need to look at that picture, the bigger picture, and play politics quietly and don't just cancel yourself. Soludo is somebody that I personally will spend my money on if it comes out to contest for a president. At least we can have somebody like that from the Southeast. Do you guys be careful? Don't cancel in place. That's what I want to say. Just look at the message and leave him alone as the messenger. Look at the optics of the message.
No. I want to move on. Thank you, but I want to go on to Joel of Nashville, but on my pathway to Joel of Nashville, just a reminder, to buy your host a coffee. If you feel that your host is deserving of a coffee, you can go there and as Ayo has done, as it traditionally does. So if you want to join Ayo in buying your host a coffee, follow that link and go and do exactly that. So let me move the conversation on in the direction of Joel of Nashville. So Joel of Nashville, so there it is right there. His blade unsheathed and the cut deep. So that is it right now. Charles Soludo speaks. So then that's the final cutting then. Peter Obi, he came, he saw, but ultimately did not conquer. Peter Obi exposed thoroughly by Charles Soludo. Joel.
One man.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Good day, everybody. You know, I've been having some what's his name? Enigmatic.
What's up, bro?
Yes. How you doing?
You won't come after now. Go ahead.
One man.
Yeah, are you in McDonald's again? Because yesterday you were in McDonald's. We didn't even ask then if anybody wanted something.
Okay, please, one man. If you can go to one person, then get to me, please.
All right, brilliant. Is there by
please one person that I'll get to you, okay?
No, all right, brilliant.
You will catch up again. I have to go now. One man.
All right. Thank you. Let me go to RB. So RB, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, brilliant. So to the conversation and how I just teed it up for Joel of Nashville, who is otherwise engaged. So that's Peter Obi space. Then the commentary by Charles Soludo, I thought it was just detached and fact-led, but a lot of people, of course, are being somewhat emotive about it. So what do you think underpins this piece that has been written by Charles Soludo that has set the whole of the Southeast ablaze?
Thank you, one man. Thank you for the platform. I really love this platform and the difference of opinion and how I learn a lot just by listening to other people. But I think on this, what Soludo is talking about is really factual and based on numbers. Okay, number talks, bullshit works. And I had some question earlier to Dex, and I'll give him the answer to that because I know when people use emotion to do things, 9 times out of 10 they do it wrong. When they look at numbers, they actually can make a better logical conclusion. Okay, and I think if you look at just the amount of federal constituents that is in Nigeria, 360 of them, Labour Party is missing 146. They don't have a representative in 146 constituencies in Nigeria. And I will tell you some of these states are actually some of the state that gives the high number of registered voters, like Lagos, Kano, Kaduna, Rivers. I mean, you have to be doing magic for you to get to Aso Rock by missing all these seats, because just people yelling online or abusing people online, when we are talking about structure, we are talking about politics is won at grassroots. And these candidates actually will work with the local government and other districts in the local government, right? In order to help propel their seat and campaign for the presidency. So if you're missing all this, over 41% already across one state out of 36, what are you doing? Where are you going? That's the question. Numerically, you are not going anywhere. Emotions, just like if you think about the stock market, any trader that goes to the stock market with emotion most likely will lose. And what Soludo is talking about is looking at the demographic and looking at the numbers is not adding up. In terms of Senate seats, they are missing 28 senatorial districts. It doesn't work this way. I don't know. We need some kind of miracle for Jesus or somebody who has the higher power to come down to make Obi president of Nigeria. The number is not there. And I think the man is right.
Charles Soludo also told us that even Obi himself knows that he's not going to be president. But he says that they know what Obi is doing, and Obi knows that they know what he's doing, but he did not quite expand on what he has concluded Obi is doing. But a lot of people will say that his daughter is running to build a power base for negotiations, but not necessarily for the presidency.
But Charles Soludo is actually, the math is against the wind of these obedient people. Okay, these are people that just like they are going in one direction, almost like what Fela says, zombie, oh zombie. I mean, I'm sorry. I know there are smart people that are obedient, but when you look at the numbers, it's just not there. So when somebody says the number is not there, all you have to do is go back to the drawing board and see how you can amend that. Instead of going after the man and saying he's stupid, he's a backstabber, he's stabbing his brother, all that is just emotional talk. It has nothing to do with the numbers. Emotion is election is won with numbers, and it's not there for you. So do something about it, or you just shut up instead of just using the emotions. The man is right. They just need to go back to the drawing board to actually try to look at what he's talking about. Like Obi himself is a politician, a seasoned politician. I believe he can also see some direction, but also, Nigeria is a country of religion. We always believe what God cannot do does not exist. That easy phrase that get people to be in frenzy and feeling like something is about to happen. I don't know. The man is right. I listened to everything, all the readout. It's just the number is not there, and the man is correct. And I think it's just against the wind, and people would almost cut his head for that. And saying the truth in the wrong time also can be very, very kind of tricky. It can be a bad decision on his side, but what he's saying is right, is the truth, but it's just against the wind, especially in the region that he came from. So I don't expect anything less than what is coming at him right now. Because and anybody like Dex who says, if you think the obedient are the kind of people that are very negative and abusive, you can test it out on Twitter. Just tweet something against Obi. Just do it. I mean, just for an experiment, and see how many response you get, and how kind of pretty they are, or how harsh and negative they are. You can try it yourself just to see what is going on online, why people think these people are very abusive. That's my take on this woman.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Well put. So brilliant, well put. So thank you. So let's go back then to Joel of Nashville to see if he's ready for us now. So Joel, do you need a moment more?
All right, one man.
If you need a moment more, you can have a moment more. I can go to somebody else. Okay. Let me go to somebody else. Then I'll come back to you. Let me go to Rational Mind, and then we'll keep Joel of Nashville until we can have his full attention, because this is very much his space. But Rational Mind. So the Peter Obi space now. I started the session off with a funeral type music, because of course the final beating now Charles Soludo, who has stripped Peter Obi's buttocks and administered a public flogging on the former Anambra state governor. So what are you then making of the public kobokoing that Soludo has administered to Peter Obi? Rational Mind.
Well, I don't think that's a koboko. I don't understand why the Batified are so concerned about what Soludo said to this guy, to Obi. So a few weeks ago, I remember on this platform, when some of the brothers from the eastern part of Nigeria, they were trying to comment on the Afenifere issue. Some people on here, one of them was even speaking here, right? I mean, a few moments ago. What you concern on that? Anything I know they talk. When I matter, look at everything. So, but now suddenly he's concerned about being cancelled. People being cancelled. For real? Are you for real? I mean, the other day when people were talking about Afenifere here because their own man was endorsed by Afenifere, and some of you here were saying that, yeah, you should not put your mouth into it. It's not your people. You people don't know anything about Afenifere. You should keep quiet. And then you are cancelling other people like myself, other people who do not buy your own idea. And some of you will label us as Omali and things like that. Are you not cancelling us? Suddenly now you feel the need to want to like talk about Obi. Are you this is the height of hypocrisy. Some of us, just because of politics, we let it blind us, and just comment things we're not supposed to comment. I was talking a while ago. You were referring to what I was saying as being lazy.
Can I leave a pause here?
You were saying, no, I'm not talking to you. Whoever I'm talking to knows who I'm talking to.
No, it's that Joel.
You guys got not drunk. We drank too much. Thank you.
Can you meet this guy, please?
I don't know.
Can you meet yourself, Joel,
yeah,
please?
go on. Yeah, go on. Yeah.
So my point is this: suddenly you've now find out some people are being cancelled. I mean, who is cancelling who here? I mean, like I said, one man, this guy, he should have just stayed put on his own. I mean, just stay where he belongs. He's the governor of Anambra State. Be a statesman, for goodness sake. I mean, I don't even understand what brought about all this write-up that he's writing about. Okay, people attack your kids. Why don't you address those people or address their principles? So, okay, talk to your people. I mean, while this gospel according to Soludo, writing a whole epistle for us, telling us what is not and this is that. I'm advising you people. This guy has no pathway to victory. Is that the issue? The issue is your kids were being attacked, your family were being attacked. Why don't you address that? Fine, you said something. Maybe you ought to have not said it, or you said it, and then fine, move on, and just accept it that way. And then some people here come here and try to make case for him because they are an advocate, saying that some people are being cancelled. You are trying to cancel your people, your Southeasterners, brothers. You're trying to make. Do you care for that? Do you really care, or you're just trying to be an hypocrite here? Goodness sake, come on. Let's speak like people who have a clear thinking, and not talk with emotion here. You can
what about the facts or lack thereof of what he had to say? So now you've given the messenger a good kick in. What about the message?
I'm not saying some of the things he said were not facts. I know the obedience, sometimes they go overboard. Why would you threaten somebody and his family? I mean, that is wrong. You don't do that. And when that lawyer, was it this guy, the other test?
No. One of the things he said is that the top two spots are completely locked out to the exemption of Peter Obi. So he shouldn't. There's nothing that permutates Peter Obi being anywhere near the top two slots in February. But also, he's also querying that it'll be a struggle for him to hold on to number 3. So, do you see how we arrived at that? Do you concur?
Well, if he can bring his facts, as in if he can bring those data that shows that Obi will not come close to that number 2, then I would agree with him on that. But until then, no, I won't agree.
What is your permutation? Is there a permutation that Obi will come to up to number 2? Up to number 3, rather.
I know.
Obviously, he's not coming first or second, but can you permutate him coming third?
It's a struggle for me to see Obi winning that election. I must say, to be sincere with you. But from the moment,
is it a struggle for you to see him come second?
Well, I might say he might come second.
Yeah, but what would your rational thought? Where would your rational thought place him?
Well, going by the whole shenanigans in that country, I know they will scheme him out. The people, APC having the power of incumbency.
Okay. Let's go on the premise that he's not schemed out. If he was not schemed out, where would you place him?
If it's a fair election, Obi will win the election.
Really?
I bet you. Yeah, he will win the election. With what I'm seeing on ground, Obi will win the election. But I know with all the shenanigans of voters and everything, what we just see today with INEC offices being bombed.
Sorry. Where would the votes come from for Obi to win that election?
Well, like I said, it's very hard to say. But then, what I'm pointing out to you is this: the people that I'm seeing, the following that I'm seeing with Obi, that following for me, if it translates to vote, actual vote, Obi win the election. If no other mago is employed into it, like inflate number or just stop. I mean, like in Lagos State, where we saw in the last election, where certain people from a certain tribe were not allowed to vote. they send in talks there to just to scatter their, just to stop them from voting. So if that does not play and all those other shenanigans does not play out, I see Obi coming at least, if not winning the election. But with what I'm seeing on ground, with all the shenanigans I'm seeing, I doubt he's going to win the election.
But sorry, Rational Man, you still not answered the question. Obi holds a rally and he has an attendance. But then, if anybody held Atiku held rallies and he had a mass attendance, Tinubu, he doesn't hold rallies, I suspect, but certainly people come out en mass. But how do you see Peter? Because for Peter Obi to win the election, he has to win the majority vote in the whole swathe of the country, north, south, east, and west. Okay, and we're talking about an election with no shenanigans, as you said. With or without shenanigans, do you see him winning?
Like I said, you just give an example of what's it called? This their rally and everything, or their campaign, whatever, when everybody comes together. With what I've seen with, I know you some few days ago, or was it yesterday? I saw one of your clip where you talk about people sharing money during Obi's one of Obi's outing. I don't know if it's Obi, maybe some other people just cooked it up. But what I'm just trying to say is that Obi's following is organic. PDP, APC, they buy those people, they rent crowds. So if we were to exclude those things, those factors, I think Obi will win the election. But if you put those factors of big money, people being able to buy voters, like we saw in Ekiti State and other states where they had the election, or Ondo State or whatever, I tell you, Obi will win the election. But from what I'm seeing, being a real idealist, that's who I am. I'm a realist and an idealist. From what I'm seeing on ground, it's going to take, like people say, the grace of God, as some people say, for Obi to really win the election. So just to answer your question, one man, looking at that, what I'm looking at, Obi, it looks very, very bleak for me to see Obi winning the election. Aside all these things I just said, yeah.
All right,
because like I said,
sorry, yeah, where I was actually pointing the question, because I'm being a realist. I don't think anybody is really, at least not any balanced thinking, has Obi winning anything. But him, even because the two big parties, if it's going to come second or something, he has to come ahead of the two big parties. And most people they don't countenance that as anything that is even vaguely remote as a possibility. So him coming third is really where people are placing him. But even with that, some people actually query, including Soludo, if that third is actually even a possibility. Because for him to come third, then he has to finish ahead of Kwakwanso, and there's nothing that suggests that he would finish on. The numbers are not there to place him ahead of Kwakwanso.
Let us take a look at it, man. Yeah. The Constitution says you must win majority, and is it 1/4 or 1/3 in 25 states, right?
Yeah, right.
Now, that was why I said I don't even see any of those so-called major contenders. Those big heavyweight among them. Namely Atiku and Tinubu, because in the north, even though if this guy has majority, Atiku has a majority in the north, majority of the vote over Tinubu, let's just assume that he will still need to win 25% of 25. You have to win 25% of, I think, of each state of 25 states, up and down Nigeria, which I don't see him to do. And if it is Tinubu that wins, has the majority vote, I don't see him having 25% in 25 states as the Constitution says. Like, he cannot do that. So that is why I said, looking at that thing very clearly, it's going to go into a runoff. And if it goes into a runoff, then the two major contenders will have to form alliance at some point. Now, will Obi be part of this? That is what I find it very, very, because like I said, all these indices I've just given you, the shenanigans and everything they will bring into the election, it might not make Obi go into that, being one of the contenders that will go into the runoff. So you might need to form alliance with maybe Tinubu or with Atiku at some point. So my permutation here is this, that what Soludo said, even though there are semblance of facts to what he said, but there is no actual fact. We can just look at it from the point of view from the way he said it. Looking at how Nigeria is staged, the two major parties. Maybe from there, that is why he's saying that, well, he doesn't see Obi going any further than maybe even, but I know he will beat Kokoso. If Kokoso will displace, if Kokoso ever displace Obi from being third.
Why are you? You said definitely will be. Okay, go on.
Let me quickly say this one man, please. If Kokoso ever displace Obi from being third and Obi come fourth, then it means that Atiku will be massacred. I mean, his vote will be massacred in the north. It would really take out a very large chunk of the northern votes from Atiku, which will make Atiku even more important. That will lead to Tinubu possibly gaining more upper hand. But I don't even see him winning the election still, because he will not ever satisfy that constitution. That's how I see it. Because there's no way he can displace Kokoso can displace Obi from third if it doesn't take at least more than half, if not half of what the vote from the north.
Kokoso can displace Peter Obi just from the vote in Kano alone.
No. I mean, are you saying the 5 eastern states, the vote from Kano supersede? Yes. I know he would take Benue State. Obi will take Benue State. Maybe in governorship they might vote.
What do you mean you know because of
but that's my own speculation. And when I say I know, going by what I'm seeing, the calculation from there, I believe.
Hold on, rational mind. You are saying you are basing your assumptions on Peter Obi's followership in organic. Let me play you 2 clips. Watch this. I'll play them in succession. In the first one, pay attention to the cap that one of the guys are wearing. Watch this. Did you say that?
For seminar.
It's like green, white, red. So what's that?
No. It's the Labour Party logo. Yeah, it's the Labour Party. The one wearing the black cap. And he's being paid for services, so they know they give shit. But watch this.
Achara.
So there it is. There's nothing organic about Peter Obi. Those are bought and paid for people.
Hold on.
I'll ask you.
You want to say something? Go on.
Yeah, that is Abia State. The Abia State is it Peter Obi's campaign or the governorship campaign?
Well, I see the Labour Party logo.
The Alex Oti is a governorship candidate in Abia.
Right.
Alex Oti was flagging off. It was not Peter Obi that was flagging off that campaign. Alex Oti was flagging up in Abia State. And he invited Peter.
Is it the first one or the second one?
The two of them is the same place now in Abia State.
For seminar.
You can say it there. It'll be that.
We can't hear you, man. When you were playing that thing, we did not hear you.
No. I was just saying it's only 6 seconds, but pay attention to the mascot. It's Obi.
Sorry,
and the second one is Obi all the way through, sharing money.
He invited Obi to his governorship campaign.
Don't worry about all that. You know they give shishi. They are bought and paid for crowd, so it's nothing organic.
There's something I want to ask you one more, and answer me this objectively.
Right.
Supposing somebody like Soludo has presidential ambition, and maybe he intends to run after he is 8 years in office. That should be 2031, for instance.
Yeah.
Suppose he's going to run in 2031. Do you think that someone like Soludo will run under Abdullah? by 2031.
Well, I suspect he may not, if he wants to be president.
So why is he now? Why is he now abusing Peter Obi for not accepting to run on the APGA?
No, when I say
remember that Soludo was initially the PDP before he came to APGA. I remember he contested the election in 2010 with Peter Obi, and he lost under PDP. And then, by the time he was, I think, by the time Peter Obi was finishing, he was expecting like Peter Obi to support him in that next election that brought Obi'S. But Peter Obi did not. The APGA didn't agree because Anambra is practicing rotation. So it was the turn of Anambra North Senatorial Zone, So that was why he couldn't get the tickets that period. So Obi'S took it. So you now see that by the time he comes out, I know he's not going to run on the APGA. So he's now blaming Peter Obi for not running on the APGA. I see it as hypocrisy somehow.
Yeah, but what has that got to do with Peter Obi renting a crowd?
No, this is not Peter Obi's campaign. Just
don't worry, it's Peter Obi's campaign.
One man, please.
Yes.
This is a national platform. Let's be
it's a Peter Obi rally now.
The rally was organized in Abia State by Alex Oti.
Oh, okay. For the benefit, hold on. For the benefit of, let me play one more. Hold on. If I play the clip, it will drown your voice out. So you might as well just let me play.
Achara.
I can still play it again, but
did you hear what they were speaking?
I didn't hear. Hold on. Hold on. I'm going to play it one more time, but I'm going to invite the audience to look at the signages all over the space and then see if that is a Peter Obi rally or not.
Achara. Okay, I just support
all the posters.
Did you see the OT on it? Did you see OT on that boss?
Oh, well, I saw Peter Obi's image. I saw Obi Dati.
There's OT.
I saw Obi Dati.
No, there's OT there. On that,
what was prominent in that clip, and I can play it again.
We know. You see, one man. I think the question was thrown to me, but you see, the thing is this: you understand that politics, that there are presidential candidates and there are governorship candidates and senators.
Peter Obi is buying crowds all over the place.
No. Well, you can say that. Well, from this eclipse, it seems like it, but the thing is this: I see OT there. Peter Obi, Dati, OT. On that boss, if you look at that boss very well, if you want to pause it, you can pause it and we'll go back to it.
No, it won't pause, unfortunately, because it's loaded up clip. Well, I can go to the space where it is.
One man, can I explain that Igbo language they spoke there? Because you didn't hear they just spoke Igbo. You don't understand what they even said. What they said there, he was asking the guy, those people, have you people eaten? Have you people eaten food? That was the Igbo language they spoke then. And that is, like I told you, is OT campaign. He invited Peter Obi to Abia and Peter Obi came.
What do you mean? What has that got to do? How does that add anything? Have you people eating?
No, we are trying to speculate that Peter Obi is giving people money to campaign for him. And I'm
Yes,
telling you
now
that that is
in some instances they'll say transportation money, whatever. It's still bribery.
that is gubernatorial flag off.
The logos that I saw was Obidati, but there it is.
Well,
Of course, anybody that is running for governor, anybody that is running for governor, even anybody that is running for governor in Lagos State, we put a Tinubu picture and the governor
alongside there.
Yeah.
Yes.
I only saw anyway. Obi'S out there is dishing out. You saw him. You don't even have to take my word. He's dishing out.
I didn't see Peter Obi dish out money there. Don't let's not say that.
All right.
But I understand your point.
But you say Tinubu and article dishing out money.
Hold on. We know. Okay, let me not. I don't want to go into Tinubu because if I start with Tinubu right now, I know one of those add-ons them. They will come out from where they're hiding. I can see one already. It's already typing there, saying that that was Obi's rally. So I know he will come and join me here.
Forget Kulata.
Don't mind Kulata. Kulata is my brother. I know I always dive him, and I was. So anyway, so my point is this.
I'm telling him what I know.
No, yeah, I agree with you. I totally agree with you. But the thing is, like, I'm not trying to make a case here. It is wrong. But for whatever reason, I know sometimes these desperate politicians, Obi might have good intentions. Just like I remember when Shore was saying that, he said the reason why he could not join all these people is because they're already tainted. People around them are tainted. So if people around them are already blemished or they are tainted with some kind of things, it's very, very difficult for him to find himself among them. So because he knows they're going to ruin his own reputation too. So maybe that's what because Obi has said he will never pay shishi. And if he's not going to pay shishi, I know some of them, like in Edo State, people will use their own personal money to get buses, to mobilize people to come for the rally. Maybe if you are to be there, somebody's filming that and maybe giving them money at that point, you might assume that it's Obi that was giving them that money. I'm not saying Obi might not do. I'm not saying Obi doesn't do that, but I'm going by what he said, that he will not pay shishi to anybody. But I know his followers, because they are so passionate about him, they just want to see him succeed. Most of them will go to any length. I mean, we've seen so many of them having so many platforms online now, and they are all canvassing for Obi, using their own personal money, even some of the money they get from online donation and everything. Even though I'm not saying that is the right way to go, but they are using
rational mind. Let me tell you another thing that can even happen. It is very easy for an opposition.
Of course, yeah, I see that too.
To go and wear
my God, is that where we are now? My goodness me! My goodness me! Oh God!
I'm giving an instance. Just on that, I'm not talking about this thing here, this thing that happened, but I'm giving an instance. Suppose Obi is gonna have like maybe tomorrow, like that rally in Edo State.
I actually have a clip where they were actually throwing feasts over loot from the Peter Obi rallies. I'm just looking for it now.
I don't understand.
Woman, you always find clips. You always find. I mean, people always give you. I mean, but you see the okay. Let me give you an example now. You want me to go to that Tinubu matter now? Let me give you an example of Tinubu. You want those fake pastors or whatever they call bishops call themselves. At least we saw a picture of them. They were there among the people that went in there when this guy, Shetima, was doing his flag off or whatever. They were there. We saw the picture. And then there was another separate video that shows them collecting money. So you can link those kind of ones. But this one now, you can say, okay, fine. They were at the rally. We saw Peter Obi, Dati, and OT there on that bus. And anybody can just, I mean, well, let me not try to I don't want to stand like an obedient here, that I just want to make case for them. But it's wrong. I'll condemn that, yeah. Whatever you showed us, that is wrong. If truly it was Labour Party that were doing that and Obi knows about it, then it means that it's not a matter of his word.
No, it was. We thought it was Labour Party, but Saki Fathers now educated us. It was actually Tinubu that sent agents to that space to go and wear Obi Dati outfit and speak Igbo language and give out money.
No, that's not what I said.
No, we just know that a lot of people are trying to paint Obi's candidacy.
Exactly what I'm
trying to make him look like, because I don't see why this madness about some people on here talk about Obi like as if I mean, if I come the way I come on Tinubu, people will label me, oh, you are the Tinubu collect your girlfriend, all these kind of things. Like, hey, initially I mean, it crossed cross. I mean, it gives me some kind of goosebump when people say that. Over times now, I'm getting used to it. But that's not who I am. I don't hate the guy, like I've said many times here. But my point is that if people want to challenge people, let's be consistent. I on this platform, I'll be consistent. I criticize Tinubu, criticize Obi when I have to criticize. I criticize your word. So what my point I'm trying to make is that let's be consistent and let us not, because of our own candidate, and try to make some other person look so bad. And so for me, yeah, woman, just to quickly round up on that question. Soludo, yeah, he has some points for what you raised. But my question is, what was the motive? What is the motive of that point you raised? Because the issue on ground was you were being threatened. Your family was being threatened because you said something they felt you should have not have said. And why don't you just address that matter and just leave out this social? Oh, let me tell you about your candidate. He's even not going to win the election. He's in fact the two major candidates. I see them to win the election more. I mean, he's trying to just he's trying to stoke fire and try to get them more angry. And I mean, that's not what you want to do as a state man. Just say your piece. Don't bring my family into this. I'll make sure that the DSS, all of you, your accounts that are after me, I'll make sure that you just threaten him that way. DSS will look for all of you and pick all of you up, and I'll leave it at that. All this one you're saying, APC will get the majority, PDP will get the majority. We're just number third. I mean, for me, it's just like I said, he has something bottled up in him about this guy, which is making me think maybe he really is jealous. Like people are saying he is jealous of this guy. But I'm not saying that's what it is, but that is the picture he's painting of himself. So that's how I look at woman.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. So let me attempt Joel of Nashville again. Thank you, Rational Mind. But on my
one
way
man,
to
I'm ready.
yes.
I'm ready to go.
All right. On my way to Joel of Nashville, let me highlight the buy the coffee thing. We're not seeing sufficient enough activities in that space. So if anybody wants to join the people that have already gone there, go there whilst the session is still on, and go and buy your host endless cups of coffee. So click on that link and go wild. So the public flogging, bare buttock flogging of Peter Obi by Soludo in the market square. Your thoughts, Joel?
Soludo flogged himself. One man. Soludo is dead politically in the Southeast. Now, let me tell you this. The only reason why we are going to push Soludo further than what he is today. He made a promise in 2010, before I think 2009, because then I was rooting for Soludo ahead of Peter Obi. And he said he was going to make Nnewi the Taiwan of Africa, and he's going to make it the Japan.
Let me use the word exactly. He said African Dubai Taiwan.
Africa Dubai Taiwan. Thank you.
Yeah.
That is in a medical terminology. That's what you call the baseline. That is my baseline for Soludo. I wouldn't have even bothered if Soludo has, if he didn't meet up with those ideologies, but at least he did something. But at this rate, Soludo is dead politically. Look, let me tell you something. If a dead person is contesting against Soludo, I will vote for the dead person. Because the reason why I am saying this is that many of you on this stage, you see, we say politics is local, so is development, so is growth. Some people come and say, oh, I went to Anambra State. Why is it not like Lagos? Anambra is not Lagos. Lagos is not Anambra. Lagos is a former national capital. Anambra is just a state. And Anambra is just a state. I will now take you down to Anambra Lane. I don't want to overflow this issue.
Why did Peter Obi increase the poverty level in Anambra?
He did not increase the poverty level in Anambra State. At least on the podium, Soludo said that unemployment went down from 54%, right under Peter Obi, right, down to about 14%. Look, one man, What we are facing today is a problem of jealousy. What we are facing today, look, I'm going to give you, and I'm going to give you a background to it.
All right.
Peter Obi whooped his ass in 2010. And when Peter Obi finished, people were really rooting for Soludo to be the governor. In fact, Obiano wasn't even Soludo's candidate. The party chose Obiano. That was the little rift that you saw between Peter Obi and Obiano. But when the party saw and chose Obiano, and Peter Obi decided to support Obiano ahead of Charles Soludo. So there is no problem in there. And the reason they gave them was that where Obiano came from had not produced, I think they have not produced a governor. That was a candid reason given for Obiano being the governor. When Obiano came in, Obiano did his dirty job and he left. I am not going to sit down here and tell you that Obiano was a good governor. He performed far below expectations. My problem with Soludo is that Soludo is running on Peter Obi's achievement in Anambra State. Soludo did not run on Obiano's achievement in Anambra State.
Hey, hold on. You still have the floor, but let me give you a paragraph.
Go ahead.
Actually, just a sentence. It says, funny in the rabid frenzy to grab at every straw. They caught a clip during our governorship debate where I was stating vital statistics, and they claimed that I was praising Peter Obi then, whilst committing a crime now for criticizing him. Ha ha ha. Well, it is true that I said during the debate that according to the National Bureau of Statistics, poverty in Anambra actually grew from less than 25% in 2005 to about 53% under Peter Obi in 2010-2011, but fell under Willie Obiano to 14.78% in 2020. Yes, poverty more than doubled under Peter Obi, and more than 50% of Indi Anambra were in poverty under him. Go and verify. So I am governor and sitting on privileged information, which I will not want to use against a political opponent. But on matters of fact, I will always state same as is. As the saying goes, you can't fool everybody. So it goes on to that. So all that thing that he was praising Peter Obi is saying they were actually quoting him out of context, and he then went on to add what he thinks of Peter Obi factually, that he just impoverished the whole of Anambra State.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. So that is where I was going to. The reason why people voted, the reason why ABGA it is what it is in Anambra State is because of Peter Obi. He was the first governor of ABGA. And when he came into power, remember, I have played this clip, this thing here on this. I don't want to repeat myself. But if I have to, for those of you that don't really know, the issue there was that before Peter Obi came into power, Anambra was in shambles. Anambra was in shambles. Before he came into power was when we had the government house, the TV and radio station bombed by Chris Oba, why he was pursuing or trying to work against Chris Ngige. When Peter Obi came in,
Anambra was more violent under Peter Obi anyway. We have the data, but carry on.
No. What I'm just telling you that there's nothing. Well, I don't want to say every death is any death is a death. You know, if someone dies, someone dies. It cannot be celebrated. But when we want to put it on a scale, kidnapping a state governor, I think, we blow the mind of anyone, even those of us in the United States, even to the president of the United States. How can a governor be kidnapped? But it happened in Anambra State. Under the same article, the same people Atiku put in charge to deliver Anambra State, they were the one that kidnapped Chris Ngige and forced him to thumbprint with his blood on a paper. Like, we forget that this thing happened in this country. It was crude politics. Then when Ngige came out and said, I did that under duress. They restored Ngige and they became the governor. But then Ngige knew that many people were behind him. Because how can you tell me as a state governor to appoint 80% of my commissioners, to appoint 80% of my personal assistants, and to get a good share from the state allocation as a godfather? That was the kind of politics we were playing then. So we have to always look at time. What was going on in Anambra State then? It is not just enough to build white elephant projects when the people are hungry. You have to take care of the basics first. We had no basics. Lagos State already had a foundation. Anambra State had none. We did not even have a ministry of planning. That is to tell you where we were when Peter Obi came in. And he started doing the footwork, the foundation. When he did that foundation, and from now I'm starting to see what he was thinking. Because you can't build something on nothing. What he did was that when he did all those basic things he knew he ought to do, he made sure someone from the same Abga comes into power, hoping that that same person will follow the footprints. But Obi'S deviated. Obi'S deviated. And that is the reason why when Peter Obi came into power, I mean, let's say, for instance, Peter Obi left 20 billion. Let's forget the 75 billion. He left 20 billion. Soludo, when Soludo came into power, how much did he make? He made 300 million in debt. And he was crying on our Rise News that he had no money to work with. So one man, as these things are coming up right now, you are seeing the undertone upon which Soludo is making his claim. But he is going to be a one-term governor.
Let me give you a sentence. This is still from the Soludo essay. It says, a bishop recently publicly advised that I should please try to construct the Ngige type of quality roads, stating that the ones done by his successor, that is Peter Obi, had washed away, whilst Ngige's remained. I promised, and we are delivering quality road in Anambra that has not been seen before.
Lie, one man.
It's all a lie, isn't it? Everything is a lie.
There is something I want to tell you, one man, please.
All right.
Let me not forget. Soludo just came in. He's less than 1 year, right?
Yes.
He has already constructed a road in a town called Amaisi. I think Joel of Nigeria should know Amaisi. You know, he has already constructed a road in a town called Amaisi. That road has started tearing apart right now. Soludo, that came in less than 1 year. That road he constructed in Amaisi this year has started tearing apart already. So ask people from that side.
I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure how you construct a road in 6 months, but
Joel of Nigeria should know about this town I'm talking about.
One man. It's unfortunate that Soludo has gone to the gutters. After every construction, we always know in Nigeria that the issue with our problem in Nigeria is maintenance. You see a pothole, you allow that pothole to go through, and if you understand the soil we have in the southeast, the kind of soil we have in the southeast is what they call it again, but it's clayish, but that's There's this other
Have a lot
word.
of bullies.
Yeah, so it is easily washed away with water by water. But again, too, that's one of the reasons why it is still very fertile. It's a fertile land, right? But it is easily washed away. So we have this erosion issue in the state for quite too long. So the thing there is this: if someone comes in and builds something, maintain it. If you've not touched that road for 8 years, Soludo, you just came in. After 8 years, you've not touched that same road. Some of the road Crucigige built too has some of those potholes. Some of the ones he built inside of Onisha. Are we going to play politics?
But the ones built by Peter Obi, of course, still in pristine condition.
They won't be by Peter Obi.
Yeah, it's still in pristine condition.
Soludo cannot say that all the roads built by Peter Obi, the roads built by. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Soludo, Peter Obi built the OP work at 10-lane roads.
Okay, it's still standing.
Standing till today.
It's still standing to today. That's what I'm saying.
That's what I said. The roads that Peter Obi built, they're still in pristine condition, but the ones that are in Gige, Obiano, and Soludo built, they've all been washed away.
No, it's not what we're saying.
No, it's not what we're saying. It's not what we're saying. Some of the roads.
Can I not even agree with you? I've tried to agree with you now.
No. Some of the roads built by Obiano is still standing, right? But Obiano has some elephant projects that he built, and we are not even. Soludo is not even talking about it. The multipurpose center that he built, that he said was a stealth. Who goes in there? The airport that he built, the lobby area, is nothing to write home about. But it's still okay to attack Peter Obi. Soludo is dead politically in Southeast. One man, we dash him to you, we give them to you. If you guys want to take him,
as an Oyo man, I will take Soludo because
no problem. No, I know that's the same. You guys are going to do us what we did to you guys when it was between OBJ and Olufalaye, right? We chose OBJ, but you guys wanted Olufalaye. In this case, we are going to choose the other person. Why you guys take Soludo? Take Soludo, but Soludo is there politically in the
Southeast. Question,
go ahead, brother.
Now, looking at what Soludo did. We know where he came from PDP, he crossed carpet into APC, and he was an advisor to Abubu, and then he became a governor. Now, are you not seeing a pattern here that this guy is trying to campaign for his former party, which is either APC and PDP here? Because
no, Rashomai, you got it all correctly. You see, he's an article boy. You see, that is the background to the story. He is an article boy. And that is why in the statement, he was trying to make it look like Peter Obi is working against the PDP in the Southeast, right? Because if Peter Obi keeps going the way he's going, according to him, then he's helping Tinubu. He doesn't think that Peter Obi himself is going to win. But we are in this race to win. That is what Soludo does not really understand. We are in this race to win. And in case we do not, if Tinubu takes it, I will be more than happy. In fact, with this thing Soludo is doing now, I do not want to see Atiku 100 miles close to Aso Rock. I'm just telling you the way it is, because my own thing is like, I look at things because I see where it is coming from. It is from the Atiku group. And Soludo is going to come into Anambra State, a campaign on Peter Obi's achievement as the first governor of Abga in Anambra State, and did very, very well, saved us a lot of money, and said, okay, dude, government is a continuum. Take this money, whatever I have not done, do it.
Joel, the whole controversy kicked off, of course, from Soludo's answering of a question on Channels Television. When the journalist forced him into the Peter Obi space, and he said that his investment is next to nothing.
Nothing.
So
Yeah.
So he covered that, of course, in his write-up as well. That if you say you invested $12 million and it's barely worth $3 million now, it is nothing to crow and beat your chest about. So
But the context,
is that sabo too?
one man, is the context, is the context within which he said it. We all know. One man, you're into stocks. I don't know how many of you on this
let me say something to you.
on this platform are into stocks. Stocks
Go
went down. Go ahead, brother.
In 2007 and 8.
Yes.
I invested about $15,000 into stock in Nigeria.
Okay.
Then by that recession of 27 and 2008, 2008.
Yes.
My value of my stock was like $3,000. I bought so many bank and.
Did you buy First Bank? Did you buy First Bank? I bought First Bank as well.
Oh my goodness!
The only one the only one I was guaranteed among all my stocks that I bought was only guaranteed bank that really stood a little bit. All the stock, in fact, I invested heavily into insurance.
Even Transcorp. What about Transcorp?
It was $50,000 worth of stock in 2007. I mean 2007.
Yes.
By 2009 and 10, it was just like 3,000,
That's the point.
So the point is, if you understand how this thing works, you invest. I mean, going by the economic situation in Nigeria right now. I mean, even recently, I bought some shares back home, and everything is done. Everything is gone. I bought Bua. I bought some of that stuff. The value is gone. So what I'm trying to say is. What I'm trying to say is that you need to understand that. I mean, he's an economist to understand how this works. So
this works, and that's why I'm surprised. That's why I'm surprised. That's why I'm surprised at Soludo.
All right. You know what I'll do?
Can I ask another question?
Hold on. Do you know what I will do, Rational Mind? I will cut out that clip of that your little, not your little. I'll cut out that clip of that your just commentary right there. And I will send it to Soludo, the former governor of Central Bank, so that you can educate him on how stocks and shares work. So it's all about learning, so you can educate Soludo on how stocks and shares work. But let me give you this sentence. It says, let me now address the substance of my response during the interview, and I stand by what I said. On record, I doubt that any governor in Nigeria has paid as much tribute to their predecessors as I have done during the campaigns and in office. I always said that all of them did well and to the best of their ability. You know, when they say somebody do the best of their ability.
I know what that means.
That's an Asabic,
I know what that means.
Yeah, that's an Asabic remark, you know. It's a put down, really. Yeah,
it's a put down. One man, I get it.
He says, yes, I always said that all of them did well and to the best of their abilities. Yes, Peter Obi was governor for 8 years, 2006 to 14, during a period of unprecedented oil boom and prosperity in Nigeria. Nigerian economy was growing at an average of 6 to 8% per annum, and oil price the highest during this time. I have seen all kinds of funny comments and interpretations regarding what I said about the value of his investments. Some referred to Sab Miller and bandy all kinds of figures as to how the investment of $12 million is now worth less than $3 million. Of course, there is room for legitimate debate about the logic or quality of the investment. For example, people might differ as to the propriety of using, this is where I was going to, because this, if you read between the lines, and you know, of course, not to ever listen to language in a literal term, but in an inferred meaning term. So if you listen in the inferred meaning term to this next piece, this says, for example, people might differ as to the propriety of using taxpayers' money to promote a company in which one of the shareholders, in the name of the investment, or even so-called savings, etc., etc. So now, actually, let me give you all of it because it's just a short read. It says, for example, people might differ as to the propriety of using taxpayers' money to promote a company in which one is a shareholder in the name of investment. So that is inferred corruption right there. And even whether so-called say, and this is an argument space that we've had endlessly on this platform, and I think Soludo somewhat concurs with the stance that we take, and or even whether so-called savings are warrant. Oh, sorry, I have to mute you because the feedback is just too heavy. I think that might well be Joel. I think Joel is in transit. Is on his way to Nigeria and is taking the scenic route.
No. I'm good. I'm good.
You know, we are getting heavy feedback from you, so that's why I muted you for a moment, just so I can read this. So it says, for example, people might differ as to the propriety of using taxpayers' money to promote a company in which one is a shareholder in the name of investment, or even whether so-called savings are warranted when there are dozens of schools without roofs or classrooms, or local governments without access roads, or hospitals without doctors or nurses. And then it goes on to that bishop asking him to build in Ngige Road. So I don't know, man. That's why I started the session with a funeral song, because it looks as though the final death knell has been administered.
No, there's no death knell. He just put a death knell on his own coffin.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's about him and what he wants to do. So he put a nail on his own coffin. Not Peter Obi. Peter Obi did what was good at that particular point in time. If Soludo came in now and Anambra was as disorganized as it was after Ngige took over, because if he does not plan, then he has planned to fail. He has planned to fail ab initio. So Soludo ought to look at the person that helped get him, on whose achievement helped to get into power. And that is what Soludo should be looking at. Forget all this nonsense he's talking about. He is there in Anambra State today because 30 foundations have been laid for him. He cannot just come out now and just say, oh, everything has been so bad. You could have done this. You could have done that. You could have done that. Very arrogant. Hypocrite. But it is okay. We are going to answer Soludo. He had better make Anambra the Taiwan. Or let's at least see that drive. But I don't think he's going to do that with a budget of $265 billion budget. So we are looking at it. I think it is done on him that this is governance. It's not just sitting down in one CBN office and making certain claims.
Joel, can I interject, please?
Are you slowly making your way to Europe, Joel?
No, look at me. I'm in a hotel room.
Yeah, I know. Because I know you're not at home. You're in Atlanta, aren't you?
Yes, I am. I'm in Atlanta.
Yeah, I'm just asking. Are you on your way to Europe?
No, not yet. Not yet.
All right,
I'm still working on my documents.
Oh, your passport has expired, hasn't it, or something? Did you say that?
Yeah. But I'm working on it, though. I'm working on it.
All right.
Sure.
Yeah, brother.
Yeah, Soludo called this article part 1.
Yes.
Okay.
So he wants to come with another one.
Good. Let him.
If you guys don't behave yourself, then it will pull Peter Obi's trousers down again, and it will flog him again.
It doesn't matter what Soludo brings out.
And you will notice. I want you to pay attention, Joel and Saki and everyone else. You will notice that Peter Obi will change the tone of his campaigning after this. All that boastful chest beating about his record in Anambra, there is because
he has already defended that in Kadira. He talked about it time It's different time. Let Soludo is just only how long? Not up to 6 months. Let him work first. Let's just see. It's easy to judge from the other side. Let him come in and work. He's been there for how long? What have we seen? Even the Oboko, he said he was going to do everything. He was going to tell Oboko, where is it? Let us calm down. Melembe, we say Melembe. We are waiting for Soludo. If he does not turn, if he does not turn Anambra to that Taiwan, he's going to be a one-time governor. And after that one-time governor, I promise you, Soludo will be dead politically.
All right, brilliant. Joe, take a quick question from Ola, then round off your thoughts on that space, then I'll go on to world peace. Quick question from Ola, or
Joel, I don't know why you guys are so, you descended on Soludo, and who happened to be one of your greatest guy. When you look at
no.
Wait, respond. Let me finish my question. Don't worry. Because that's my opinion. Because this is the guy that has never been shy of stepping on big toes in taking decision. The banking system you see in Nigeria today, the sustainability, you owe at least 80% of it to that guy. That which you celebrating him. Now look at this. Put yourself in his shoes, and someone is using his campaign, his performance to promote himself. Are you considering the negative impact of what Obi is saying on those guys? You are promoting yourself, but you are not looking at what Obi is saying as negative impact on those guys. So will you keep quiet if you were Soludo, if you were in Soludo's shoes? I just want you to look at it that way. I save money, or you are the one that is managing the money. Oh, I did this thing, you are destroying my legacy. That is what Obi in all the lies.
My brother.
Obi never said that kind
there
of
was a governor. There was a governor.
Saying a lie.
This is our problem.
It's saying about implied meaning. That's what it's
no. That's what I'm saying. My brother. There was a governor after Peter Obi. You see where our problem is from? You did not talk. He did not say anything about Obiano. He did not talk about what we call the that is the amount of money that they used to feed the horses. Now, we are not talking about others. Now, the same Soludo said that they pay 139 million to clean government offices. He brought it down to 11 million. Who came in before? Did he call Obiano's name? He did not. In fact, Soludo could not even comment on his successors in CBN about the CBN redesign of the currency. But Soludo was so comfortable talking about Peter Obi. And subsequently, as the day goes by, my brother, you can see that this guy has some certain animosity against the man Peter Obi. Peter Obi whooped his ass in 2010 in the election. Peter Obi won. Peter Obi came in and delivered. Come in and do your job and shut up. You were employed to do a job. That pride has to go. We cannot continue to have leaders. Look, it has really shown Soludo is part of the establishment. He is part of the establishment. I want you guys to understand what is going on in Nigeria. Don't look at it. Remove Peter Obi from. That Peter Obi clock goes off your eyes. One man, Kulata, Thomas, Ajele Koko. This is what is going on in Nigeria. The establishment are against Obi. You guys are not seeing it that way. But that is what is going on. How many of those politicians in the Southeast have received supporting Obi? You cannot see them. Do you know why? They are part of the establishment. These are the people that goes to Abuja to get crumbs from the table. They get those crumbs from the table, they come to the Southeast and they make show. Peter Obi was the only person that made us to understand that we can make money in Southeast. It is that personal. If I have to say it out there, let me say it. Look at Imo State. They've been suffering. Governor after governor, from Udenwa to Achikudenwa to Rocha Sokorocha to now Opus Odema. But that is why the roads Mbakwe built in Imo State still stood today. In fact, the one that he built that was still standing, Rochas went and bulldozed it and built another China road. But Imo State has a lot of potentials. In fact, geographically, talking about the Uguta Lake. Look, I don't want to go on and on about the leaders we have in Southeast. Southeast, I can agree, has been marginalized. But we also get allocation, one man. We get allocation. We get allocation in Southeast. What have we been doing with our own allocation in Southeast? That is the thing. It is not about what is going on. If Peter Obi wins, he doesn't win. It doesn't matter. But we get allocation in the Southeast. And that is why I said it's about time we sack all those leaders in the Southeast, because they are not doing any favor for us. They come in, they embezzle this money and go.
Can I say something, Joel? Joel, it's because you people allow them. Let me say something, and that is what I just want to say my piece on this.
I agree.
Hold on. Let me say this. I want to say my piece on this, and I'm really pissed off. That's what I'm about to say. Doesn't mean I'm against our Igbo brothers.
Go ahead.
You see, the infrastructure in the Southwest, especially in Lagos, is being worn out. The infrastructure is not the infrastructure we have in Lagos State is not built to support the load, the influx of people coming into that state.
Exactly.
So I'm not saying that there are people from other parts of Nigeria, like the Igbos, who are more, when they go apart from the Yorubas, more in Lagos, it's wearing out that infrastructure. But I wonder all the so-called allocation your people are getting in the East. Look at Abia State. Abia State has nothing. There is nothing in that state. So what are you people doing with the money you get from allocation? Like Abia State is an oil-producing state.
Exactly.
So all the money people are getting allocation, what are your politicians doing with it? And everybody rush down to Southwest. Rush down to Southwest and wear out all the infrastructure there. I mean, it makes no sense.
Look, rational mind. Look. I was going to do a special on the leadership we have in the Southeast. So that is why when people come out and talk about Obi, I look at them. It was until Obi came into Anambra State that we knew that Anambra State had money. No, sorry, I'll take that back. It was until Ngige, because then they refused him allocation from Abuja. Ngige was running Anambra State from money he got from Nnewi and Onisha. The same thing they did to Tinubu. We have to put all these things out there so that we can see the context. So Soludo coming up now, when he feels like we have social media, governance is a little bit, it's less violence today. It's less crooked. We've had good electoral laws and all that. Under OBJ, governance was still crude. And he will come out and have the serenity to castigate Obi and what Obi has done in the Southeast. One of our, if not the brightest governor after Mbakwe. Who else? But one man, look, I don't want to let all my emotions go. What is them? Soludo, one man, take it from me. If he does not deliver Anambra State as the Taiwan, Dubai, whatever thing he called it, Soludo is dead politically in the Southeast. We dash him to you in Oyo State, in Lagos State, in North Kano State. You guys can take him and do whatever thing you want.
No, we will have him in Oyo State. Don't worry. If you ever want to get rid of Soludo, let me put my hands up on behalf of my own home state. Please send him to Oyo State. We can give him the Imakinde in exchange if you want him. Yeah, we want.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Joel, I think Dave Omai did well in infrastructure. I think he did well in infrastructure in Ebonyi State.
You mean Dave Omai? Oh yes, he did. He did.
All right,
But
all right. Thank you.
The thing, one man, you see, when we talk about white elephant projects versus, like, when we talk about infrastructure versus the quality of life of the people, what is the quality of life of people living in neighboring states? So you are building the malls, all the spaces you're building. Who are those going to, benefit from it? Are they not the people? What are the quality of life of the people? That's what really matters. It's not about building all those things. Look, we are done with all this life. What we want now is someone that will take us, build us from ground up. Because Nigeria will lack the basics of life: pipe-borne water, clothing, feeding. We need someone to take us. It's that simple. Like empower. Something that simple. We need to start from forget all these people coming to them. They're going to build things in Pluto. No, let Pluto wait. Let maybe in next generation they will go to Pluto. For now, we need to feed. We need to build our society, make it a better place. Thank you, Wamba.
All right, brilliant. Always well put. Anytime Joel turns up, of course, he illuminates the place. He brightens it up in his usual, big personality. So big personality. So thank you, Joel. So we take the conversation on from Joel of Nashville, who's traveling through America as he heads towards Europe. But we take the conversation to Japan to go and join our war peace. But on our way to war peace, let us acknowledge the people who have taken up the is it an opportunity even, or the invitation more like, let's acknowledge people who have taken up the invitation to buy their host cups of coffee. So some people do feel that the platform, even though I talk nonsense, they say maybe coffee will calm him down. So Ayo, as ever, of course, one of the traditional names that does that almost on a daily basis. But gentlemen, you know that I've been inviting that new people join that space, and it looks as though some people are starting to take up that invitation. Abe Oyetunde, he joined Ayo, so to buy a coffee for the host. And then Bishi Rashid, also not Bishi Rashid, he also joins them. So there they are. So thank you to those three. The invitation to buy your host a coffee is still there. The link right there in the comment section if you want to join those three gentlemen. So join those three gentlemen as we join the gentleman in Japan, as we say, konnichiwa. What Peace, are you there? Or are you being
I'm here.
All right.
Konnichiwa to everybody.
Konnichiwa. So what Peace to it then? Charles Soludo. It's not come to take part, it's come to take charge. He lobs a grenade into the heart of the obedient space, and boom, the place goes. War Peace.
Yeah, thank you, everybody. Yeah, I've been listening to the analysis you guys have been making since, and I tried to run through the media space to see what was going on, and I saw it, and I could just bring one thing out, is that, as you will say, it's all about politics. But actually, I will, for once, agree with the Labour Party or the Obedient or Joe of Nashville on this Soludo's analysis that he did. It was unnecessary and uncalled for. Charles Soludo ran on Abga to win the governorship election, and is in Aga party ruling Anambra state, which is heavily dominated and controlled by Abga. So if he's the marketing Peter Obi, single out Peter Obi and leaving Aga, I think he will be clever by half. Now, it's not a smart politician, but it's a clever politician, but clever by half, because if you demarket Peter Obi too much, you are demarketing the party. And it would be fair to say that Charles Soludo is working for Atiku, because in all this thing that is going on, it's like we just forget about Atiku and Kwankwaso. We just forget about those two people. We can bring out Tinubu, bury him, dig out his dead corpse again, and rebury him again. But we don't do that for Atiku. So Charles Soludo going to channels to say all that. That means he's trying to now demarket Peter Obi, because they are seeing the danger that Peter Obi oppose. I mean, for them, because any vote for Peter Obi is a vote from PDP. So it's really, really uncalled for that Peter Obi's stock does not worth anything, because Peter Obi is not an immediate past governor. It's Obiano. You should face Obiano. So Peter Obi run prior 8 years now, before him now. So I don't see any reason why he has to jump Obiano and start facing Peter Obi. And again, Peter Obi Labour Party is not a threat to AGA presidential ticket. He's in AGA. Peter Obi is in Labour. Two of them minority parties. They have PDP and APC that he can go after if he wants to build the APGA dynasty in Anambra. A friend of my friend, like I say, any of my enemy is my friend. Peter Obi is supposed to be his friend, not his enemy. He should go after PDP and APC. And if you really want to demarcate the predecessor, you should go after Igigi that came in under PDP and say, look, this guy started this, he derailed this success of Anambra. Since then, we have not able to get it right. So facing Peter Obi heavily and start attacking him heavily, it means he's working for Atiku. That Atiku now realize that Peter Obi move, any vote for Peter Obi is a vote against him. So for me, Soludo was clever by half in that move. That's how I see it, because AGA and Labour is not a threat to AGA, and AGA is not going to win the presidency. Neither Labour is going to win the presidency. So why is attacking Peter Obi? So, but the threat for his children, Soludo should understand that these Labour Party people, the obedient, I can say my opinion, most 90% of them are the IPOP sympathizers and IPOP loyalists and no government defenders. So they are used to threatening people. So that's only what they know. They don't know politics. All they know is politics by bully, use force to get whatever they want. You can see recently now.
Charles Soludo described it as unzobu politics.
Yeah, anything, even Nazis is a very small word to use for those people. Those people are worse than anything I ever seen in politics. Now you can see the media space now is so bright now, the way they are ushering praises to the kingship in Benin because of the statement it made, and ushering praises to the Benin people, how they came out to support Peter Obi. But I can clearly tell you if the story was opposite, by now civil war have started in social media against the Benin people and the kingship. They would have say anything they like. Those people from the east, they don't have chills in their when they start their insult. So that could tell you the kind of people they are. They can switch right now from Masop to Biafra, from Biafra to IPOP, from IPOP, Zoo, from Zoo, no election, no referendum, no election, now Peter Obi. So these people can move at any time. So Soludo should have avoided that space. That's the only part I see that is not nice. Threatening his son, they will do more than that. Soon it will be his wife. Soon we'll know when he bought his wife bra. So we'll start hearing all these things soon. So Soludo would have avoided that space and do something more mature. But this move he made was just clever by half. That's how I see that space.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Thank you, Wapi. So Wapi, let me go from you to Ola, who joins us laterly. So Ola, good to have you as always. So you've been following the conversation. The public kick in the face that Charles Soludo administers on Peter Obi with still capped boots. What are you then making then of the putting of Peter Obi's teeth on the floor by the Anambra governor?
You see, one thing in politics is that sometimes we don't want to face the reality. And sometimes what we cannot accept, we want others to accept that thing, forgetting that everyone is competing for relevance in the political space. Now, this guy went to present his budget, and the presenter asked him questions which he initially was trying to avoid. But when he could not avoid that, he made a statement that investment even is worthless or something like that, And the next thing, you rallied against him, you started insulting him everywhere, even to the point that was the allegation that, okay, they even sent some kind of mob action. And you already provoked the guy to even speak more, because already you are saying he can no longer speak his mind. And he now came out now to tell you what he believes is the truth. This man has never said differently from what we be saying here. For example, now, and he really broke it down. Before Soludo, we've said it here that even saving money in your family or the business, the kind of a bank where you have people that have interest itself, is corruption, for example. We've treated that topic right here, even before now. We've treated it that, okay, your people are suffering, you put money in the bank. And this guy is just telling you just everything you all know. But all you want is, just because this is what you want, everybody must want exactly what you want. It doesn't work that way. Now, the guy came out now, you are saying it finished politically, is this and that. You don't say that. Listen to what this guy is saying. Is this guy saying the truth? Now, if he's saying the truth, what can you take away from it, and what can you do in a better way? Because what you are doing now is that you are killing those people that is supposed to be your political leader, those people that stand a good chance of even representing you within the polity. You are killing them today, and tomorrow, by the time you want to rebuild them, it's going to be very difficult. We need not be told, for example, that Obi cannot, well, if we only take special miracle, if we take divine blessing. Okay.
Ola, can I ask you a question?
Ask it.
Did you read that thing that he released? That whatever he released, his statement. Did you read it?
I read it. If it
was
is
that,
one
in
way,
your opinion, was that a constructive criticism or a condemnation? And can you point out areas where he criticized, he gave real constructive criticism with the objective of seeing Obi succeed or seeing him correct whatever he needs to correct? Give me an example. And I saved it with one man too.
Look.
Well, I can give examples, but let Ola go. Yeah.
So this guy, you already provoked this man already. You said this guy is envious of Obi, and he started giving you the example how he invited Obi to come to Abga. That what type of
Ola, you continue saying they provoke Soludo. So Soludo cannot control his anger. So it's the anger that make him to go and write this nonsensical article against this guy.
If you've known Soludo very well, you know that this guy is so confrontational, and when you table something in front of him, is the guy that is never shy away from confronting the problem and tell you the truth. And if you want to go against that, he dare you. You know how many big tools this guy step upon, even when he was reforming banking. So I heard someone that said Joel was saying that he never talked against Sanusi. Maybe you don't. Maybe he's not aware of what Soludo did when Sanusi was there. This guy even confronted the Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. So see, Soludo has always been like that. So Obi will not be the first time he will be replying that way. Like I've made my own note, for example, when you have a politician that keep ending lies, and you now want the like of Soludo now to rubber stamp, it's another thing. Because what you guys are saying that Obi, whether you like it or not, that Soludo should just come out and endorse what he believes that is not right. Have you ever thought that this guy is also a professor of economics and this is an international figure that consult for some international organization, and you now want that person now to come out now and now put his stamp to support what he knew very well that is not correct? That's exactly what you are saying. So this guy now is saying, I will say my own and I will maintain my reputation and integrity, for example, even whether he's talking politically, and you are saying he's not saying the thing rightly. So to me, I don't understand why someone cannot just have freedom of speech just because it's not saying what you expected him to say. So this guy, table this thing is exactly the way it is. Is it true that Obi invested in the name of saving money in an ant? that with someone that has relationship with him? Is it a statement of fact or is it false? So we should look at all those things. So everything that Soludo said, just say it's a lie. Just come out and say it's a lie. That is what we're expecting. So putting out the truth in the public domain to counter you because you want to force him to do what he didn't want, and you are now saying he's politically dead. I seem not to understand that. It's just like Ajaleku. Maybe you have a friend now that have been defrauding the revenue agency. Maybe he's using your address. They now want to audit him. And you are expecting that, and that friend say, Ajaleku, please, can you write that? You know me, you are my landlord. Will you do that? You will come out and deny and tell the guy that, no, this is the way I see it. That is exactly what Soludo has done. You want to rob this guy, integrity using politics, and the guy just threw everything away. So no, I seem not to get that. So let us give Soludo his own credit for saying it the way it is. Now, what we expect Obi to do now is that go and counter that instead of threatening this guy. That is, go and say whatever Soludo is saying. It's a lie. That's what we expect.
So, Ola, the point is, he didn't criticize him because he wants him to make changes or whatever. He criticized him because he wants to it's a condemnation. That's the point.
No. So sorry. If it wasn't, you asked if it was a constructive. What Soludo actually said was that firstly, he acknowledged that Peter Obi has no chance of winning the elections, and I think everybody knows that. But then what he was inviting by way of constructive input is that Peter Obi is a popular and a powerful figure in the Southeast, and he will be better off going to the Southeast to form a base wrapped around his own people. And he cited several examples of how that has worked in the past. So once he has that base and it solidifies the mass, then that can then be in negotiating. So it's not inviting him to go and straddle Abga to try and use Abga to become president, but to form a base, a strong base within the Southeast, and then have that as leverage to negotiate with other power blocks within the country as a pathway to the presidency. And that is the formula that works in Nigeria. It's negotiation and alliance politics that works in Nigeria. So he was that was a constructive criticism, was it not?
No,
even if you disagree,
that's not, yeah, because what you just read, you know, I mean, he very well knows very well. Okay, let me ask a question, one man. All the years before he became a governor, we only know Charles Soludo as a governor for CPN. Where have you ever heard that he reached out to the north? You see him go parley with the northerners or with southerners. Is that same?
No, you're not understanding what. No. Forget all of that.
Why should I forget all of that? That's what you said.
No, that wasn't what I said. That's why I said forget all of that.
If
you want me to reread it, I can reread it. But what Charles Soludo is saying is that the better strategy, and you were saying constructive criticism, that the better strategy is for Peter Obi to go from the Southeast, having secured the Southeast, and then use that Southeast as a base to negotiate with other blocks in the country. So he's not saying he has done it, but he's saying that that is the best path, but for both Peter Obi and his sub-region within the Nigerian space to find a pathway to presidency. He's saying that, and he described it as Nzobu politics. He's saying that all this heavy chanting and threatening and acting loutish that we're seeing is not taking anybody anywhere, and I think we all know that. So do you disagree with that recommendation that if Peter Obi wraps...
That's a good recommendation.
Yeah, it's
a good recommendation. But my point is this: you know, the politics of Southeast is that they are very independent people. Like one Kalu always says, Kalu will say we're Republicans. That's what they say. That's how they are very opinionated people.
Yes.
They just want to do their own things their own way.
Right.
So if he as a governor could not have seen that done, how can he expect Peter Obi at this time to be doing that? like you said, I quite agree with him that that's the side they should play the ball. You know, we've always said it on this platform. I, for one, have always criticized the Southeasterners, the Igbos, that they are not united. They are very opinionated. I mean, there's this saying among we Yorubas that says that, okay, let me not go because it sounds very derogatory. So, but my point is this: it's like they are very, very, independent thinking kind of people. They do their own things the way they. So, he's saying that at this point doesn't, for me, it makes no sense because we are almost at the cups of an election. I mean, if he had this, this advice, why don't you give this advice a long time? Why don't you be the bridge? I mean, that bridge for that. Start that yourself.
Or why did he say it before the election?
So for me, it's a good advice. One man, it's a good advice. But why now? That's the question. Why now?
Rational mind. Rational mind. That guy, from what I learned from Soludo, he still kept some information. You know, he made a statement that he quoted statistics and people started saying he praised Obi. You know, those are the kind of things that this guy responded to. That he made some statistics, he quoted statistics, and people now turn it as a PR thing that, oh, Soludo praised Obi. And today, it's now saying that is not what I was doing. And people are saying, oh, it's against Obi. And you know, this guy said that, okay, I'm sitting on strategic information but I don't want to use it as political, against political opponents. That's a warning. If people really understand what that statement means, that if you drag me too much, I will release more statement, for example.
Yes, let him release.
Ola, there's nothing left. There's nothing left in that on that plate now. Ola is maybe just.
But one man.
It's my younger boy that is eating.
All right. What's it? That sounds like rice. You know, sometimes they stand up eating rice. Yes. All right. Okay.
Are you not interested? Are you not interested to see the part 2? Let him release more.
I want to see it too.
You understand what I'm saying? So let's go focus on Obi.
Joel,
I like stuff like that because
be very careful when you are dealing with people.
But the part 2 might land Peter Obi in prison, though. Are you happy? Would you? The part 2 might like that.
It means that he's a criminal, like your boss and Peter and Bat. You know, I mean,
no, Joel, wait. See, sometimes I want you guys to be able to take criticism in a very good faith. You know,
I do.
Now, for example, you want to credit Obi now, for example, that he saved money, but this guy is telling you that he built Nigeria reserve from 10 billion to 63 billion, for example. Did you say anything about that? For example,
no.
So now all of a sudden, people are saying this guy is not relevant. Are you saying the CBN governor of the country is not relevant?
It's not relevant. I'm just telling you that he got that power. He got to that seat via what Peter Obi had done in Anambra State. Pure and simple. You understand what I'm saying? So he is gone.
Peter Obi may be part of those of how he got to that place, but someone still brought this guy from nowhere, from the classroom to the government. For the CBN governor is what it's just like if Peter Obi is talking in Anambra,
don't listen to Joel. Joel is just
was talking then. What did you say?
I said don't listen to Joel.
Joel is just trolling. He's just trolling.
He's just trying to spend some.
I am not going to tell you. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I do not know the achievements of Soludo, if not for anything, the consolidation of the banks. If not for anything, because if you guys understood what the banking sector was before Soludo came in, that is fine and good. Now, let us judge you based on that. Stop being flippant. When you get into government, that's my problem.
Joel, see, to me personally, if I found myself in Soludo shoes, I would just be praying I have even the composure to be able to even give something like the way this guy gave that. Because what we are saying is this: when you are doing something wrong, and you by any mistake put my name in it in order to do your PR, my friend, because of Ojowaju, I will come and debunk it just like the way Soludo did. It's a promise. I will do that. You can't do wrong thing now. I'm now using my name now.
Ola, what is Ojowaju now?
Ojowaju future now. Future.
Ola,
Ola?
So see, okay,
Ola?
is that a Saki father?
Ola,
all right. All right. I have that interjection. Round off your thoughts, Ola, and then I start to wrap
Ola,
up.
did Peter Obi use Soludo's name for anything? Peter Obi has never mentioned his name since he started campaign.
Okay, see the way it is, right?
So if
See the
truly,
way
if
it is.
truly
You
he
said Peter
wants,
Obi never
if
mentioned
truly he
it.
wants to
That is why I
address,
said what you obedient cause sometimes is even worse than what Obi himself is saying. Okay, Obi presented his own fact, right? When Soludo presented his own fact, you guys came out that, oh, Soludo is endorsing Obi. The guy said, no, I'm not endorsing. I'm only quoting statistics. Now, when you press this guy further, in order to see whether he's exposed, he said, whatever you are talking about is worthless. And people are saying he's not talking of Obiano. But did anybody bring the topic of Obiano? The guy stay within the context. That's what we are saying. You want to tactically
The
use that
question
guy
is, the question is,
to
forget
endorse your
about
candidate, and the guy is saying
Ola,
I'm saying my own.
Ola, forget
Hold on,
about Ola, forget about the worth of the investment. The question is it a fact that P2B invested money somewhere? Is it a fact?
No,
Yes,
no, you are missing the point, Saki Father. It's not whether he invested the money or not, but it's because Peter Obi, he's been talking since 2019 to everybody that cares to listen about his investments in Anambra State, and he's building a political narrative and a reputation on the back of this investment. And he's saying that they are golden, essentially, not in actual words, but by inferred, meaning they are golden investments. So the people that are in charge of the state, they are saying that there's nothing like that, that this guy is Sakama J.
You mean they're saying there's nothing like investments?
No. Why are you doing this now? You are too sophisticated not to understand what
You said there is nothing like that. So
no, there is nothing like the narrative that we all know that there are investments. There's nothing like the narrative that he's painting that is successfully invested the funds of Anambra State. And there is nothing in that investment that anybody should be proud or boastful of, because as the governor of Anambra, who was the former governor of Central Bank, is telling us now that the investment has just petered away into nothing. So what is there to be boastful of in a failed investment? Do you see? And a corrupt investment as well, according to what Soludo is saying.
It's not corrupt, one man. Please, one man, please. No. Keep the narrative with the way it is.
No, but that's what Soludo said. Now he said he invested money in a company that is a share. Is that not corruption?
One man, look at it this way. Soludo is saying what he's saying because he knows if Peter Obi becomes the president, he has always had the ambition to be the president of the nation.
No, that's your own. That's your own.
No. I'm just telling you.
That's your speculation.
No. I'm just telling you as an Igbo guy. I know. I'm from Anambra, like Soludo. I know his ambition. He wants to be the president of this nation at some point, and rightfully so.
And Obi also told us that investment was worth $100 million. By the way, less than 12 months ago, he was saying that.
That's not what he said.
No. I don't. If you have,
I can go and dig out the video, but I'm not going to do that now because I'm about to.
What I'm just trying to tell you is this, right? Peter Obi did what he did in Anambra State, and we appreciate what he did. We are always looking at the.
You appreciate him turning $12 million into three.
Hold on. The intent is what we're looking at.
Increasing the poverty in the country to over 53%.
It wasn't criminal. It was intentional. And Obiano didn't just come in and everything started being.
No, forget Obiano. Did you appreciate him increasing the poverty to 53%?
Somebody must have laid that foundation upon which Obiano enjoyed what he did, because actually he had no much policy out there, to get people out of poverty. So it was some foundation someone laid out there.
According to the National Bureau of Statistics, the poverty level in Anambra State, as of 2005, ran about 25%. In 2010-11, 53 point something percent. It doubled over doubled the poverty level in Anambra State.
No,
Peter Obi.
one man.
The National Bureau of Statistics are lying as well.
One man. Look, let me tell you something. When Peter Obi came into governance, like I told you, a lot of things was happening in Anambra State, of which he actually fixed. And based on what he fixed, so his successors had a foundation upon which they could do a lot of things and take the glory. But we know who laid the foundation. Just like, I don't know, you give Tinubu credit for what is happening in Lagos State.
No, sorry, don't open up that space, Ola, because I want
I just want to ask him a question and I move on. See, Joel, good. I was even going to ask Dr. Tinubu before now. Do you believe, or did you at any point in time believe that Obi invested in family business,
Stop saying it's a family business, please.
No, now is that as he debunked that?
He moved the Anambra State account to Fidelity Bank as well, where he was just the former chairman. Is that not corrupt?
When he was governor, is he still the chairman?
Does that matter?
It's a major so he's not invested in the.
He's not the chairman. He's not the chairman again.
If you go to the north,
the guy is corrupt now. Okay. All right.
One man. See, let me tell you one thing. You should understand in Nigeria. Every region have a bank.
So no. Moving Anambra State account to Fidelity Bank, where he was chairman.
Yes,
that's not corrupt.
Anambra account was in 3 banks.
Diamond Bank.
It was in 3 banks.
And some other banks.
He had Fidelity, Diamond, and what again? I think First Bank. Fidelity, Diamond Bank, and Diamond Bank.
Okay. When he awarded the construction of the Anambra State Secretariat for $500 million to his business partner that he's also building privately with, is that not corrupt?
What's the name of the business partner?
What's the name of the business partner?
Paul Enidom. The name of the company, Paul B Nigeria Limited.
Good. Okay. They what they call it? They vet for the how they contested. What's the word they use for?
No. They didn't follow due process. They didn't tender.
No. They did a tender.
No, they didn't tender. Now this was okay. Sorry, I didn't.
They didn't tender. They did a tender.
Okay. You are forcing me to do this, but. If you want me to bring it, I'll bring it. But I don't want to have to bring it.
Let me tell you one thing that happened there, right? Go and look at the initial.
So he invested in Sabmiller that he owns significant shares as state money. That's not corruption. He moves the state account into Fidelity Bank that he was just the former chairman before he became governor. That's not corruption. Without following due process, awards $500 million naira contract to his business associate.
You don't have proof for all this. Let us stay on topic.
What do you mean proof? They are all documented stuff now.
Go ahead.
Joel, do you know what makes me laugh?
Yeah, go ahead.
Assuming we have somebody like Soludo from the southeast as a presidential candidate.
Yeah.
And Professor Yemi Osibanjo from the southwest as a presidential candidate. That time you will see that one man here and Kulata will be supporting Osibanjo. They are just talking about Soludo now because they are just painting a lot of things against Peter Obi.
What do you mean painting? He did not invest money in Sabmiller, or he doesn't own shares there.
He doesn't. Peter Obi doesn't own shares personally in Sabmiller. He doesn't own shares.
All right.
He's not the owner of shares. He doesn't own
shares. He just wants to name Peter Obi for no reason.
I'm not the one nailing him. It's his own state governor that's nailed him.
One man. We are looking at the intent. Did he do what he did as with good intention? He did. Yeah,
there's a conflict of interest. They said it is said that his in-law, his brother-in-law, maybe his brother, owns Stamila. So why would you?
How can his brother own Stamila, my brother?
So maybe
no. Shares in it. Shares in it is what you. Yeah.
So there's a conflict of interest there.
Yeah, one man.
Okay, let's hear from World Peace, and then after World Peace, I'll take closing remarks. So World Peace to you.
Yeah, sorry, though I came late. Have you guys talked about the DELOITTE situation about the Tinubu case? Is it rumor or is it because I hardly believe whatever they are posting now on internet.
The what? Sorry, did we talk
about something? The company, the company they say he worked.
DELOITTE, yes, it's one of the talking points that we were meant to talk about, but of course, Peter Obi has subsumed it. I did read it out though. United States company DELOITTE denies ever employing APC presidential candidate Tinubu. So it was one of the things that I read out, but we never got past the Peter Obi space. But gentlemen, I will be taking closing remarks here because we are about 15 minutes or so to 6 hours, 20 minutes to 6 hours, and I don't want to be doing those heavy duty ones anymore. Of course, to land on Najan Lekoko, we kick it off with RB. So RB, that time of the day again.
Thank you, man, for the session. Really enjoyed and get educated by everyone in here. I'm just going to say, I think the numbers is not lying. Soludo might have said the right thing with the wrong timing, but what he said is right on the head. The number is not there. You can hate him, love him for it. He might be working for PDP, as some people think that might be right, but I think the man is right. Obi is not going anywhere. He knows it. Even some of the people in the southeast, they know it themselves. That in Nigeria there's 6 geopolitical zones, and for you to win an election, you have to be able to work with other geopolitical zones. And when he says the Zobu, it's pretty much saying you can't just lay back and wait till election period and come with this energy and think something going to happen again. No, it doesn't work that way. You have to walk yourself to get to that position. That's it. I think we can learn something from it, or we can just keep pointing finger at Soludo. And that's all. Thank you, woman.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, RB. So thank you. Thank you for staying the duration. So that's RB that has stayed the length of the session today. Not everybody has the endurance to take it on. Often, it's only Ajan Lekoko and I left in most instances. The closing remark now heads to Japan to wrap up the final thoughts of World Peace. World Peace, you're up next.
Yeah, one man, thank you. First of all, I agree with people who did the comment section. Kulata, these days, most times they had a comment section. I know the baby they fight for the comment section, but one day will soon catch you. Meanwhile, I greet all of you now there. But can click, like, share, and comment. Man, not forget, man, I buy on a coffee. Like I said, do what I say, not what I do. The day I'll buy my own, it could be booyaka, but very, very soon. Anyway, one might greet you, Ajalikoko, Ogajalikoko, Ogajo, Najview, Arobi, and other people who are not called their name. And let me quickly just add this one, just to tell you how Tinubu camp, they're very smart, how they arrange their campaign strategy and everything against whatever they throw to Tinubu. This is a very simple logic. One man put the talking point there about Obi and Tinubu. I'm expecting to say the obedient people will come here today, still counter that section about the war.
We got him tomorrow.
No, not tomorrow. Let me finish first. So he bring a comment there. They say now waiting they pay you quick, then you could attend to. As the one I put on there, especially everybody will come out to do their biro and paper and documents to talk about them, but they're busy living Tinubu's base now. They fight their own brother. Be on Soludo. Soludo is inconsequential in this matter. If they leave what else Soludo talk about presidential candidate, which will be on Tinubu. So by the time you bring this up, you come back tomorrow now. I'll tell you, say, we are moved past that. You go won't bore the audience because everybody don't pass that. Now that different topic point we'll get tomorrow with the Kusha we'll get to handle. See? that guy was a bit now by one step ahead of anybody. He's a smart man. I'm not give to him. But all the same, when I go get my PVC, make una vote on a candidate. Anybody between Tinubu and Obi is okay for me, but Atiku is no. One man. Peace. Thank you. I'm out.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. Thank you, World Peace. So thank you, World Peace. So from World Peace, we take the closing remarks onto Ola. Final words.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. Another good learning point today. Like what I keep saying, truth is true. Fact is fact. Truth is truth. It depends on whether you want to listen to the truth or you prefer to go on the other side. So one thing we cannot take away is Soludo is a reputable guy, internationally so, and any day, any time, whatever he's trying to present, just look at it, whether you want to put it in the public domain, social, academic, they will always take that guy seriously more than any ordinary politician. So the guy, to me, is not about to rubbish his reputation. So by the time we are criticizing this guy, let us be very careful and take sentiment apart. Let's listen to the fact and diagnose those facts, whether this guy is saying the right thing. Say it with the politically motivated, but go and prove it that all those points were wrong first of all. Then we can have a nice chat. So, like you say, if you are looking for an angel, you can't find angel among the three people. So, if you think someone without saying is the person politically is the person you want to vote for, then why people will be talking about Showore instead? Let's be talking of Showore. Is the only new person. Every other person you see there, Tinubu, Atiku, and Obi, they all get for neck and they all get for hand. Let's not deceive ourselves. That's why I say let us keep it to the real issues and don't let us be painting someone like a saint. So other than that, like I keep preaching every day, let us appreciate the forum, this program. Let us appreciate the owner, the anchor too. So because I learn from here, and what I learn from here, honestly, I can never estimate. There's no way I can quantify it. And to me, it look ungrateful to me, even if you cannot even do ordinary thumb up. So that's why we keep preaching to us from our conscience. We make us do the right thing. Other than that, thank you very much for your audience, and hope to see you later.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ola. So thank you, Ola. So from Ola, let's go on to Rational Mind. Rational Mind, final word. So leave Kulata alone for a moment. You can go and kick it.
So you can see me.
You Kulata and Jafar. I think you just come for the comment section or something, whatever.
Yeah, we try our best.
Yeah.
Keep it alive. Yeah. So and other guys too, they do. Anyway, so thank you, one man. Guys, please thumbs up. I think I did already, and I know maybe it's too late to share. Maybe later you can ask your friends to come watch the session.
Look, you can still share, by the way, because it's a video then on the, so people can still watch it. And if you want to go and watch it back, feel free. Have it as a backdrop to your as you go to sleep. I
do sometimes. Did you guys have any session yesterday? You had session yesterday?
Yeah, we had somewhat of a session, but it was just somewhat of a mini session. It never really traction, and then because I have things to do. But
because I usually go back to rewatch some of the things I missed if I'm not available. So, but then I didn't see anything apart from the one you about the bribery and everything on Obi'S campaign. Anyway, yeah, one man, I won't want to say much. I just want us to see if we can talk more maybe tomorrow, a few hours time, if OVA comes on. This Tinubu's matter on DELOITTE, and also the presidential forum they had yesterday. I don't know if you guys talked about it yesterday when you guys had the discussion.
Is it the one that had Showore and the rest of them?
Oh yeah, in fact, it's that presidential debate was really bomb. In fact, I prefer it to the ones that the previous one they had that had Obi and the rest of them. This one was, I mean, a lot of people said, yeah, these guys they really talked about ideas, like even like Ozekome said.
Well, so what we could do tomorrow, if people are keen on it, is we can do like a reaction video to it, and then we'll watch it together, and then we react to it. Because I've been seeing snippets of Shore's performance, and it looks as though he did
he did very well.
Yeah,
but he did very well. Apart from, this is snobbish kind of side talk sometimes, I put this guy, the SDP guy, above him because he has good decorum. He behaved himself. Sometimes Shore goes overboard sometimes with the way he talks. It might make it look as if it's just joking around. But for me, so anyway, woman, I want us to discuss that if you can. I'm just saying that, just a suggestion. I don't have anything much to say than Soludo. You need to retrace your step. I don't know. I just hope this is not your political suicide. It's not the last of you. I just hope guys can forgive him and just let him be. He needs to retrace his step and whatever. So, woman, thank you so much. Hopefully, we'll join you guys in the next session.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Rational Mind. Thank you, Rational Mind. So from Rational Mind, we go on to Saki Father. Saki Father.
Yeah, that presidential town hall, the person that did the best performer there was the SDP guy. He did very well. I would say, if I were the president, I will recruit him in my cabinet. I think he's very sound and I can see somebody that has somebody that is honest about what he wants to do and very clear about his plans. It's very well. So then, like Ola said, he said Soludo is an economist, an international figure. Therefore, everything he says is correct. That's wrong. I think if we assume that, it becomes a fallacy of argumentum ad verecundiam. So I think I don't know why Soludo has been able to come to this very level of arguing with, I don't know. We remember in 2015 he criticized Ngozi very well. He criticized Jonathan very well. He also criticized the former NAFDAC woman. What's the name again? Dora Akunyele. So I don't know why he criticizes all these people and maybe feels he's the best. I don't know. So let's keep on coming on the session. Very educative. Today was very conversational. Tomorrow we are going to come here again. So one man, let me leave you and so that you have time to sleep.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Saki Father. So thank you, Saki Father. So from Saki Father, the voice that you all come here for, the mighty one, the daddy of them all, the final word, Ajan Lekoko. Ajan Lekoko, the final word. Oh, right. Oh, okay. Well, I think we may well temporarily have lost Ajan Lekoko. So thank you, Ajan Lekoko. So thank you, Ajan Lekoko, and thank you one and all. So that's been the session. We did have several talking points, as you know. I read them all out, but we never really got past the Soludo space. As was the anticipation, some of the things that we were looking to talk on was one of the things we were looking to talk on was Tinubu article amidst PDP's call for APC presidential candidates to step down. So they're squeezing the last drops out of the forfeiture money for drugs thing regarding Tinubu. And another space that I brought up, which what piece was just speaking to then, U.S. company Deloitte denies ever employing APC presidential candidate Tinubu. So that space, of course, apparently, allegedly, there's a denial by Deloitte to say that they did not employ Tinubu. But if you go and have a read through that, you will see that that's somewhat, it has the feel and texture of a Photoshop story. So that's just how I understood that. It was one of those Photoshop things. And one of the big headlines, this will probably have dominated the session on any other day. Court of Appeal sacks Akpabio as APC senatorial candidate. So Akpabio, of course, trying to enter via the back door. He haven't run for the presidential ticket of his party, failed. Now, much after all the primaries were done, he cobbles together some purported primary and announces himself a senatorial candidate. So get lost is what the Court of Appeal says. So we're going to explore that as well. And a little sort of, I'm not sure if this was meant to be a joking sort of, a more light-hearted space we were looking to land on. Tinubu, Atiku, or Peter Obi, seven pastors release prophecies predict winner of the 2023 presidential election. So that would have been a fun little thing to conjure with. But we never essentially got past the what's it called, the Soludo space, as you would have expected. Once we go into that Peter Obi space, that usually just subsumes the whole part. That usually subsumes the whole session. So that subsumes the whole session, but the session comes to an end now, though, only to reconvene and see you again tomorrow. So the usual protocol, like, share, and subscribe. And contrary to what rational mind thought, you can still share the thing. And I encourage people to share it, especially our guys on Facebook. So I want you on Facebook to share just as widely as you can, because we need the numbers on Facebook, because we need to reach a particular threshold on Facebook. So make sure you're sharing on Facebook. And to the super chatters, I say only, but because nobody is obliged, but we had Jafar today and the progressives. So thank you to both of them. And to the coffee buyers, you've now been pushing to have new names join that coffee space. So we acknowledge first the traditional persons that go there, which is, of course, Ayo in this instance, out of the traditional names. But so gladly, other names join him as well. We have Abe Ayotunde joining in that coffee space, and Bishi Rashid. So thank you to those as well. So that's been it. So that's been the session. Like, share, and subscribe. So I'll leave it here. Carry the conversation on within the comment section, but here I say peace.